Chapter 1. The setting sun bleeds red, and the cold wind howls fiercely. The Great Wei Dynasty, Northern Frontier. Anning Pass. At this moment, the foreign tribes approach the gates. The Zionist left noble king, Huan Xie, leads an army of 100,000, intent on breaching the pass and advancing southward. With 100,000 troops at the gates, the flames of war loom ominously. Sheng Huaiyan gazes at the army outside the city, his grip on the bow trembling with cold sweat. This marks his inaugural venture into battle. "Are you nervous?" inquired an old soldier beside him. It was evident that Sheng Huaiyan appeared as nothing more than a novice. Indeed, fear flickered in Sheng Huaiyan's eyes. After all, he was a newcomer, having just traversed into this realm, only to be conscripted for city defense while merely taking a stroll. What could those seasoned guards be thinking, enlisting an ordinary civilian devoid of combat experience and strength? Was he merely destined to be cannon fodder? The citizens of the city. The old soldier seemed to see through it all, his gaze wise and discerning. Sheng Huaiyan nodded, his hands quaking. He had inhabited the body of a scholar, also named Sheng Huaiyan, and upon stepping outside to assess his surroundings, he encountered the recruiters who seized him for service. "Do not fear when your eyes close. Death will come swiftly. There is nothing to dread," the old soldier reassured him. Sheng Huaiyan thought, "Your comfort is commendable, but perhaps refrain from it next time." Boom, boom, boom. Outside the city, the war drums thundered, resonating through the heavens. "Stay low and avoid exposing yourselves. The Huns have commenced their assault. First, we must endure this deluge of arrows," the veteran cautioned. Observing the enemy through a narrow slit in the wall, the veteran crouched behind the parapet. Sheng Huaiyan quickly joined him, taking refuge alongside the seasoned warrior. In the next moment, arrows descended like rain, the air filled with the sharp, whooshing sounds of projectiles being loosed. The defenders atop the battlements huddled behind the parapet, none daring to stand upright. Those who did would be nothing more than living targets, offering themselves as sacrifices. With the Huns assaulting the city, how could one stand like a hedgehog amid such peril? As the barrage of arrows continued, the invading forces erected their ladders and began their ascent, preparing to scale the walls. When the rain of arrows momentarily ceased, the veteran shouted, "Quickly, prepare to counterattack. We must hold the walls if we are to survive." Seeing the veteran rise, Sheng Huaiyan followed suit. The weapon assigned to him was a weathered bow, barely functional, accompanied by a meager supply of 5 arrows. The equipment was woefully inadequate, but as mere cannon fodder, he required no superior armament. "Kid, don't just stand there, shoot," the veteran urged, his voice urgent. As he gazed upon the surging tide of Huns, Sheng Huaiyan snapped back to reality. This was nothing like the dramatizations portrayed on television. The depiction on screen paled in comparison to the stark reality before him. It was utterly lacking in authenticity. Thousands of assailants besieged the city, a dense mass creating an overwhelming psychological pressure. Now, as the army approaches the city walls with their ladders, the rain of arrows from the Xiongnu forces finally ceases. Sheng Huaiyan gazes at the densely packed Xiongnu troops below. Disregarding whether he can shoot accurately, he draws his bow and releases an arrow towards the throng below. Whoosh! And Xiongnu's soldier collapses to the ground, lifeless and unblinking. By sheer happenstance, he has become a victim, struck down like a rat. For the first time in both this life and the last, Sheng Huaiyan has shot an arrow and killed an enemy soldier. After claiming his first kill, he feels an unusual sensation in his mind. Oh no, his head itches. It seems he is about to gain intelligence. Suddenly, a golden light flickers in his consciousness. Upon this luminous screen, golden characters materialize. Name: Sheng Huaiyan. Race: human. Skill: none. Talent: inferior rookie archer. Kill value: 1. A golden finger? Sheng Huaiyan gazes at the golden screen unfolding in his mind. An overwhelming joy surges within him. A necessary golden finger for traversing worlds. The ancients do not deceive me. System: hello? No response. Could it be that he is not activating it correctly? Hi, greetings to the system. Still, no reaction. Sheng Huaiyan begins to feel anxious. Is this golden finger not a system? Why is there no response? He had hoped for the system to unlock a novice gift package, transforming him into a war god, capable of slaying enemies with ease. What should one do when trapped in the Syrian battlefield, endowed with a defective system? Waiting online, urgent, urgent. Regrettably, lingering memories do not always elicit a response. Upon noticing a plus sign behind the inept novice archer, Shang Huaiyan, steeped in years of online literature, unhesitatingly allocated points. Such a scenario undoubtedly indicated a golden finger for point allocation in a cultivation narrative. Indeed, with a mere thought to allocate points, a surge of knowledge and experience related to archery flooded his mind. In an instant, Shang Huaiyan transformed from a pathetic novice archer into an ordinary archer. Simultaneously, a warm current coursed through his body, endowing him with a significant increase in strength. So it merely requires points of slaughter value. Simple and straightforward. I feel incredibly powerful now. Shang Huaiyan promptly drew his bowstring, exuding a semblance of an archer's grace. An arrow was released, striking a Xiongnu soldier beneath the city wall, piercing his heart, and he fell lifeless to the ground. With the elimination of a Xiongnu soldier, his slaughter value restored to 1 point. However, this time, no plus sign appeared next to his status as an ordinary archer. Evidently, this single point of slaughter value was insufficient for him to advance beyond the ordinary archer rank. "Hey, not bad at all, I've taken down another," remarked a nearby veteran, witnessing Shang Huaiyan's impressive feat of shooting down 2 foes. This was hardly the performance expected from a freshly conscripted recruit. Just lucky, Shang Huaiyan replied, his earlier apprehension replaced by a smile. The enemy. "I truly appreciate your good fortune. Could you not be so fortunate? That is our lives at stake." I find it exceedingly irritating to contend with an adversary who lacks a sense of boundaries. With a golden finger, what is there to fear? The protagonist's halo envelopes him, and he is destined for greatness. Many novels portray their protagonists in this manner. At this moment, the Huns besiege the city, their soldiers scaling the walls via ladders, while the defenders hurl stones down upon them. With a single blow, the enemy's skull shatters like a watermelon. Some soldiers pour scalding molten gold upon the Huns, who, drenched in the fiery substance, howl in agony as they plummet downwards. The defenders possess the upper hand. The assailants, in order to claim victory, must pay with their lives. Should the enemy breach the walls, retreat to the rear, the veteran advised. It is a rare opportunity for a skilled archer to emerge, and the veteran does not wish for Shang Huaiyan to perish in close combat. "Rest assured, uncle, I value my life greatly," Shang Huaiyan replied. At this moment, he had forgotten the terror of the battlefield, consumed instead by the desire to accumulate kill points. Strangely, his adaptability seemed remarkably strong. Shang Huaiyan continued to knock arrows and draw his bow, aiming at the throngs of Huns below the city wall. With so many adversaries densely packed together, it was unlikely he would miss. Whoosh! Yet another foe fell, struck through the heart by an arrow. The kill points increased slightly, yet the ordinary archer's tally had yet to display an enhancement. Observing the lack of any sign of improvement, it was clear that he must continue his slaughter, in the pursuit of strength, and to survive in this unfamiliar world. Shang Huaiyan could only utter his apologies. There was no need for gratitude. Once more, he knocked an arrow and released it, extinguishing the life of a Hun soldier. 5 arrows had been prepared, and he had already utilized 4. Without hesitation, Shang Huaiyan continued to draw and aim, his archery stance becoming increasingly adept. Another arrow was loosed, striking precisely at the center of a Hun soldier's forehead. All 5 arrows found their mark. "Boy, are you truly a mere conscript?" questioned an old soldier beside him, gazing at Shang Huaiyan with disbelief. Observing the scholar's fair complexion, it was astonishing that on the battlefield he had felled 5 enemies, achieving a remarkable accuracy. Having dispatched 5 foes without the slightest change in demeanor, could this truly be a newly conscripted soldier? Surely, even fresh recruits do not exhibit such exceptional prowess. Not only the veteran, but several soldiers nearby regarded Shang Huaiyan with astonished expressions. With a mere broken bow, he had vanquished 5 adversaries, earning their newfound respect. Though 5 might seem a modest number, it nonetheless constituted a notable military achievement. Regrettably, as they were currently defending the city, there was no tally for the kills, rendering his contributions unrecorded. It was well known that other archers, faced with such a multitude of Huns at the foot of the walls, would have missed their shots, unlike Sheng Huaiyan, who had hit every target. Whether it was sheer luck or a rare talent for archery remained uncertain. Let us not forget that Sheng Huaiyan is merely a newly conscripted soldier, while the others tremble in trepidation at the sight of the army laying siege. Is there any doubt? Sheng Huaiyan replied, exasperated, as he gazed at the seasoned veteran. Enough. You ought to take a moment to rest. Soon, we shall engage in close combat, and with your slender arms and legs, you mustn't injure yourself, the veteran remarked, studying Sheng Huaiyan with concern. No, I shall continue to fight and safeguard my homeland, Sheng Huaiyan declared with righteous fervor. The veteran regarded Sheng Huaiyan, astonished that such sentiments could emanate from a newly conscripted recruit. When did fresh soldiers cultivate such ideological awareness? The other soldiers exchanged incredulous glances at Sheng Huaiyan. Are you truly suggesting this is a soldier? Which soldier would not wish to flee from the battlements to seek refuge? Uncle, please fetch me some arrowheads. I feel an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through me, Sheng Huaiyan proclaimed, brimming with confidence. The nearby soldiers exchanged bewildered looks. An overwhelming surge of strength. With that delicate visage and slender limbs, he resembled a feeble scholar, wholly incapable of exuding any semblance of might. Seeing Sheng Huaiyan's reluctance to withdraw, the veteran finally said, "Bring him a fine bow and 10 arrowheads." "Uncle, I require 50 arrowheads. Today, I intend to hunt with great zeal," Sheng Huaiyan asserted with unbridled ambition. The veteran was left speechless, pondering the rapid transformation of this individual, who just moments ago had quivered like a frightened quail, paralyzed by fear. This scene resembled that of a seasoned veteran emerging from the battlefield. Though somewhat perplexed, the veteran spoke, "Bring him 20 arrowheads." A soldier promptly complied, hastening to fetch the bow and arrows. Meanwhile, others maintained their vigilant stance with steel blades and long spears, either guarding their position or hurling stones to crush the enemies attempting to scale the ladders. The boiling golden liquid was also poured down in a relentless cascade. Ultimately, the objective was clear: to eliminate the advancing foes. Sheng Huaiyan noticed several enemy arrows that had landed on the ground. He promptly approached and retrieved them. Not bad, they can still be used. After collecting 6 arrowheads from the ground, Sheng Huaiyan resumed his assault with the worn bow. Whoosh! An arrow claimed a life, incrementing his tally of kills. Before long, all 6 arrows had been expended, resulting in the demise of 6 Xiongnu soldiers. This scene left the surrounding soldiers utterly astonished. Could this truly be a case of a wolf in sheep's clothing? Is this what you refer to as a conscript? Whose conscript possesses such prowess? With ease, he dispatched 10 foes without so much as a flicker of emotion on his face. The kill count surged to 10 points, and the ordinary archer finally displayed a plus sign. Points could be allocated with a single click. Once more, without hesitation, Sheng Huaiyan allocated his points, transforming the ordinary archer into a bronze-level archer. The wealth of archery experience flooded his mind, and simultaneously, his strength increased slightly. After ascending to the rank of bronze-level archer, Sheng Huaiyan felt an overwhelming sense of power. The gaze of the veteran and the other soldiers shifted as they regarded him. With nothing more than a battered bow, he had felled 11 enemies. Such archery talent was indeed formidable. If he could claim the heads of these 11 foes, he would undoubtedly be promoted to sergeant based on his military merit. In the Great Wei dynasty, a corporal commanded 5 soldiers, while a sergeant commanded 10. The veteran was a sergeant, leading the 10 soldiers around him, and Sheng Huaiyan was assigned under his command. With the emergence of Sheng Huaiyan, this sharpshooter, the veteran felt a protective instinct arise. Soon, the soldier sent to retrieve bows and arrows returned. "Youngster, slay your enemies well and strive to survive. Perhaps one day, you might become a general," the veteran said with a smile. Having acquired a new bow, Sheng Huaiyan tested it out. Indeed, it was a significant upgrade from the old one. The to die for one's country reveals a man's true character. "Uncle, watch closely. I shall send these Huns straight to hell." As he spoke, Huayan knocked an arrow and drew his bow. Now a bronze-level archer, he felt that even his posture while drawing the bow had become much more striking. Whoosh, an arrow flew forth, striking a Hun soldier squarely in the forehead, causing him to fall lifelessly in quick succession. 20 arrows claimed the lives of 20 Hun foes. At this moment, some Hun soldiers began to scale the walls, but they were swiftly cut down by the defenders, their bodies plummeting to the ground below. The base of the wall was now piled high with the corpses of Hun soldiers, their blood staining the stones crimson. Yet, undeterred, the Hun soldiers continued to climb over the bodies of their fallen comrades, fearless in their advance. With the drums of retreat silent, the siege pressed on. Those daring to fall back without cause would face execution, and their kin would be enslaved. Thus, the attacking Hun soldiers, even in death, would not retreat a single step. Once Huayan exhausted his arrows, the veteran ordered him to rest. The battle continued until noon, at which point the Hun army finally beat their drums to signal a retreat. The assailants withdrew like a receding tide, leaving behind thousands of corpses. Regrettably, this golden opportunity only applied to enemies he personally killed. Otherwise, Huayan could have ascended even higher. The Hun army did not withdraw completely. It was evident that the day's conflict was far from over. Huayan retreated to rest and checked the glowing screen. He noted, name, Huayan race, human technique, none talent, bronze archer, plus, kill value, 20 with a kill value of 20 points. A plus sign appeared after the bronze archer designation. Yet Huayan did not rush to allocate points. For the time being, the experience of a bronze-level archer was just sufficient for defending the city that he needed to consider learning martial arts. In this world, the existence of martial disciplines was paramount for survival on the battlefield. During the noon break, everyone introduced themselves to become acquainted. I am Huayan, Huayan. He stated, Huayan. Quite a name indeed, the veteran remarked, then sighed. In the northern borders of the Great Wei dynasty, years of warfare have claimed untold numbers of our brave soldiers that I wonder what a flourishing era would look like. I am Wang Wu, a rugged man spoke up. I am Zhang Dinyo, boomed the robustly built Zhang Dinyo. I am Li Busi. The slender Li Busi introduced himself. Li Busan. Li Busan declared, then fell silent, appearing rather aloof. Tall and thin, he and Busi were brothers, true siblings. Wang Wu chuckled. Huayan nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Did their parents really name these two brothers so hastily? Busan and Busi. Once everyone had introduced themselves, only the veteran remained silent. Uncle, what is your name? Huayan curiously inquired. The sergeant is simply called the veteran. Without a name, Zhang Dinyo replied. No name? Could there be a story behind this? A name is just a moniker, the veteran said nonchalantly. Huayan scratched his head, his curiosity about the veteran intensifying. After becoming familiar with the others, Huayan glanced at the veteran and asked, Uncle, is there martial arts in the army? The veteran regarded Huayan and then replied, Indeed, you ought to learn some martial arts. Otherwise, with those spindly arms and legs, 2 strikes from a Hun would be your end. Uncle, is it necessary to belittle me so? Huayan retorted, exasperated. You have slain 31 foes today. You are now officially a member of the Yingling Pass garrison. I can personally ensure that the martial arts practiced in the army will be taught to you, the veteran stated. Hearing that there were martial arts to learn, Huayan's heart soared with joy. The garrison of Yingling Pass practiced a technique known as Mang Nyo Jin, which, once mastered, would grant one the strength of a wild bull, with arm strength exceeding 10,000 pounds. That I want to learn. I want to learn, Huayan exclaimed eagerly. Very well. I shall teach you this instant. The veteran nodded. During the midday break, the veteran imparted the cultivation method and exercises of Mang Nyo Jin to Huayan. After demonstrating the movements once, he inquired, How is it? Have you memorized it? Huayan nodded. I have memorized it. Can you truly not forget it? The golden screen now displayed Mang Nyo Jin. Name. Huayan race. Human technique. Mang Nyo Jin. Plus. Talent. Bronze archer. Plus. Kill value. 20. Have you truly committed it to memory? The veteran asked, somewhat incredulous. Indeed, Huayan affirmed earnestly. The veteran, skeptical, wondered if Huayan was a martial arts prodigy. Show me your practice, the veteran instructed. All right, Huayan nodded, then allocated his points. Instantly, a warm flow coursed through his entire being, filling him with a sense of power. as if he could fell a cow with a single punch. Simultaneously, the memories and experiences of practicing Meng Niu Jin materialized in his mind as if they were innate. The kill value diminished by 10 points, and Meng Niu Jin advanced to a minor proficiency. Sheng Huayan assumed the stance and executed the Meng Niu Jin routine. The veteran and other soldiers gazed at him, dumbfounded. Was this level of proficiency truly achieved after just a single viewing? They regarded him as if he were a monster. Did you really only see it once? Have you never practiced before? The veteran asked in disbelief. Sheng Huayan nodded. Yes, is there a problem? A prodigy. Zhang Daniel muttered under his breath, a rare martial arts genius. Li Buxi chimed, it feels as though we are the inept ones. Wang Wu said, self-deprecatingly. When they first enlisted, it had taken them 2.5 months to barely grasp the Meng Niu Jin exercises. The way everyone looked at Sheng Huayan was akin to gazing at a marvel. Meng Niu Jin requires the combination of body techniques and cultivation methods to yield results. Sheng Huayan rubbed his nose. How could he explain that with his golden opportunity, he was indeed a prodigious talent? This battlefield at the northern frontier was simply perfect for him. Surveying the golden screen once more. Name, Sheng Huayan race, human realm, martial disciple, initial stage, technique. Meng Niu Jin, beginner, strength, 300 pounds talent, bronze archer kill value. 10. The golden screen now displayed both realm and strength categories, marking Sheng Huayan's transformation from an ordinary person to a martial disciple in the initial stage. Uncle, is there a classification for martial arts realms? Sheng Huayan asked. Naturally, there are classifications for realms. The veteran nodded and spoke. Sheng Huayan straightened his neck and began to listen earnestly. In this unfamiliar world, he was confronted with a plethora of information beyond his ken. After all, his previous incarnation had merely been a frail scholar, oblivious to the affairs beyond his window, wholly devoted to the study of sage texts. The Tio put it bluntly, he had been rather unworldly, immersed in a self-contained realm, with minimal contact with the outside world, akin to a reclusive individual beset by social anxiety. Yet, despite his scholarly pursuits, he had failed to even attain the status of a licentiate, which was indeed a lamentable fate. The veteran began to elaborate. The path of martial cultivation is categorized into stages: martial disciple, martial artist, martial master, acquired, and innate. The martial disciple focuses on body refinement, representing the initial stage of martial arts, primarily aimed at strengthening and toughening the physique. Upon reaching the martial artist stage, one can generate true martial essence within, wherein the focus shifts to refining essence into qi, condensing the spiritual energy of the cosmos into one's own true essence. Advancing to the martial master stage entails refining qi and tempering blood. Beyond that lies the acquired stage, which involves strengthening tendons and bones. The innate stage is characterized by the cleansing of marrow and the purging of bones, resulting in a complete transformation, transcending the ordinary. Only upon reaching the innate stage can one be deemed a true martial powerhouse. After becoming a martial disciple, the strength of one arm can reach between 100 to 1,000 jin, making it a trivial matter to take on 10 untrained commoners. Upon becoming a martial artist, one's strength can escalate from 1,000 to 3,000 jin, capable of shattering rocks with a punch. As a martial master, one can wield an arm's strength of 3 to 5,000 jin. With blood as dense as lead, in the acquired stage, one possesses a physical constitution akin to bronze and iron. With strength reaching 5 to 10,000 J, an innate warrior can boast a strength ranging from 10 to 50,000 jin, capable of standing against 1,000 soldiers. Sheng Huayan listened intently, perceiving the sheer ferocity of it all. A single punch wielding 10,000 jin of force. What an unimaginable concept. Could one truly pulverize a child with such might? The veteran paused at this juncture, ceasing his discourse. What comes next? Sheng Huayan, thoroughly engaged, inquired as he noticed the veteran's silence. The next steps? The veteran cast a sidelong glance at Sheng Huayan and replied, "Young man, do not reach for the unattainable. One must approach tasks with grounded determination." Sheng Huayan scratched his head, contemplating the initial stage of the martial disciple. Was training truly so arduous? Could it not be achieved with just a simple allocation of points? The veteran, having refrained from further elucidation on the subsequent martial realms, left Sheng Huayan with no choice but to acquiesce. As the temporary ceasefire unfolded, everyone relaxed to recuperate. The veteran presented Sheng Huayan with a suit of armor to don. emphasizing the need for safety, lest he fall victim to an enemy arrow. Xingtian, somewhat exasperated, pondered why such morbid warnings were incessantly uttered. Such talk felt ominous. The veteran assisted him in fastening the armor. Quite fitting, the veteran remarked with a smile and a nod. However, once clad in the armor, Xingtian felt a disconcerting discomfort, as if it did not suit him well. Outside the fortifications, the drums of war echoed, sounding like a harbinger of doom. "Quickly, gather your weapons and ascend the walls," the veteran bellowed. The troops hastily armed themselves and surged toward the battlements. Soldiers from other units mirrored this urgency, racing to the walls. Xingtian, bow in hand and bearing over 30 arrows, followed closely behind the veteran. Upon reaching the ramparts, they beheld the Huns beginning their assault. A sergeant shouted, "Archers, step forward and unleash your volleys." Archers from various squads promptly advanced, drawing their bows to rain arrows upon the Hunnish forces. A deluge of arrows descended from the walls. Xingtian skillfully notched an arrow and, with precision, released it into the fray, striking down a robust Hunnish soldier mid-stride. His kill count registered again. From the ramparts, arrows fell like rain, claiming the lives of Hunnish warriors as they charged. Xingtian, now acclimated to the battlefield, coldly notched and released arrows with remarkable speed, each arrow finding its mark and taking down a Hunnish foe. This was war. It was a matter of survival, and nothing else mattered. He swiftly discharged all 35 arrows, each one claiming a life, resulting in a considerable increase in his kill count. As the archers exhausted their arrows, they retreated. Xingtian was also called back as the spearmen and swordsmen advanced to confront the encroaching enemies. The afternoon siege was far more brutal than the morning, with the Hunnish forces having doubled in number, surging forth like a relentless tide. Fearless Hunnish soldiers, undeterred by their losses, quickly ascended the walls. Xingtian withdrew to a safer distance, ready to allocate points to enhance his cultivation. Name: Xingtian race, human realm, early martial disciple, allocate, technique, rampaging bull strength, beginner, allocate, strength, 300 gene talent, bronze archer, allocate, kill count, 45. He immediately allocated points to rampaging bull strength. For martial cultivation was paramount at this juncture. A warm flow coursed through his body, and he felt every cell within him strengthening. Upon glancing at the golden interface again, he noted, name, Xingtian race, human realm, mid-martial disciple technique, rampaging bull strength, minor achievement, strength, 700 gene talent, bronze archer, allocate, kill count, 25. His cultivation had instantaneously progressed from early to mid-martial disciple, with strength now increased to 700 gene. Transitioning from early to mid-martial disciple had cost him 20 points, and his technique in rampaging bull strength had reached a minor level of achievement. At this moment, as he flexed his arms, he felt imbued with newfound vigor. Observing the fierce battle atop the walls, Xingtian felt an irresistible urge. The Hunnish foes were the very source of his burgeoning strength. "Captain, grant me a blade. I wish to join the fray," he implored a nearby leader. "You've just retreated from battle. Archers are not to engage now," the sergeant retorted. "Who says archers cannot participate? I will fight. Slay the enemy for my country. As men, we must shed our blood to defend our borders," Xingtian declared with righteous fervor. The sergeant regarded him with a bemused expression, muttering, "What a fool," rushing to his demise. "Give him a blade," he commanded. The soldier promptly handed over a weapon. "Thank you," Xingtian replied, turning to ascend the walls once more, eager to confront the enemy. Witnessing Xingtian's determination, the soldiers couldn't help but reflect on how rare such naive bravery was in these times. Without orders, who would willingly engage in a life-and-death struggle against the Hunnish forces atop the walls? As Xingtian mounted the fortifications and joined the fray, he swiftly identified a target, a Hunnish warrior locked in combat with an ally, and struck with deadly precision. With a single, forceful blow, he dispatched his foe, the weight of his 700 gene strength cleaving through both man and armor with ease. Having felled one Hunnish soldier, Xingtian continued his search for further adversaries. At that moment, a Hunnish warrior scaled the wall, and, spotting Xingtian with his blade drawn, leaped toward him, swinging his weapon. Xingtian raised his own blade to parry, yet the force of the blow sent him staggering back 2 steps. The assailant, a fellow martial disciple of the Hunnish ranks, was robust and menacing. "Die!" the adversary roared as he swung his blade fiercely at Xingtian. Xingtian, wielding his knife with reckless abandon, lacking any formal training, engaged in a raw contest of strength. He managed to repel the Hunnish warrior, realizing that his opponent was not as formidable as anticipated. The earlier force had likely stemmed from the momentum of his leap from the wall. Recognizing that the enemy was not quite as powerful as he had imagined, Xingtian pressed the advantage, striking with unrelenting ferocity. The Hunnish warrior, feeling the weight of Xingtian's blows, found himself retreating under the relentless assault. Cornered, the Hunnish warrior, named Li Guwu, steeled himself for a final stand against Xingtian. Clang, their blades clashed, and Li Guwu's weapon was severed, leaving a crimson line across his forehead. With a look of resentment, he collapsed to the ground, defeated. Having dispatched one enemy, Xingtian sought out his next target. Whoosh! With a swift stroke, Xingtian severed the head of yet another foe. His strength enabled him to effortlessly slay an enemy soldier guarding the Anning Pass. Noticing Xingtian, another soldier charged at him with murderous intent. Feeling the palpable aura of hostility, Xingtian's heart tightened, and as he turned, he was confronted by a robust Xiongnu warrior advancing toward him. With a powerful downward strike aimed at him, Xingtian raised his blade to parry, but was forcefully pushed back several steps. "You have some skill, kid. No wonder you managed to kill my brother. However, with this level of strength, I shall send you to join him in the afterlife," the soldier, Li Man, declared as he continued his assault on Xingtian. His demeanor showed no sign of grief over his brother's death. Xingtian raised his weapon to defend himself, but Li Man delivered a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, struggling to rise as his internal organs felt the impact. Li Man, a martial artist of the highest caliber, possessed an arm strength of 1,000 pounds, a force far beyond what Xingtian could withstand. As Li Man approached, brandishing his sharp battle blade to behead Xingtian. The latter's pupils dilated in fear. Was he truly to perish here? Just as he closed his eyes, a resounding clang echoed through the air. Opening his eyes, he saw that the incoming blade had been intercepted by another weapon. "Kid, weren't you told to stay back? Why are you back up here on the wall? Are you seeking death?" The voice of an old soldier reached him, bringing relief to Xingtian. He realized he was not destined to die today. "I came up to slay the enemies, of course," Xingtian replied. "You, an archer, engaging in close combat? That's our job," the old soldier retorted. "Who says archers cannot wield blades against foes?" Xingtian shot back. "Get up quickly. The ground is cold," the old soldier remarked before turning back to engage Li Man in battle. Gratitude filled Xingtian's heart, but he was acutely aware of the chill of the ground beneath him. A consequence of being struck down by the enemy. Despite the old soldier's slight and frail appearance, his strength was formidable, forcing Li Man to retreat under pressure. After catching his breath, Xingtian rose, massaging his aching chest, and resumed the fight. This time, he chose to target those who appeared weaker. Acknowledging his current prowess as relatively modest, he understood that in this martial world, most soldiers were practitioners of martial arts, many of whom surpassed him in strength. Focusing on the vulnerable, Xingtian adopted a more cunning approach. As he observed his comrades in combat, he seized an opportunity to stab a Xiongnu soldier in the side. "You." The Xiongnu soldier turned to face Xingtian, blood spilling from his mouth. What a cunning trick. With a swift strike to the side, the Xiongnu soldier fell, defeated before he could comprehend his demise. Witnessing Xingtian's decisive action, a fellow ally felt a chill at his own waist. Xingtian flashed a disarming smile, but there was no time for pleasantries as he sought his next target. Spotting a Xiongnu soldier climbing the wall, he leapt forward with a speed akin to the wind, striking down the foe before he could draw his weapon. Another Xiongnu soldier approached, weapon raised in an attempt to strike Xingtian. The attacking Xiongnu forces aimed to secure the battlements, allowing more of their comrades to surge forward and seize control of the walls. As the enemy advanced, Xingtian swung his blade with reckless abandon. Relying solely on brute force, the Xiongnu soldier, only in the early stages of martial training, was soon overwhelmed, and Xingtian seized the moment, delivering a fatal blow. Two more Xiongnu soldiers climbed the battlements. Witnessing their comrades' demise, they joined forces, their eyes filled with rage as they charged at Xingtian. Fueled by adrenaline from his earlier victories, Xingtian faced them bravely, but soon found himself at a disadvantage. Lacking combat experience and technique, he relied on sheer strength, which began to falter as he felled yet another enemy. Wang Wu, his companion, noticed Xingtian's plight and rushed to assist. "Hold on, Brother Huan, I'm coming to help." With Wang Wu's timely intervention, The pressure on Xingtian eased significantly. So, you think you can bully me just because I lack skill and experience? Xingtian thought as he seized the opportunity to retaliate. Focusing on a single opponent, he unleashed a fierce onslaught, ultimately slaying the Xiongnu warrior. Wang Wu, having dispatched his own adversary, was now engaged with a fresh foe. Wang Wu's fighting style was precise and fluid, a stark contrast to Xingtian's reliance on brute force. Witnessing this, Xingtian resolved to seek out the old soldier for lessons in technique and strategy. After all, mere strength would not suffice against foes of equal or greater prowess. Kill! The battle cries echoed across the walls, amidst a flurry of blades and swords. As more Xiongnu soldiers relentlessly ascended, the defenders began to dispatch reinforcements to thwart the advancing enemy. Xingtian, having learned from experience, opted for stealthy strikes, targeting the vulnerable. Spotting an engaged enemy, he seized the opportunity for a swift, lethal strike to the side. Before long, the number of Xiongnu soldiers falling to his cunning tactics surpassed a dozen. Whoosh! Another soldier fell, and Xingtian skillfully withdrew his blade from the lifeless body. "Thank you, brother, but your method of killing is rather unique," the fallen foe's comrade remarked, observing the peculiarity of Xingtian's approach. "No need for thanks. We are comrades, united in our cause," Xingtian replied with a broad smile. Without further ado, he resumed his hunt for Xiongnu soldiers, keen on accumulating more kills. Watching Xingtian's relentless pursuit, his comrade felt a shiver run down his spine, silently mourning the fate of their enemies. Thus, Xingtian navigated the battlefield, striking with precision whenever the opportunity arose. Observing Zhang Daniu engaged with an enemy, he capitalized on the distraction to deliver a decisive blow to the Xiongnu soldier's side. The soldier, staring at the blade embedded in his waist, glared at Xingtian with fury and indignation. "You despicable coward! You resort to treachery, lacking honor." Xingtian felt a twinge of guilt, but reminded himself of the battlefield's harsh realities. Survival necessitated ruthless actions. Withdrawing his blade, he nearly dislodged the enemy's kidney in the process. Zhang Daniu, witnessing the scene, felt his lips twitch in disbelief at Xingtian's twisted tactics. "Brother Huan, the battlefield is perilous. Be cautious of your methods," he advised, noting that such tactics could breed resentment. "Thank you for the warning, Brother Daniu. I shall keep it in mind," Xingtian replied with a grin. Xingtian smiled innocently. Zhang Daniu, gazing at Xingtian's smile, felt an urge to utter, "Brother Huan, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from smiling. It is rather unsettling." After their brief encounter, Xingtian resumed his endeavors in the art of waist-cutting. In the midst of the chaotic melee, opportunities for him to reap rewards presented themselves. He was determined to vanquish several more foes, accumulate his kill points, and subsequently enhance his own capabilities. The battle raged on until dusk, with the invading Xiongnu forces climbing the city walls being mercilessly dispatched by the defending troops, preventing the Xiongnu from seizing the fortifications. Faced with their failure to capture the walls, the Xiongnu army had no choice but to sound the retreat. As Xingtian observed the retreating tide of the Xiongnu forces, he glanced at his blade, which bore the marks of battle. The ramparts, both above and below, were strewn with corpses, those of the Xiongnu and the defenders alike. At this juncture, the Xiongnu dispatched small contingents to collect the bodies of their fallen soldiers. A tacit understanding settled over both sides as they paused hostilities to gather the remains of their slain comrades. The north wind howled, banners fluttering atop the walls. The crimson sun cast its glow upon the earth, bathing the landscape in a sanguine hue. Despite the victory over the Xiongnu, the defenders did not celebrate. Instead, there the crowd gazed at Xingtian. Indeed, Xingtian nodded, though he did not take notes to name. Xingtian race, human realm, late martial apprentice cultivation technique, savage bull strength, minor accomplishment, blood slaughter blade technique, not entered. Add, strength, 999 gene talent. Bronze archer, add, kill value, 30 upon seeing that the blade technique had been recorded by his golden finger, and a plus sign appeared afterward. Xingtian unhesitatingly pressed the plus sign. With a mere click, he embarked on the path of cultivation, swift and effortless. Instantly, 10 points of kill value vanished, and the experience of the blood slaughter blade technique surged into his mind, making Xingtian feel as though he had trained in the technique for 2.5 years. "Show me a practice session." The veteran soldier tossed the sword to Xingtian. He received the sword and drew it, demonstrating the technique. With a swift upward slash to strike the sparrow, a mighty chop akin to splitting Mount Hua, a horizontal strike towards the horse, engaging in night battles from all directions. Sweeping through thousands of troops and executing chaotic strikes, the list goes on. Sheng Huayan skillfully performed the 18 forms of the blood slaughter blade technique. The veteran soldiers, Zhang Daniu, Wang Wu, Li Busan, and Li Busi, looked at Sheng Huayan as if he were a monster. To reach such a level after just one observation, could it be that this lad is truly a martial arts prodigy? Incredible, Brother Huayan. Your single glance equates to our 2.5 years of practice. Zhang Daniu expressed with admiration. Sometimes I truly resent the unfairness of heaven. Wang Wu sighed as he observed Sheng Huayan. A person like him, with a scholarly appearance, turned out to be a martial arts genius. Who could one complain to about this? Hee, I merely possess a good comprehension ability. Sheng Huayan chuckled foolishly. Enough, do not become arrogant. Practice diligently, for you are still merely a novice, the veteran soldier cautioned. Yes, uncle, I understand. Sheng Huayan nodded. Name. Sheng Huayan race. Human realm. Late martial apprentice cultivation technique. Savage bull strength, minor accomplishment. Blood slaughter blade technique, beginner. Add, strength, 999 gene talent. Bronze archer. Add, kill value, 20. Noticing that the blood slaughter blade technique could still be enhanced, Xing Huayan decisively added points. The blood slaughter blade technique advanced from beginner to minor accomplishment, consuming 20 points of kill value. With the kill value depleted, his combat strength was elevated yet again. Observing the exhausted kill value, Sheng Huayan felt quite uneasy, akin to a person with no savings gazing at a bank account balance of 0. Dong dong dong. Outside the gates, the war drums resounded. The Xiongnu army began to batter the gates once more. Within the military camp, Sheng Huayan gazed longingly at the city walls, yearning to partake in the battle. Without slaying foes, there could be no kill value. Without kill value, one could not grow stronger. This thought weighed heavily on him. Unfortunately, it was not their turn to guard the city today. He could only remain in the camp, listening to the sounds of battle from outside. Soon, the logistics officer arrived, bringing reinforcements to fill the ranks. They were assigned 4 soldiers. 2 appeared to be local troops, while the other 2, judging by their appearance, seemed to be conscripted from who knows where. There was no alternative. The war had persisted for half a month, and the depletion of soldiers defending the gates necessitated such reinforcements. After all, the court had yet to dispatch a large army for support. The 2 new recruits, upon hearing the sounds of battle outside, wore expressions of sheer terror. The veteran soldier looked at the 2 recruits with a resigned expression. These recruits were merely cannon fodder destined for death. Of course, Sheng Huayan was an exception. He was a peculiar case. Recruits without training or martial arts experience were indeed just fodder for slaughter. Everyone fell silent. Wang Wu silently polished his sword. Zhang Daniu looked up at the clear sky of the northern plains. A vast expanse of blue. It was September, the season of crisp autumn. Li Busan and Li Busi sat together resting. Uncle, how long do you think the Xiongnu army will continue their siege? Sheng Huayan inquired. Until winter, the veteran replied flatly. The Xiongnu army was battering the gates and advancing southward to plunder the grain of the border populace for the winter, while also capturing some women to make their winter a bit warmer. There will be fighting. Sheng Huayan's eyes sparkled with excitement. What kind of look is that? The veteran soldier glared at Sheng Huayan. While others wished for peace, Sheng Huayan seemed to yearn for war. Ahem, I was merely thinking about killing more Xiongnu bandits, accumulating military merit, securing a position, purchasing a few acres of land, and then marrying a few wives to live a good life. Sheng Huayan spoke nonsensically. A few wives? Has your bird grown up yet? Li Busi laughed. Ha ha, Brother Huayan, you're still a virgin, aren't you? Zhang Daniu also laughed heartily. Sheng Huayan's face darkened. I am 17 this year. My bird has matured. And all the feathers are in place. Should I take it out to compare? Shut up. What nonsense are you spouting? The veteran scolded. Comparing birds in the military camp. You really want to get yourself killed. Sheng Huayan could only obediently close his mouth, and Zhang Daniu ceased to tease him. Everyone busied themselves polishing their armor or sharpening their blades, as the morning passed amidst the sounds of battle. Sheng Huayan took the hand token from the veteran and went to collect equipment. Arriving at the supply depot, he was met with a logistics officer who inquired, "Whose subordinate are you, and what brings you here?" "I am a soldier of the veteran. I have a hand token to collect equipment," Sheng Huayan replied, presenting the token. The logistics officer took the token, glanced at it, and nodded. "Doe, you're that fellow's soldier. Wait here." He then turned and entered the supply room. "Hey, brother, are you here to collect weapons and equipment as well?" A burly man addressed Xingtian. Hearing the voice, Xingtian turned around and nodded. Feeling that the man looked somewhat familiar, "It's you, the kidney stabber." The burly man looked at Xingtian, his face filled with astonishment. "Kidney stabber? What kidney stabber?" Xingtian was utterly confused. The burly man seemed to recall something. Quickly fell silent, and guarded his waist with both hands. "No, nothing," he said, hastily turning to leave. Watching him go, Xingtian felt bewildered. "Deng Wu, why are you back? Where's the weapon you collected?" Deng Wu turned back and spoke. "Guess who I just saw? Mysterious. Did you encounter the esteemed general of Pingbei?" Pei Yong interjected. "No. Let me tell you. I encountered the kidney stabber," Deng Wu exclaimed. "Kidney stabber? The one known for ambushing and stabbing the kidneys of Xiongnu enemies?" Pei Yong asked. "Yes, that's him. I saw him brutally stab 5 or 6 Xiongnu soldiers yesterday. Each one was pierced through the kidney, and they died a terrible death," Deng Wu recounted, still shaken. "Why are you afraid of him? Will he stab you in the kidney? Besides, even if he were to stab someone, it would be the Xiongnu bandits, right? Look at how scared you are." Pei Yong remarked. "I'm just worried he might get carried away and suddenly stab me. Wouldn't I be finished? My beloved Xiaohong back home is still waiting for me to return and marry her," Deng Wu remarked. The logistics officer retrieved 30 arrow feathers from the storehouse and presented a new battle knife. Xingtian had initially hoped to procure more arrow feathers, but was reprimanded by the logistics officer, who insisted that resources were scarce and they must hold out until reinforcements arrived. Reluctantly, Xingtian acquiesced. Nevertheless, 30 arrow feathers would suffice for him to slay 30 enemies. After departing the camp storehouse, he returned to his unit. Following lunch, the Xiongnu army had yet to sound the retreat, and the veteran soldiers furrowed their brows as they gazed towards the city walls. A sense of unease stirring within them. Today's siege appeared even more ferocious than yesterday's. Before long, the martial officer urgently assembled them, leading their battalion to the city walls for support, as the defending unit was faltering. Upon receiving the order to aid them, Xingtian felt a surge of elation. He would once again ascend the walls to combat the enemy, with his bow and arrows slung over his back. A battle knife at his waist, and clad in armor, he swiftly followed the veterans up the walls. Today, the Xiongnu adversaries on the walls were even more numerous than the day prior, and many of the defenders had already perished. In the ensuing melee, Xingtian could not utilize his bow and arrow to vanquish foes. He drew his battle knife and charged at the enemy. As he swung down with the might of Taishan, a Xiongnu soldier swiftly raised his blade to parry. Clang! The knife struck, forcing the opponent back a few steps. Seizing the moment while the enemy was still dazed, Xingtian advanced rapidly, executing a swift knife maneuver that cleaved the opponent in twain. Wang Wu, witnessing Xingtian's ruthless assault, felt a chill run down his spine that he resolved never to provoke Xingtian again. This fellow was either stabbing kidneys or executing lethal strikes. He was exceedingly ferocious. After slaying one enemy with such brutal efficiency, Xingtian noted that he had gained 2 points of kill value. There was no time to ponder this. He swiftly directed his blade at another Xiongnu soldier. This soldier, an ordinary Xiongnu warrior newly initiated into martial training, found his weapon severed by Xingtian's strike, cleaving both man and blade in half. The bloodslaughter blade technique propelled Xingtian's combat prowess to new heights. No longer merely relying on brute strength, swish, another Xiongnu adversary fell beneath his blade. With the strength of 999 pounds in one arm, coupled with the blood slaughter blade technique, Xingtian's combat effectiveness had more than doubled since yesterday. Enemies of lesser cultivation were swiftly dispatched, as if they were mere vegetables. Xingtian caught sight of a familiar figure engaged in fierce combat ahead. It resembled the robust man he had encountered while retrieving weapons. At that moment, Deng Wu faced a formidable opponent, and the two clashed fiercely. Sensing an opportunity, Xingtian struck down with precision, plunging his knife into the waist of the Xiongnu soldier. Seeing this familiar scene, Deng Wu involuntarily shivered, feeling a sudden chill at his midsection. He's back. He's back again. The kidney stabber is here, wearing that gentle, kind smile. "Are you all right, my friend?" Xingtian offered a friendly smile. Yes, I'm fine. Thank you." Deng Wu hurriedly turned to distance himself from Xingtian. This was a battlefield, chaotic and tumultuous, He feared that Cheng Huayan might become addicted to stabbing and might deliver a blow to him as well. Watching Ding Wu retreat, Cheng Huayan was perplexed. Was he truly that fearsome? Why did it seem as though Ding Wu was afraid of him? Pondering this conundrum, Cheng Huayan continued his search for his next victim. Observing him as he relentlessly felled his comrades, a group of 4 or 5 Xiongnu soldiers converged to eliminate Cheng Huayan. You lowly way scum, daring to slay so many of my kin. You must die. One of the Xiongnu men glared at Cheng Huayan. In a short span, several had already perished at Cheng Huayan's hands, inevitably drawing the attention of many Xiongnu bandits. All of you deserve death. It's you who should perish, and I shall send each of you to meet your shaman with a single stroke. Cheng Huayan was not one to show mercy. It is said, those with a powerful thrust of his foot. Jibaxia propelled himself into the air, raising his curved blade above his head, aiming a direct strike at Cheng Huayan. In response, Sheng executed a swift slide, evading the blow with a deft maneuver, the Blood Fiend blade technique. Night battles in all directions. A faint crimson aura enveloped Cheng Huayan's blade. Clang, clang. The two engaged in a fierce clash, sparks flying from their blades. Cheng Huayan's strikes were incredibly swift, though lacking in power. His speed compensated for it. Before long, he found himself panting heavily, his armor bearing the marks of Jibaxia's strikes, blood seeping from the wounds. He had been injured. Indeed, a true warrior should never be underestimated. Jibaxia, too, was faring poorly, as Cheng Huayan's rapid assaults, infused with blood aura, had landed several blows on him, staining his battle attire with crimson. Not bad. Kid, you've managed to wound me. You have every reason to feel proud. Dying wouldn't be a loss, Jibaxia remarked, glancing at his injuries before fixing his gaze on Cheng Huayan. With so many murals around, do you sell paintings at home? If you wish to kill me, then come forth, Cheng Huayan retorted, raising his middle finger in defiance. Though Jibaxia did not comprehend the gesture's meaning, he could sense the mockery behind it. A mere late-stage martial apprentice dared to ridicule him, igniting a fierce anger within Jibaxia. Die! Jibaxia was determined. Cheng Huayan laughed heartily as he shouted. The number of enemies surging onto the city walls was increasing rapidly, observing where the Xiongnu soldiers were advancing. He charged recklessly into the fray, displaying a disregard for his own safety. The blood slaughter blade technique in his hands wielded a formidable might, effortlessly cleaving through the weaker Xiongnu adversaries who could not withstand a single strike. 1, 2, 3, he counted silently in his heart as he continued his slaughter. This moment, his strength was comparable to that of a warrior in the early stages of cultivation, and the Xiongnu soldiers fell before him in droves. He resembled a bloodthirsty god of war, his battle robe drenched in the blood of his enemies. Just as he was caught up in the fervor of battle, he suddenly sensed several powerful auras approaching, sending a tremor through his heart. From the ranks of the Xiongnu army below, 5 towering figures leapt into the air and landed upon the city walls. Their presence surged with potent energy, their true essence roiling and radiating outward. With a single strike, they unleashed a wave of true energy that sent a dozen soldiers flying. Mere air pressure from their palm was enough to send those soldiers crashing to the ground, bloodied and lifeless. In an instant, these 5 Xiongnu powerhouses had slain over 100 defenders, transforming a section of the city wall into a desolate expanse. Fortunately, Cheng Huayan was at a safe distance. Otherwise, he too would have met his demise under such a single blow. No wonder Wang Wu had warned him to be cautious. True warriors ascending the walls could easily wipe out entire groups with a mere slap. The left virtuous king seemed eager to breach the city, having dispatched 5 innate warriors to assault it. They had to act swiftly. Otherwise, the ordinary soldiers on the walls would soon be annihilated. On the battlements, 5 generals appeared, leaping down from the parapet to confront the 5 Xiongnu. You Xiongnu scoundrels, how dare you flaunt your cruelty? Bellowed a bearded officer. You Wei dogs thought you could cower away from battle. Ha ha ha, mocked a Xiongnu warrior, laughing heartily. Slay them, seize the walls, and let our forces pour through, commanded another innate Xiongnu warrior. Kill, annihilate them. Boom. Instantly, 10 warriors clashed together, their true energy surging, creating a pressure that kept ordinary soldiers at bay. That section of the wall had become a battlefield for these 10 combatants. Even from a distance, Cheng Huayan felt the intense pressure. So this is the might of martial artists? He mused, not feeling fear, but rather excitement and exhilaration. Such powerful beings were what he aspired to become. Soon, His slaughter value surged to 60 points. Name: Xingtian race. Human realm. Grand completion of warrior disciple. Plus, cultivation technique. Bull strength, minor achievement. Blood slaughter blade technique, minor achievement. Strength, 1,500 pounds talent. Bronze archer, plus, slaughter value. 60. Glancing at the golden light screen, he realized he could elevate his cultivation once more. Xingtian felt a thrill in his heart. It seemed he might break through to the warrior realm today. Observing the incessantly surging Xiongnu army, he resolutely allocated points to enhance his strength. In this battlefield, the stronger one was, the greater the chances of survival. Those with lower strength were mere cannon fodder, ultimately meeting their demise. With a single click, a powerful force coursed through his body, continuously refining his physique and bones. Xingtian felt the tremendous power within him bolster his flesh and skin. His aura significantly heightened, and his strength underwent a dramatic transformation. Name: Xingtian race. Human realm. Limit of warrior disciple cultivation technique. Bull strength, minor achievement. Blood slaughter blade technique, minor achievement. Strength, 2,000 pounds talent. Bronze archer, plus, slaughter value. 20. Upon glancing back at the light screen, Xingtian was taken aback. What on earth was the limit of a warrior disciple? Weren't martial arts delineated into early, middle, late stages, and grand completion? Having consumed 40 slaughter points, he had unexpectedly reached the limit of a warrior disciple, but he had anticipated a consumption of 60 points to break through to the warrior realm. Nevertheless, it was advantageous. His strength had increased by 500 pounds, reaching 2,000 pounds. His power had once again ascended. Although he had not yet cultivated true martial essence, his overall strength was not inferior to that of a mid-stage martial artist. Following his breakthrough, Xingtian continued his rampage, intentionally avoiding the battlefield where the 10 powerful warriors clashed. That section of the wall had become a no-man's land, with both defenders and Xiongnu soldiers steering clear. Unwilling to approach, a stray wave of true energy could easily slay a martial artist. Who would be foolish enough to risk their life by drawing near? After his substantial increase in power, Xingtian swiftly dispatched several Xiongnu soldiers attempting to scale the walls. Halt! A thunderous voice boomed from behind him. Turning around, Xingtian beheld a burly Xiongnu man glaring at him with fury. Swish! Xingtian's blade fell, effortlessly slaying an early-stage Xiongnu enemy. Did you not hear me tell you to stop? The Xiongnu giant glared at Xingtian, his face a mask of murderous intent. You think I would cease simply because you command it? Fool, Xingtian replied, wiping the blood from his blade with indifference. Were these Xiongnu not aware of the absurdity of their demands on the battlefield? Seeking death, the Xiongnu giant brandished a large blade. Charging at him, Xingtian countered with the blood slaughter blade technique, bringing the giant down in 3 strokes. How could you be so strong? The Xiongnu man exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features. He was a warrior in the early stages. Yet he had been bested by a mere disciple, a little martial artist. How laughable. Does one truly think being a martial artist confers strength? You are the second Xiongnu warrior I have slain, Xingtian declared, severing the giant's head from his shoulders. His slaughter value increased by 5 points. Indeed, the stronger the opponent, the greater the reward in slaughter value, Xingtian mused. However, on the battlefield, there were always more soldiers to conquer, making it easier to kill. Has this fellow consumed some miraculous elixir? His strength is growing at an astounding rate, Wang Wu remarked, having noticed Xingtian had just taken down another early-stage Xiongnu warrior. It had only been a short while, yet his power was nearly catching up to Wang Wu's. Could it be that there truly exist martial prodigies in this world? Wang Wu's heart was anything but calm. Xingtian, like a ferocious tiger, swiftly cut down over 20 Xiongnu soldiers before reaching Wang Wu's side. Brother Wang, what are the realms of those 5 Xiongnu powerhouses and the 5 generals? Xingtian inquired. Innate warriors, Wang Wu replied, slaying another Xiongnu soldier with a single strike. Innate warriors? Xingtian's eyes sparkled with aspiration. He too wished to grow rapidly and attain the realm of innate warriors, a determination solidifying in his heart. Stay far away. Even a wisp of true energy from an innate warrior could slay us. Wang Wu cautioned, I am not foolish enough to brazenly approach them, Xingtian retorted, rolling his eyes at Wang Wu. Enough chatter. Let us slay the enemies. These damned Xiongnu bandits are multiplying, Wang Wu exclaimed, raising his blade to strike down another Xiongnu soldier. Meanwhile, ever more Xiongnu soldiers were scaling the walls. The two newly arrived battalions of 4,000 troops finally managed to suppress the advancing Xiongnu horde. Seeing the prolonged siege, the left virtuous king dispatched an additional 5,000 troops to assault the city. Send more soldiers to join the assault. We must severely deplete the defending forces of Anning. He commanded the officers below. Yes, the order was relayed, and a contingent of 5,000 Xiongnu soldiers emerged from the camp, charging toward the city gates. The horn of the Xiongnu army echoed through the skies as tens of thousands surged forward. Relentlessly climbing the city walls to this moment, Sheng Huayan found himself besieged by over 20 Xiongnu soldiers. His ferocity had drawn attention, and in no time, he had slain several Xiongnu enemies, rendering him a prime target. Kill. A centurion from the Xiongnu army led a contingent that besieged Sheng Huayan. Engaged in a fierce struggle, he found himself embroiled in a dire predicament. Witnessing Sheng Huayan being assailed, Wang Wu swiftly dispatched his adversaries and rushed to his aid. Brother Huayan, do not fear. I am here to rescue you. However, before Wang Wu could reach Sheng Huayan, he too became ensnared by the encroaching forces of the Xiongnu. Upon seeing Wang Wu also surrounded, Sheng Huayan exhaled in relief, pondering why this man was so intent on claiming his head. The blood slaughter blade technique, executed by Sheng Huayan with impeccable precision, caused the Xiongnu assailants to fall one after another. Unable to breach his defenses, the Xiongnu centurion, a martial artist at the initial stage, was utterly incapable of overcoming Sheng Huayan. Death painted the battlefield in vivid hues, the ground soaked in crimson, with a swift strike of his blade. Sheng Huayan cleaved the Xiongnu centurion in twain, instilling terror in the hearts of the surrounding Xiongnu soldiers. This manner of death was a sight they had never witnessed before. With the centurion dispatched, the remaining Xiongnu soldiers who had encircled him were swiftly vanquished. The battle raged on until dusk, yet the Xiongnu forces failed to breach the city walls. Boom, boom, boom. The drums sounded a retreat, signaling the withdrawal of the Xiongnu soldiers, who receded like a tide. The 5 innate warriors of the Xiongnu, unable to contend against the 5 deputy generals of the Anning Pass garrison, were forced to retreat, leaving behind countless slain soldiers who had not managed to escape. A sea of corpses lay strewn across the ground, blood flowing like a river, saturating the earth in a deep scarlet hue. This moment, only around 3,000 defenders remained standing atop the walls, while over 10,000 of the Xiongnu assailants had retreated, leaving fewer than 4,000 behind. Sheng Huayan, gripping his sword, panted heavily. After battling since noon, he was utterly exhausted and bore numerous wounds that bled profusely. Fortunately, none were life-threatening. The Xiongnu have retreated. One soldier suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. But of the 8,000 men who had defended the city that day, only about 3,000 remained standing, a testament to the arduous struggle they had endured. Many soldiers gazed mournfully at the corpses of their comrades and the fallen Xiongnu, sorrow etched upon their faces. Perhaps tomorrow, it would be they who lay lifeless. Brave soldiers, do not mourn. We have triumphed today, slaying many Xiongnu brigands, and none have breached our gates. They sacrificed themselves to protect their families and homeland. They are all heroes. The deputy general appeared atop the city walls to comfort the defenders. General, can we truly hold the walls? A trembling soldier inquired. After suffering 5,000 casualties in a single day, how many more days could they endure? Yes, we certainly can. General Pingbei stands with us in life and death. Vowing to guard Anning Pass and never allowing the Xiongnu brigands to enter, the deputy general responded with resolute determination. Sheng Huayan recognized that this was the breaking slave general, one of the 5 esteemed deputy generals. A martial artist of mid-level innate prowess, Wang Wu whispered to Sheng Huayan. This general is one of the 5 esteemed deputy generals, tasked with commanding a regiment of 5,000 men. The Anning Pass garrison consists of only 5 regiments totaling 30,000 soldiers. After half a month of conflict, with the intensity of battle escalating, fewer than 20,000 soldiers remain. The 4 regiments that had participated in today's battle were withdrawn for rest. The task of clearing the battlefield, transporting the dead, and tending to the wounded fell to another regiment that had been rotated in. Upon returning to the barracks, they merely applied simple dressings to their injuries. Sheng Huayan was wrapped up like a mummy. Brother Huayan, you are pushing yourself too hard, Zhang Dainyu remarked, observing Sheng Huayan's numerous wounds. It's nothing serious. Sheng Huayan waved dismissively. Their 10-man squad had all sustained injuries. with Li Busan severely wounded and sent to the medical facility in the city. Li Busan, Zhang Daniu, and Wang Wu had only minor injuries that required simple bandaging. The 4 newly recruited soldiers had already perished in battle. You mustn't be overly reckless. Be wary of attracting the attention of the Xiongnu elites. Zhang Daniu cautioned. Had it not been for the veteran soldiers around to shield Sheng Huayan from the strong foes of the Xiongnu, he would have long since drawn their gaze. Naturally, Zhang Daniu refrained from voicing this concern. It's fine. I have a strong constitution, Sheng Huayan chuckled. From an unknown barack, the melancholic sound of a Chong flute wafted through the air, its melody both enchanting and poignant. Upon hearing the flute, the men fell silent. The atmosphere within the barack turning somber. In the barack of General Ping Bei, Yang Yi, several high-ranking commanders of the Anning Pass garrison convened. General, is it true that we cannot dispatch reinforcements from Jubai Pass? Breaking Slave General Sun Hao inquired. Jubai Pass boasts 200,000 Jinbei troops. Can they not spare even 10 or 20,000? Another deputy general added. Alas, at Jubai Pass, the Xiongnu Dahan leads 300,000 soldiers in their assault. General Ping Bei sighed. At Chishan Fortress, the Xiongnu right Xianwang commands another 100,000 troops to besiege. How can the Jinbei general send reinforcements? With Yang Yi's words, the 5 deputy generals fell into silence. Without reinforcements, how long could the remaining defenders at Anning Pass hold out? What of the Imperial Army? One deputy general asked, frustration evident in his voice. Yang Yi remained silent, gazing into the distance. The other 4 deputy generals shared in the silence. After a long pause, General Yang Yi finally spoke. Send word to the counties within the pass, urging them to dispatch local troops for support. If Anning Pass falls, they will not fare any better. Yes, I shall inform them immediately, Sun Hao said, rising to leave the barack. Later that night, Sheng Huayan examined the light screen. Name, Sheng Huayan race, human realm, martial apprentice pinnacle, plus, techniques, rampaging bull strength, minor achievement. Blood slaughter blade technique, minor achievement, strength, 2000 gene talent. Bronze archer, plus, kill value, 95. The kill value had risen to 95 points, yet neither rampaging bull strength nor blood slaughter blade technique had gained any enhancement, indicating that this amount of kill value was insufficient for improvement. However, his cultivation could be elevated. Seizing the opportunity, Sheng Huayan unhesitatingly allocated points to enhance his cultivation, instantly expending 60 kill points. That a surge of formidable energy coursed through his body, relentlessly honing and strengthening him. Each cell rejoiced, and his wounds began to heal rapidly. Simultaneously, a true energy manifested within him, circulating throughout his body as he practiced his techniques, fortifying his flesh and bones. This true energy was the essence of martial arts, and in a silent transformation, he officially entered the realm of martial artists. Name, Sheng Huayan race, human realm, initial stage martial artist techniques, rampaging bull strength, minor achievement. Blood slaughter blade technique, minor achievement, strength, 2,900 gene talent. Bronze archer, plus, kill value, 35. Observing his strength had risen to 2,900 gene. He was now nearing the pinnacle of martial artists. He had not anticipated such a robust enhancement from this extraordinary ability. Having just broken through to the martial artist realm, he was already comparable to those at the pinnacle. Perhaps this was the advantage of transcending the limitations of a martial apprentice? Sheng Huayan pondered silently. This situation was somewhat perplexing to him, as he himself had only recently embarked on the path of martial arts without undergoing systematic study. He had solely relied on his extraordinary abilities to enhance his cultivation. Unable to fathom the complexities, he chose to dismiss them. After all, the tangible improvement in his strength was undeniable, so why dwell on such matters? In that moment, Sheng Huayan felt an inexhaustible vigor coursing through his body. He now perceived himself as terrifyingly powerful. Capable of vanquishing 100 foes without difficulty, he surrendered to a blissful slumber, devoid of dreams. Upon awakening the next morning, after completing his morning exercises and enjoying breakfast, he learned that their camp would be resting today and would not engage in battle, allowing other camps to take over. Their battalion, originally numbering 2,000, had now dwindled to less than 1,000 due to the ongoing conflicts. Dong outside the city, the Xiongnu army commenced their assault once more. Unfortunately for Sheng Huayan and his comrades, they would not be dispatched to the battlefield today. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly slain 200 Xiongnu enemies. Such was his formidable strength. While the soldiers rested, reinforcements of over 1,000 arrived to replenish their ranks. Several sergeants were promoted, and Xingtian was among them. Xingtian, step forward, the martial officer called out loudly. Xingtian was momentarily taken aback before being nudged forward by Wang Wu. Present, he responded with enthusiasm. The martial officer regarded Xingtian, unable to recall such a valiant warrior in his ranks. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to adhere to the orders from above. Here is your appointment letter. From this day forth, you shall serve as the sergeant of the 10th Squad, declared the martial officer. Xingtian could scarcely believe his ears. Had he truly been promoted after only 2 or 3 days of service? To ascend directly to sergeant was nothing short of remarkable. He was elated, completely absorbed in the joy of his newfound position, oblivious to the officer's subsequent words in his previous life, having enjoyed the privileges of 007. He had now transformed into a sergeant, a development that filled him with delight. It was vital to understand that within the Wei dynasty, a sergeant held a 9th-grade military rank, signifying that he was no longer a mere foot soldier. Additionally, he would command 100 men in the context of his previous life. This was akin to being a leader within a factory or enterprise. Xingtian's promotion to sergeant of the 10th Squad came in the wake of the previous sergeant's death during the defense of the city. And most of the squad soldiers had also perished in battle. The recent influx of new recruits and able-bodied men had restored their numbers. Kid, lead these 100 men well. I entrust them to you, the martial officer said, patting Xingtian on the shoulder. Yes, I will certainly lead them well. Xingtian nodded, feeling a thrill of excitement at his first experience of leadership. Observing him, the martial officer was puzzled as to why the general of Ping Bei had taken such an interest in Xingtian. Resulting in this unexpected appointment in the military, one could achieve merit without necessarily being promoted, particularly in the border forces, where promotions were often left to the discretion of the commanding officers. Today our battalion engages in no combat, so everyone should rest well. There are battles awaiting us in the future, the martial officer concluded before departing. Xingtian surveyed the soldiers of his squad, who were now assessing their new commander. Brothers, though we may not have known each other before, I am now your sergeant. My name is Xingtian. Remember me well. In the heat of battle, I shall lead the charge and stand before you, he proclaimed loudly. His words fostered a sense of camaraderie among the 10th Squad, as they began to recognize him. The other sergeants in the camp observed Xingtian with curiosity. It was unusual for someone to suddenly emerge as the sergeant of the 10th Squad. Many within the camp were familiar with him, having fought alongside him, and during those skirmishes, they had come to recognize his prowess. It's him, the one with the lethal strikes, someone whispered. Deng Wu's face turned pale upon realizing that the one known for his ruthless attacks had now become their sergeant. This is bad. How could it be him? He muttered under his breath. What's wrong? Do you know him? Yuan Yong inquired. Of course. He—the one I told you about. The one with those lethal strikes. Deng Wu replied. Is it really him? He doesn't seem like it, Yuan Yong remarked, incredulous. That's because you haven't witnessed his ferocity on the battlefield, striking down foes without a moment's hesitation. Deng Wu swallowed hard as he spoke. What are you two whispering about? Xingtian noticed their hushed conversation and recognized one of the faces. Nothing, Sergeant. Deng Wu quickly responded, as long as it's nothing. Xingtian nodded, relieved that they harbored no grievances regarding his promotion. All right, everyone disperse and rest well, remaining prepared for the battles that lie ahead. With that, Xingtian dismissed his squad. New armor, military blades, battle robes, and identification badges were issued, and he had transformed into a junior officer. Clad in his new armor and draped in his battle robe, he exuded an imposing presence. Let me find the veterans, he said, setting off. Uncle, I've come to see you. Are you here to show off? Zhang Daniu asked with a grin. Of course not. You've misunderstood me, Brother Zhang. Am I really that kind of person? Xingtian retorted. You are indeed that kind of person, Wang Wu interjected sourly. Despite having sufficient merit in cultivation, he had not been promoted to sergeant. He remained a mere foot soldier, while Xingtian seemed to have struck a stroke of luck, ascending to sergeant after only 3 or 4 days of service. Had he not known that Xingtian was a recent recruit, he might have assumed he was a noble scion seeking experience. The speed of his promotion was astonishing, nearly equivalent to rising a rank each day. Why do I detect a hint of jealousy? Brother Zhang, can you smell it? Xingtian teased. Enough of the banter. Since you've been promoted to sergeant, you must lead the soldiers well. Such promotions are hard-earned. And now, get some rest, the veteran advised. But it's not even noon. Why should I sleep? Xingtian was baffled. Just listen to the veterans and get some good rest now, Li Bu-si said with a knowing look. The veteran-S squad had also been replenished, and Xingtian had been assigned as sergeant of the 10th squad. While Li Bu-san was recuperating from severe injuries, 6 unfamiliar faces had recently joined their ranks. Get lost. Don't linger before me. Your presence annoys me. Wang Wu grumbled. You're just envious. Xingtian flashed his sergeant's badge. Watch out, or I'll hammer you. Wang Wu feigned anger. Returning to his quarters, Xingtian complied with the veterans' advice to rest. Though the veterans did not disclose their reasons, he followed their counsel. Now, he had been assigned to a room of his own. Modest yet devoid of the need to share a bunk with others, conveniently located next to the 10th Squad's quarters. Outside the city, the Xiongnu army continued its relentless assault, with fierce combat erupting along the walls. Today, they had deployed over 10,000 troops for the siege, intensifying their efforts. 10,000 troops. What a staggering sight, a veritable sea of humanity. Until dusk, the Xiongnu forces were unable to breach the city walls. After a long slumber that began at noon and extended into the evening, Xingtian awoke to find the siege had just concluded. Another day passed. The sun cast its glow upon him, and he felt the first hints of the northern chilled. In his previous life, he had yearned for the clamor of battle. Now, after 2 or 3 days of combat, he felt as though he were in a dream. He gazed at his delicate, elongated hands, scarcely believing that they had taken the lives of 100 or 200 foes. Yet here stood Xingtian, the sergeant. The messenger hastened over, vocalizing loudly to rouse Xingtian from his reverie. What is it? Is there military business? Xingtian inquired, nodding slightly. The camp commander has issued orders for you to report. The messenger replied hurriedly before departing. Before Xingtian could inquire further, he received the military command and proceeded towards the tent of Captain Wu. Upon entering the tent, he found a dozen sergeants already gathered. Captain Wu occupied the seat of honor, flanked on either side by 2 sergeants from their battalion, each commanding 1,000 men, as 2 sergeants were designated per battalion. Xingtian scanned the room and casually chose a spot near the entrance to sit down. Noticing the pervasive silence, he remained unaware of the reason for their assembly. Soon, all 20 sergeants from the 7th Battalion of the Anning Pass garrison had arrived. Captain Wu then spoke slowly. I presume some of you have already surmised the reason for your summons. General Ping Bei has issued a mission to raid the enemy camp, and this task has fallen upon our battalion. Upon hearing the raid order, many sergeants' expressions shifted dramatically. It dawned on Xingtian why some had appeared so grim upon his entry. A raid, as the name suggests, entails a night assault on the enemy's encampment. In relative terms, this is a perilous mission fraught with danger. One must consider that the Xiongnu encampment beyond the pass still harbors no fewer than 70,000 troops, with their battalion comprising 2,000 men. The consequences of charging into the enemy camp are all too predictable. Simultaneously, during the day, he understood why the veteran soldiers had advised him to rest earlier. It seemed they had already foreseen the impending orders. Now, the purpose of gathering you is to relay the mission directive. Upon returning, you are to assemble your respective units, exit through the southern gate, and encircle the rear of the Xiongnu encampment, aiming to wreak havoc and disrupt their operations, thereby delaying their daytime siege efforts and buying time for our defense. Have you understood? Captain Wu concluded, surveying the sergeants with a commanding gaze. Understood, the sergeants replied in unison. Good, now gather your troops that I shall accompany you. Captain Wu declared. Xingtian and the others acknowledged the command and returned to their quarters to rally the soldiers. Gather, there is a military order, Xingtian called out to the troops, upon hearing the declaration of military orders. The soldiers of the 10th Squad swiftly assembled. When the military order is issued, any delay will result in execution. Sergeant, what is the military order? One squad leader inquired as the troops lined up. Each squad contained 2 squad leaders, overseeing 5 teams of 50 men. A squad comprises a platoon, a team consists of a section, and a sergeant commands a battalion. Do not ask unnecessary questions. It is not the time for such inquiries. Just follow me, Xingtian replied coolly, casting a sidelong glance at the squad leader. With this, further questioning ceased, for Xingtian was the sergeant of this unit, their superior, leading the troops under the cover of night. They quickly arrived at Captain Wu's tent. Other sergeants had also gathered. Captain Wu stood alongside the two sergeants, and once the soldiers were assembled, he simply stated, "Move out." Captain Wu personally led the 2,000-strong army, stealthily exiting through the southern gate under the cloak of darkness. By this time, many veteran soldiers had surmised the purpose behind the nighttime assembly, while only the new recruits and recently assigned soldiers remained oblivious to their destination. Exiting the southern city gate, they traversed a narrow path, climbing hills and valleys, taking an hour and a half to breach the mountain range and emerge beyond the pass. After another half hour, they finally encircled the rear of the Xiongnu army's encampment. Sergeant 2, you lead 500 men to initiate the assault from the left flank. Sergeant Li, take 500 men from the right. I will command 1,000 men to attack from the rear of the Xiongnu encampment. Captain Wu instructed. Understood. Both sergeants affirmed, "It is now the hour of the rat. We shall commence the attack at the hour of the tiger. Do you all comprehend?" Captain Wu inquired. Understood. The two sergeants and the assembled sergeants responded in hushed tones. Very well, let us set forth. Sergeant Li led 5 squads toward the right flank of the Xiongnu army, with Sheng Huayan's unit among them. Upon reaching the right side of the Xiongnu encampment, they could see the flickering flames from within the enemy's camp from a distance. As they approached within 500 meters, the unit came to a halt. Illuminated by the firelight, they could discern the patrolling Xiongnu soldiers. The moonlight was shrouded by clouds, rendering visibility limited. Sergeant, shall we initiate the ambush from here? Sheng Huayan quietly inquired, moving closer to Sergeant Li. Recognizing Sheng Huayan as one of the favored sergeants, Sergeant Li responded, "What are your thoughts? At this distance, a charge would create too much noise and risk alerting the Xiongnu forces. It would be more prudent to advance to within 100 meters, making our assault much easier and less likely to arouse suspicion." Sheng Huayan proposed, "You make it sound so simple. Is it truly so easy to approach within 100 meters of the enemy's encampment? Be cautious not to jeopardize our raiding plan, or both our heads may be on the chopping block." Sergeant Li retorted, "Sir, I have a method to stealthily close in on the enemy to within 100 meters without being detected," Sheng Huayan asserted, his mind racing with thoughts of how to maximize the kill and gain battle merit for his cultivation. "You?" Sergeant Li regarded Sheng Huayan with skepticism. "I vow to submit a military order. Should I fail to accomplish this task, I shall present my head." Sheng Huayan proclaimed with conviction that in this darkness, to approach within 100 meters of the enemy is a perilous endeavor. "What hope do we have for a successful night raid?" Sergeant Li mused. "Very well. Since you are willing to make such a pledge, lead your squad forward to within 100 meters of the enemy encampment." Sergeant Li conceded, intrigued by Sheng Huayan's resolute demeanor. With his objective clear, Sheng Huayan returned to gather his squad. "Follow me. We shall advance closer and pave the way for the main force's assault." He instructed his soldiers, "Sergeant, at this distance, advancing further risks detection by the enemy." Tang Yinshan cautioned, "Just follow my lead. I have a plan that will keep us undetected." Sheng Huayan replied that he realized that this army seemed unfamiliar even with the basics of crawling forward and executing stealthy ambushes. Tang Yinshan opened his mouth to argue, feeling it was tantamount to courting death, but seeing that Sheng Huayan had issued a military order, further objections would be futile. "Everyone, follow my lead. Do as I do. And make not a sound," Sheng Huayan commanded. The two squad leaders and the other team leaders exchanged glances, pondering how they could possibly remain silent. Sheng Huayan crouched low, moving forward, and the soldiers mimicked his actions, trailing behind him. After advancing 50 meters, Sheng Huayan dropped to the ground. "Everyone, get down," he urged. Seeing him prone, the soldiers had no choice but to follow suit, all flattening themselves against the earth, once on the ground. To avoid making noise, Sheng Huayan began to crawl forward slowly. Observing Sheng Huayan move like a worm, Tang Yinshan and the others followed suit, crawling along the ground. Fortunately, the terrain was sandy, allowing their armored bodies to produce minimal noise as they crept along at a deliberate pace. Watching Sheng Huayan and his men vanish into the night, Sergeant Li felt a mix of curiosity about how this individual managed to lead his squad into obscurity. Half an hour passed without any sign of movement, prompting one sergeant to voice his concern. "Sergeant, could it be that he has led his troops to flee?" Silence. Li Bingwei cast a glance at the Buzhong. Were it not for the extraordinary circumstances of the present time, he would have undoubtedly struck the man several times. Rather than anticipating the good, he excelled at sowing discord. Under Li Bingwei's fierce glare, The Boizhong recoiled, falling silent as time passed. The night deepened among the Hun's ranks. The vigilance of the patrolling soldiers gradually waned. An hour later, Sheng Huan, accompanied by his soldiers, crawled to within 100 meters of the Hun encampment, in the brief span of 400 meters. Sheng Huan and his 100 soldiers took a full hour to traverse the distance. This was primarily due to their cumbersome armor and the fact that these soldiers were inexperienced in such stealthy crawling maneuvers. Fearing that moving too swiftly would create noise, Sheng Huan proceeded particularly slowly. "What time is it now?" Sheng Huan inquired of Tang Yunshan, who was behind him. "It is now 6 quarters past the Chou hour." "With 2 quarters remaining until the Yin hour," Tang Yunshan replied. Sheng Huan nodded. With 2 quarters left until the Yin hour, they had 30 minutes remaining. A quarter of an hour equated to 15 minutes. And the Yin hour indicated 3 o'clock in the morning. This time frame was when one was most prone to drowsiness, making it the optimal moment to launch a night raid. "Prepare yourselves. Follow me into the fray shortly," Sheng Huan commanded. "Yes, Boizhong," Tang Yunshan and Hai Dao responded, both leaders among the ranks. "Once we breach the enemy camp, Hai Dao, you shall lead a squad to set fire to their tents. Tang Yunshan, you will take another squad to eliminate the encroaching foes. Do you understand?" Sheng Huan continued in a hushed tone. "Understood." As time ticked away, the moment for the assault drew nearer, and the soldiers could not help but feel the tension mounting. From 100 meters away, the faint crackling of burning wood from the Hun encampment could be heard. At this point, the flames within the Hun army began to dwindle. The moon of the night had retreated behind the clouds, and the northern winds howled as if the heavens themselves were aiding them. "Boizhong, the time is upon us," Tang Yunshan reminded him. Sheng Huan removed the bow and arrows from his back, knocking an arrow to the string. "Archers, prepare to swiftly eliminate the patrolling soldiers," he urged, crouching slightly. The archers in the ranks also crouched, preparing their bows. "Fire," Sheng Huan commanded, releasing an arrow that struck down a Hun patrol soldier. Whoosh, whoosh, 10 arrows flew forth, claiming the lives of 7 Hun foes. Enemy attack. The remaining 2 Hun soldiers, witnessing their comrades fall, were about to shout in alarm. Whoosh, whoosh. Sheng Huan released 2 arrows simultaneously, dispatching the last 2 Hun soldiers. "Soldiers, charge with me." Sheng Huan rose and surged forward. The other soldiers quickly followed suit, drawing their blades and rushing alongside him. In less than 10 seconds, they traversed the 100 meters and breached the enemy camp. By the time another patrol of Hun soldiers heard the commotion and reacted, Sheng Huan and his men had already engaged. "Brothers, let us slay." Sheng Huan swiftly knocked another arrow, felling the enemies that rushed at him. Tang Yunshan, leading 50 soldiers, pressed forward to strike down the Hun forces. Meanwhile, Hai Dao led his squad to ignite torches and set fire to the Hun tents. "Officer, look," Li Bingwei, who had been observing intently, was astonished. The speed of the raid was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they had penetrated the enemy camp, leaving the Huns hardly any time to react as he saw the encampment ablaze. Li Bingwei finally snapped back to reality. "Brothers, follow me. Let us slay the Hun foes," he shouted as he climbed to join the charge. Sheng Huan swiftly discharged 30 arrows before drawing his blade to engage the Hun soldiers. The surrounding Hun soldiers, awakened by the commotion, hurried out to confront the attackers. Sheng Huan led the charge, relentlessly cutting down any Hun soldiers that stood in his way. Hai Dao continued to set fire to the tents, resulting in the deaths of some Hun soldiers who were too deep in slumber to escape. Many of the Hun soldiers were caught off guard, unable to fathom that the garrison at Anning Pass would dare to launch a raid at this hour. By the time Li Bingwei and his troops stormed into the enemy camp, chaos had erupted amidst the inferno. "Put out the fire. Quickly, extinguish the flames. The enemy is attacking the camp. Stop them at once." The Hun camp was thrown into disarray, with some scrambling to douse the flames while others sought to confront the intruders. "Half of you assist with the flames, the rest follow me to kill." Li Bingwei bellowed. At this moment, Sheng Huan and his men pressed further into the depths of the enemy camp on the left flank. The butcher officer and the rear guard of the Hun forces had also launched their assault during the Yin hour. "Do not linger. Do not halt. Charge with me," Sheng Huan cried out. More and more Huns were roused from their slumber. "Damn the way. They dare to raid our camp. Slay them," roared a Hun centurion. "Surround them. Do not let them attack the encampment." The Huns shouted in a panic, their urgency palpable as they witnessed the spreading flames. Han soldiers surged forward to encircle the attackers, knowing that if they hesitated, the Huns would crush them beneath their feet. The only course of action was to press forward, sowing chaos within the enemy camp. The right side of the Hun encampment blazed brilliantly, fueled by the wind. As the flames raged fiercely on the walls of Anning Pass, the defenders spotted the distant glow of fire outside the city. The Hun encampment is ablaze. The officer on watch rushed to the battlements. "General, the Hun encampment is on fire," exclaimed the general of the broken slave army, Sun Hao, with a laugh that I see it. "They have succeeded. Open the gates swiftly and let the cavalry charge." "Yes, General." The officer hurried to command the gates to be opened. The cavalry of Anning, long prepared, surged forth as soon as the gates swung open. With only 2,000 troops, led by General Zhao Yong'an, they charged out at this moment. Sheng Huayan and his squad continued to wreak havoc, setting fires and causing chaos in the right section of the Han encampment. What is happening? The noise had startled the left prince of the Central Army, who now demanded an explanation. "Your Excellency, the Wei forces have taken advantage of the night to raid the camp," a Han general replied, drenched in cold sweat. "Damn it. How could you lack even this minimal vigilance? How could you allow the Wei to raid our camp?" The left prince fumed. Within the military tent, the Han generals held their breath, astonished that the cunning Wei would dare to strike at such an hour. "Why are you still standing there? Quickly, dispatch troops to eliminate the raiding Wei." The left prince bellowed. "Yes." The generals within the tent scrambled out, vowing to slay every Wei soldier involved in the raid. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of hooves shattered the night's chaos. "What noise is that? Fools, cannot you recognize the sound of hooves? The Wei cavalry is upon us." Panic ensued among the Hun soldiers, many losing their composure. "Brothers, let us carve a path through the blood." Sheng Huayan continued to charge forward, cutting down the Hun soldiers that obstructed his way. His battle attire and armor were already drenched in blood, and his troops followed closely behind, fighting fiercely wherever he went, fueling the flames as they advanced. The speed of their assault left the Hun soldiers unable to organize a counterattack. The roaring flames of the Hun encampment saw soldiers scrambling to extinguish the fires, while others perished in the chaos. In summary, the scene was one of utter turmoil. In some areas, it became impossible to distinguish friend from foe, leading to chaotic brawls. The fire blazed high, thick smoke billowed, and the right encampment was thrown into complete disarray by Sheng Huayan and his men. "Help! Save me! Ah, it hurts so much! Help me! I do not wish to die!" The soldiers of the Xiongnu, engulfed in flames, screamed as they rushed towards their comrades, seeking salvation. Li Bingwei, leading 400 men, charged behind Sheng Huayan and his group. In the fray, they soon lost sight of the direction towards which Sheng Huayan had ventured. The assault on the Xiongnu's left and rear camps, led by the Butcher Wei and the martial officer, did not proceed as smoothly as Sheng Huayan's endeavor. During their charge, they were detected by the Xiongnu patrols, which alarmed their soldiers. They suffered casualties as they breached the enemy camp, encountering numerous Xiongnu soldiers who pursued and obstructed them. Although they succeeded in their incursion, the commotion they caused paled in comparison to that of Sheng Huayan's group. "Commander, it seems we have stumbled upon a Xiongnu supply depot," a soldier exclaimed amidst the chaos. "Lead the way," Sheng Huayan responded, instantly altering their course upon hearing it was a storage point for the Xiongnu army's provisions. If they could destroy the enemy's supplies, how could the Xiongnu sustain themselves for their siege? "Brothers, stay close. Charge this way," Sheng Huayan shouted. Along the way, they lost some soldiers to battle and scattered a few others. Now, merely 70 remained by his side. Upon reaching the designated supply area, Sheng Huayan entered a tent filled with provisions. Inside some tents were flocks of sheep. "Burn it all down. Haide, take your men and incinerate everything," Sheng Huayan commanded swiftly. He then led his remaining troops to confront the advancing Xiongnu forces. With his bloodthirsty blade technique, he moved as swiftly as a shadow, and the non-martial Xiongnu soldiers could hardly withstand his strikes. Haide, accompanied by his soldiers, ignited the tents one by one. At the sight of the flames sent the penned sheep into a panic. "Bah! Bah! Open the pens and drive the sheep out," Haide shouted. A few soldiers rushed forward to open the sheep pens, tossing torches inside. The frightened sheep scattered wildly, fleeing in all directions. Thousands of sheep charged toward the Xiongnu camp, adding to the chaos, seeing Sheng Huayan's group setting fire to their supplies. The Xiongnu soldiers rushed to intervene. They knew well that their resources were limited. Otherwise, they would not have descended southward before winter to plunder the supplies of the Great Way. Tent after tent of provisions ignited, and the Xiongnu soldiers seethed with rage at the destruction wrought by Sheng Huayan and his men. Faced with an increasing number of Xiongnu soldiers, Sheng Huayan and his group could only fight and retreat. The wind fueled the flames, quickly engulfing the area, and the sight of the vast stores of grain ablaze made the hearts of the Xiongnu soldiers bleed. "Everyone, run! Follow me!" Sheng Huayan shouted as he noticed the encroaching Xiongnu forces. His soldiers, heeding his command, hastily followed him. As they ran, they fought and set more fires, losing all sense of direction. Meanwhile, the martial officer and Butcher Wei were also clashing with soldiers in the Xiongnu camp, unable to halt their relentless advance as more Xiongnu soldiers surrounded them. If they did not flee, being encircled meant only one fate: death. This night, it seemed as if heaven was aiding them. The northern wind howled ever stronger, and the Xiongnu's military tents burned rapidly. The vast Xiongnu camp descended into utter chaos. After taking a brief respite, Sheng Huayan inquired. Once he finished speaking, an oppressive silence enveloped the group. In the darkness of night, only the howling wind could be heard, creating an atmosphere that was eerily unsettling. "No, please, speak. Your silence terrifies me," Sheng Huayan confessed, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. "Chief, it seems we are rather lost." Yuan Yong timidly ventured. Beside him, Deng Wu was utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground, unwilling to move. "What?" Sheng Huayan was taken aback. "It appears so." Tang Yinshan chimed in. "Chief, under the cover of darkness, we rushed into the enemy camp and have been fleeing ever since. Completely losing our sense of direction," Hai Dai added. Sheng Huayan collapsed onto the grass, gazing up at the sky with his hands covering his face. The good news was that they had successfully completed their mission of raiding the enemy camp and managed to escape. The unfortunate news was that they seemed utterly disoriented, having no idea where they had ended up. "Let us just wait until dawn. Once the sun rises, we'll be able to discern our bearings," he consoled himself. Thus, the group lay upon the grass, allowing the northern winds to buffet them. They were utterly fatigued from traversing mountains and valleys under the cover of night, having ventured beyond the pass, and now lying concealed in the dark. They had scarcely rested, engaging in the assault on the enemy camp, battling foes, igniting fires, and then fleeing for 20 miles. Had it not been for their martial prowess, they likely would have succumbed in the enemy's camp. Even from 20 miles away, the flickering flames of the Xiongnu army's encampment could be seen in the distance. After an indeterminate time, the eastern sky began to reveal the first light of dawn. As time passed, the flames within the Xiongnu camp gradually extinguished. Throughout the night, soldiers on the city walls watched the flames with glee, hoping for them to burn brighter. Whoever attacked the right camp did a commendable job. "Ha ha, they set ablaze so many enemy tents." On the left and rear, however, the damage was minimal, not much was burned. Another soldier remarked, "No one knows how many Xiongnu troops were slain tonight. Regardless, the losses must be considerable." General Palu led the cavalry into the enemy camp and surely dispatched many foes. General Yang Yi of Pingbei was also quite pleased to hear of the successful raid. After such a commotion, the Xiongnu would likely lack the energy to continue their assault during the day. "Ha! The fire was a grand spectacle, far exceeding our expectations." General Panu, Sun Hao, chuckled heartily. "Indeed, it makes me want to charge into the enemy camp and unleash carnage myself." Another deputy general remarked, "The spoils should not be insignificant. I just wonder how many of the 7 battalions that attacked the camp will return alive." Another deputy general mused. Silence fell over the group once more. The raid was merely a gamble of lives against the enemy's losses. As dawn broke, smoke still rose from the Xiongnu encampment. Looking at the ravaged camp, the Xiongnu soldiers appeared disheveled and dejected. After a tumultuous night, the Xiongnu army was utterly exhausted. The left prince surveyed the devastated camp and the disheartened soldiers, his countenance dark as storm clouds. It was evident how furious he was at this moment. He had intended to breach Anning Pass today, but after this debacle, what could he present to the gates? A troop of soldiers stripped of their morale. The Xiongnu generals, one and all, dared not utter a word. Trembling in trepidation, fearful that the left prince's wrath might fall upon them, as the day grew bright and the sun ascended, the losses were finally tallied. "What are the casualty reports?" the left prince asked. his tone devoid of emotion. However, the assembled Xiongnu generals felt a chill run down their spines. Familiar with the left prince's temperament, they knew this indicated a looming threat of violence. Your Highness, last night we lost over 18,000 men. With injuries exceeding 9,000, a general cautiously reported. The casualty figures approached 30,000, a staggering toll indeed. And what else? Additionally, 2/3 of our supplies were destroyed in the fire, over 30,000 sheep fled, and more than 7,000 warhorses escaped. The general forced himself to divulge the grim news. Useless. All of you are useless. The left prince could no longer contain his fury, erupting in a thunderous roar. Over 30,000 sheep, a third of their food supply, had fled. Initially, there had been over 90,000, and now a third were gone. The loss of more than 7,000 warhorses meant that 7,000 cavalrymen would be rendered combat ineffective. Furthermore, losing 2/3 of their food supplies left the army in dire straits. The reported casualties of 20 to 30,000 valiant warriors who had perished in a single night raid weighed heavily on his heart. Who was on guard last night? Bring him to me for execution, the left prince bellowed, his rage palpable. The generals in the tent shivered under the weight of his wrath, with such catastrophic losses in a single night. Who could blame the left prince for his ire? He would undoubtedly face ridicule from that scoundrel, the right prince, and he had no explanation to offer to disarm you. Useless. All of you are useless. Attack the city. If we cannot capture Anning Pass, you all shall perish, the left prince thundered. Your Highness, we cannot. Our troops are weary, our horses exhausted, and morale is low. We cannot lay siege now. Left Guli. The left prince's right-hand man and father-in-law quickly interjected. Despite the left prince's rage, he had to suppress it. With only 50,000 troops remaining, attempting to breach the gates would be exceedingly difficult. To launch an assault now, when the men were already fatigued and the horses spent, would be akin to courting death. The commander on duty last night was executed to appease the left prince's wrath. Within Anning Pass, General Yang Yu remained silent as he observed the 7th Battalion returning. Out of the 2,000 who had set out, fewer than 500 returned. The commanding officer, Wei, had perished, while Li was gravely injured, and Wu bore numerous wounds. The majority of the returning soldiers were also injured. Sheng Huayan nodded slightly as a group of individuals advanced towards the direction of Anning Pass. After traversing 5 or 6 miles, the procession came to a halt. What is the matter? Sheng Huayan inquired. Captain, ahead there are Xiongnu cavalry pursuing a contingent of our Anning garrison, a soldier leading the way reported. Upon witnessing the Anning garrison being chased by Xiongnu cavalry, Sheng Huayan acted without hesitation. Let us go and provide assistance. Hand over all the arrows you possess. At the same time, he requisitioned the arrows from several soldiers, accumulating over 30 shafts that he rushed towards the direction of the Allied forces, simultaneously enhancing the proficiency of his archers. Name: Sheng Huayan race, human realm, early martial artist, increase, technique, brawny bull strength, minor accomplishment, increase, blood fiend blade technique, minor accomplishment, increase, strength, 2,900 pounds talent, bronze archer, increase, kill value, 185. The previous night's fierce battle had yielded 150 points of kill value, with no less than 100 Xiongnu enemies dispatched. With a kill value of 185, his cultivation, techniques, and blade skills all exhibited enhancements. This signified the opportunity for further advancement, yet Sheng Huayan refrained from rushing to improve. Faced with the Xiongnu cavalry, the most effective means of attack was archery. Thus, he opted to allocate points to elevate his archer level. The upgrade to Silver Archer consumed 20 points of kill value. Upon achieving this rank, he felt an overwhelming surge in his archery prowess. As he sprinted, Sheng Huayan swiftly knocked 3 arrows onto his bowstring. With a single release, 3 arrows flew forth, instantly felling 3 Xiongnu cavalrymen. Tang Yinshan, Haide, and others were left astounded. This is incredible. 500 meters away, he shoots 3 arrows and kills 3 Xiongnu cavalry. Is he cheating? Those are Xiongnu cavalry, not infantry. They move swiftly, and how could an ordinary person hit them? Haide exclaimed in admiration. Tang Yinshan glanced at Haide, surprised to see this burly fellow had learned the art of flattery. The rapid elimination of 3 cavalrymen drew the attention of the Xiongnu forces, who soon recognized Sheng Huayan's contingent. Allied forces, we are saved. One pursued soldier shouted with joy. What are you shouting for? Hurry and run. They are Xiongnu cavalry. We are merely foot soldiers. If we do not flee, We will perish, another soldier retorted. The Xiongnu cavalry numbered over 30, seemingly a small squadron. Damn it, how dare they kill my Xiongnu wolf cavalry? The squad leader of the Xiongnu cavalry seethed with rage. Another squad of Wei soldiers. They must be the ones who attacked our camp last night. We must behead them and claim our reward. The squad leader bellowed to the next moment. The Xiongnu cavalry turned their mounts towards Sheng Huayan's group. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more arrows were released, each finding its mark and slaying another 3 Xiongnu cavalrymen. As the enemy charged towards them, Sheng Huayan showed no intention of retreating, but he seized this opportunity to test his archery skills. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more arrows flew, causing 3 cavalrymen to tumble from their steeds in a matter of moments. A third of the Xiongnu cavalry squad had been decimated. Impressive, Captain! Tang Yinshan could not help but shout. However, lacking eloquence, he resorted to a simple exclamation of admiration. Initially, upon seeing the Xiongnu cavalry charging towards them, he had wanted to urge Sheng Huayan to lead the group in retreat. Now, it seemed his concerns were unfounded. The other soldiers gazed at Sheng Huayan with eyes filled with respect and admiration. They had not anticipated that their captain was also a master archer. Charge! Kill them! The Xiongnu cavalry squad leader commanded. But with 9 cavalrymen already felled by Sheng Huayan, he realized he could not return without taking the heads of his foes. These were his tribesmen, his kin. With a steady aim, Sheng Huayan drew back his bowstring and released an arrow that struck true. The squad leader, at the forefront of the charge, widened his eyes in shock as the arrow sped towards him like lightning. Thud! Blood splattered as his body was violently hurled backward, and he felt the world spin before him with a face full of helplessness. Wang Wu sighed. Sheng Huayan rolled his eyes in response. Then let us be brief. The 20 or so Anning guards had also hurried over, standing a short distance away, observing Sheng Huayan and his companions. Last night, during the raid, we launched our attack from the left flank, but the operation did not proceed smoothly. Although we successfully struck the Xiongnu camp, the losses were significant. Once we breached the enemy's stronghold, we set fires and engaged in combat with the Xiongnu forces, but as their numbers swelled, we became scattered. By the time we escaped the enemy encampment, we had lost all sense of direction. Fleeing blindly in one direction, Wang Wu recounted, they had banded together during their flight as scattered soldiers. When dawn broke, we discovered that we had inadvertently fled to the rear of the Xiongnu. This morning, we headed towards Anning Pass, preparing to return. However, we encountered Xiongnu cavalry along the way, wandering across the grasslands as if searching for us, the scattered remnants of last night's raid. Wait a moment. Brother Wang, are you suggesting that Xiongnu cavalry are roaming the path back, blocking our return? Sheng Huayan inquired. Indeed, there are numerous Xiongnu cavalry obstructing our route back. They have spotted us and are pursuing us like prey. Wang Wu nodded. We initially numbered around 40, but those Xiongnu cavalry treated us like livestock, tormenting us for sport and killing over a dozen of our men. Those damned Xiongnu! Tang Yinshan exclaimed, visibly infuriated. The thought that Xiongnu cavalry would hunt them down for amusement was infuriating indeed. Is there a squad leader among you? Sheng Huayan asked the 20 or so soldiers to know. We are all merely foot soldiers like myself. Wang Wu replied first. Sheng Huayan subtly nodded. It was indeed preferable that they were all mere foot soldiers. That I presume you all hail from the 7th Battalion, having participated in last night's raid. I am the squad leader of the 10th team within the 7th Battalion. Now, in my capacity as squad leader, I order you to join the 10th team and serve under my command. Sheng Huayan proclaimed, directly incorporating these 20 soldiers into his ranks. Given their position behind enemy lines, he needed to maintain troop numbers and enhance combat strength to have any chance of survival against the Xiongnu forces. The 20 soldiers exchanged glances, and none voiced any opposition. They were soldiers from different teams, now mere scattered troops, and Sheng Huayan held a higher rank as a squad leader, making it impossible for them to resist his command. Furthermore, it was Sheng Huayan who had rescued them. Otherwise, they would have perished at the hands of the Xiongnu cavalry. Additionally, Sheng Huayan's prowess in single-handedly shooting down a squad of cavalry had deeply impressed them. With the addition of these 20 men, his force now numbered over 70. Brother Huayan, we cannot linger here. We must leave swiftly. The few Xiongnu cavalry that escaped will surely return with reinforcements to hunt us down. Wang Wu advised. Being too close to the enemy camp was perilous. They had no choice but to retreat deeper into the grasslands. Let us depart, taking supplies and steeds, and venture into the depths of the prairie. Shang Huayan decided, leading the soldiers away from the area. After traveling over 20 kilometers into the grasslands, they finally stopped to rest. Let us take a moment to rest and eat, Shang Huayan instructed. They had procured ample food and water from the Xiongnu cavalry, just enough to satisfy their hunger. After replenishing themselves, squad leader, what shall we do now? Tang Yunshan asked. They could not return to Anning City. And out here, they were isolated if they encountered a large contingent of Xiongnu cavalry. Their fate was all but sealed. Food was also a pressing concern. They had not brought any provisions with them during the raid. We cannot let ourselves be starved to death. We shall take it one step at a time, but do not worry. I will not lead you to your demise, Shang Huayan assured them. Out here, he was the unequivocal commander of the group. Although their numbers were few, his word was the only military decree that mattered. This was a far cry from his position within the city, where, despite being a squad leader, he was merely a subordinate to the generals. Bound to follow orders. Let us move. We cannot afford to linger on this prairie, lest the Xiongnu cavalry, like hyenas, pick up our scent and pursue us, Wang Wu urged. Shang Huayan generally heeded the advice of these seasoned soldiers. After all, their experience was invaluable. He might not possess their knowledge, but he knew the importance of listening to counsel. After resting and refueling, they continued their advance, resigned to wandering the prairie since returning was no longer an option. Shang Huayan had no desire to return to the monotonous life of guarding the city. Having ventured out, he was determined to create some stir, with 21 steeds carrying a portion of the injured and supplies. The rest traveled on foot. There were not enough horses for everyone to ride, and Shang Huayan did not wish to appear overly exceptional. As the newly appointed squad leader, he aimed to foster camaraderie before leading this group into battle. By evening, they found a wind-sheltered hillock to rest upon. It was then that Shang Huayan resumed his observation of the light screen. Name: Shang Huayan race, human realm, early martial artist, enhanced, skill, bull strength, minor achievement, blood slaughter blade technique, minor achievement, strength, 2,900 gene talent, silver archer, enhanced, kill value, 193. He spent 20 kill points to elevate his archer level, reducing his total from 185 to 165. After slaying 21 cavalrymen, his kill value rose to 193, an increase of 28 points, remaining in enemy territory behind the Xiongnu. He felt a sense of unease. He needed to enhance his strength. Otherwise, they would surely perish if they encountered a powerful Xiongnu warrior. Without hesitation, Shang Huayan allocated his points to begin enhancing his cultivation. This upgrade directly consumed 100 kill points that he had anticipated it would cost 80, but it appeared the price had risen. A surge of immense power coursed through his body, continuously refining and strengthening his physique. Simultaneously, the martial essence within him grew and expanded. A martial artist cultivates the body, tapping into their inherent potential, emphasizing that all great power converges within oneself. Therefore, the cultivation of the body is paramount. Now, Shang Huayan's unique ability, the kill system, was consistently augmenting his physique. Before long, his cultivation advanced to the mid-level of martial artist. The speed of this breakthrough surpassed even that of a martial arts genius who had trained diligently for 2.5 years. Name: Shang Huayan race, human realm, mid-martial artist skill, bull strength, minor achievement, blood slaughter blade technique, minor achievement, strength, 3,400 gene talent, silver archer, enhanced, kill value, 93. He expended 100 kill points to elevate his cultivation to the mid-level of martial artist. With only 93 kill points remaining, the enhancement symbols next to his skills and techniques vanished, evidently indicating that this amount was insufficient for further advancement. Looking at how quickly his kill points diminished, Shang Huayan felt a sense of frustration. How many enemies would he need to slay to reach the innate level? The mere thought gave him a headache, with a strength surpassing 3,000 gene. He was now comparable to those who had just broken through to the early level of martial artist. With his strength bolstered, Shang Huayan felt a greater sense of security. Throughout the day, the Xiongnu forces seemed exhausted and did not launch further attacks. This brought a rare moment of tranquility to the Anning Pass defenders. After a relentless half-month of defending the city, even iron men would grow weary, let alone flesh and blood. Anning Pass enjoyed a rare day of peace. The sounds of war drums and battle horns were absent, allowing the bolder residents to venture out and stroll within the city. Nightfall, The northern winds howled as Xingtian and his companions slept uneasily. The chill was one concern, but they also needed to remain vigilant against any approaching Xiongnu cavalry. At dawn, Xingtian led the team onward, this time in a different direction. After walking for several miles, scouts sent ahead quickly returned. Squad leader, we have a situation. There is a contingent of Xiongnu forces ahead, numbering around 500, seemingly transporting supplies to the Xiongnu camp near the pass. Two soldiers who had ventured out to scout returned to report. Tang Yinshan, you shall lead the team here and wait. Come, let us go take a look, commanded Xingtian. Yes, commander, Tang Yinshan complied. Huan, I will accompany you. I have previously served as a scout, Wang Wu interjected. Very well, let us proceed. Xingtian and Wang Wu followed the two scouting soldiers to investigate the situation further. The four of them crouched in the grass, observing from a distance as a troop of Xiongnu soldiers transported something at a leisurely pace. Huan, this appears to be a supply unit of the Xiongnu, delivering provisions to their main force. Wang Wu remarked after a moment. Provisions? Xingtian's eyes gleamed with excitement. It seems like a timely delivery of pillows for those who are drowsy. What they lack most at present is indeed supplies. Noticing the glimmer of ambition in Xingtian's gaze, Wang Wu felt a sense of foreboding. Huan, you are not considering an assault on this supply unit, are you? Why not? Xingtian retorted. This Xiongnu force likely numbers around 500. Are you certain that our 70-odd men can charge in without courting death? Wang Wu thought Xingtian's audacity was excessively bold. 500. What of it? They are not 1,000 strong. How formidable can the strongest among them be? Xingtian inquired. Based on my knowledge of the Xiongnu, typically in such a 500-strong supply unit, the most powerful among them would be at the peak of martial prowess. However, I cannot ascertain if their commander is at that level or merely in the later stages of martial training. Wang Wu replied. Let us proceed that we shall return and set a trap in the path of this unit, Xingtian decisively declared. Upon their return, they raced ahead to the route that the Xiongnu supply unit would traverse. Commander, with our 70-odd men against 500 Xiongnu, this may prove challenging, Tang Yinshan cautioned. What is there to fear? I have said we can win, and we shall, Xingtian proclaimed resolutely. This supply unit is as good as ours today. Not even the divine spirit of Changsheng can thwart us. Those skilled in horsemanship, step forward, Xingtian commanded. Over 30 mounted soldiers emerged from the ranks, including Wang Wu, Tang Yinshan, and Haidai. Wang Wu, Haidai. Select 19 men to form a cavalry unit. You shall charge from the left flank, Xingtian instructed. Archers, you will initiate the attack with me, firing all your arrows before we charged. As they prepared, Xingtian directed men to dig pits along the road, creating conditions for an ambush on the vast grassland. It was essential to carve out just enough space for a man to crouch, while ensuring the grass above remained intact for disguise. Once the ambush was set, they awaited the arrival of the Xiongnu supply unit. Yulagu, the captain of this supply convoy, had taken this safer position to avoid the battlefield, fearing death and the loss of his 3 beautiful wives to other suitors. He had no aspirations for glory or titles, as his family held considerable influence within one of the larger Xiongnu tribes. The battlefield was a slaughterhouse where even innate warriors could perish. It was far too perilous, riding with ease under the blue sky and white clouds. Yulagu relished the life he desired. He even hummed a tune, while the entire convoy moved languidly, quite carefree, for them. This northern grassland was their territory, a domain where the way people could only cower behind their walls. As autumn approached, the grass began to turn yellow. Salahai, Yulagu sang with increasing enthusiasm, his voice booming. The soldiers below wished they could block their ears from such auditory pollution. Were it not for Yulagu's rank, they might have considered jabbing him with their spears. My lord, should we dispatch 2 cavalrymen to scout ahead? One Xiongnu centurion ventured. Jibu Chu, you seem to be regressing. This is the grassland, our Xiongnu domain. What fears plague you? Yulagu responded coldly. Faced with Yulagu's scornful gaze, Jibu Chu found himself at a loss for words. This insufferable individual, sheltered by his father's stature, knew nothing of vigilance in military affairs. He wondered how his brother, Jibu Shao, fared on the battlefield, and whether he had achieved anything to bring honor to their clan. Being assigned to serve under this hedonistic second-generation noble was a stroke of ill fortune indeed. Another centurion in the ranks shared similar sentiments towards Yulagu, though their troop numbered 500. The two centurions commanded only 250 men each. Yet, among those 500, merely 200 were true soldiers. The remaining 300 were tribesmen conscripted for transport duties, lacking any substantial combat capability. Xingtian and his men lay in wait, poised for the arrival of the Xiongnu supply unit. After half an hour, Xingtian finally spotted the sluggishly advancing convoy. They are moving at a maddeningly slow pace. As if on a leisurely spring outing, he grumbled, "At long last." The Xiongnu troops entered the ambush zone. Perhaps due to their laxity or sheer ignorance, they remained oblivious to the impending threat as the supply unit approached the trap. Xingtian lifted the grass mat covering him, nocked an arrow, and released 3 shots in swift succession. Kill! With a thunderous shout from Xingtian, the archers concealed on either side of the road sprang forth. Unleashing a volley of arrows, the first barrage felled over 30 Xiongnu soldiers. After the initial volley, the archers quickly knocked again to continue their assault, as the range was merely 50 meters and the Xiongnu ranks remained relatively dense. Ensuring few arrows went astray. Enemy attack! Jibu Chu roared in horror as he witnessed the deluge of arrows. Thud! One arrow pierced his throat. Xingtian watched as Jibu Chu fell slowly. Did he shout so loudly to ensure I noticed him? Little did Xingtian know that both Jibu Xiao and Jibu Chu had fallen to his hand. Yulagu was momentarily stunned by the sudden onslaught. Quick! Conceal and counterattack! Another centurion shouted, hearing the call. Xingtian turned and released another arrow, its speed and force unmatched by ordinary men, as he was a silver-grade archer. Before the centurion could react, an arrow had already pierced his throat. Thus, 2 early-stage martial centurions of the Xiongnu were slain by Xingtian, granting him 10 points of kill value. Witnessing the assault commence, Wang Wu and Hai De led the cavalry into a charge. With arrows swiftly expended, the Xiongnu had suffered casualties of 70 to 80 men. Drawing his sword, Xingtian commanded, "Charge with me and slay the Xiongnu foes." As he surged forward, the other soldiers followed suit. The opposing forces, under Tang Yunshan's leadership, also began their charge, filling the air with a cacophony of battle cries. As if 1,000 horses were galloping forth, the loss of 2 experienced centurions left the Xiongnu supply unit in disarray, hindering their ability to mount an effective defense or counterattack. Realizing the way soldiers charging from either side, Yulagu finally regained his wits. "Damn way, how dare you attack us? Jibu Chu, retaliate!" Yulagu bellowed, but no one responded. Jibu Chu, are you dead? Why are you not retaliating?" Yulagu's fury escalated to "My lord, Centurion Jibu Chu has perished." A soldier stammered, "What? He is dead." The detestable centurion has perished, leaving Yulagu in a state of disorientation. "What of Centurion Samuel? He too has met his demise," replied the soldier at his side. "My lord, the Wei forces possess cavalry, and they have commenced their charge," a trembling soldier announced. Witnessing the cavalry's advance, the herdsmen scattered in panic, wishing fervently that they had been born with 2 additional legs. Those herdsmen, unacquainted with the horrors of war, could not possibly compare to seasoned soldiers. Before long, Xingtian and his companions surged into the heart of the Hun supply train. Ordinary soldiers stood no chance against Xingtian, who fought with the ferocity of a tiger. In mere moments, he dispatched a dozen foes. With Xingtian leading the charge, the other soldiers fought like ravenous wolves, relentlessly slaying the Hun warriors. They had survived the battlefield, having traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The weak had long since perished. Xingtian pressed forward, undeterred, cutting down even the more formidable Hun soldiers with ease. The Hun army was utterly incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. "Cursed Wei, I shall see you all dead." Yulagu's gaze was fixed upon Xingtian, recognizing him as the leader of this band. Drawing his weapon, Yulagu charged at Xingtian. As Yulagu swung his blade, Xingtian raised his arm to parry the blow. Yulagu staggered back 2 steps, astonished by Xingtian's strength. He was a martial artist at the pinnacle of his craft, possessing the might of 3,000 pounds in one arm. Yet here he was, repelled by a mid-level warrior. Another expert has arrived. Xingtian smiled at Uligud. It was clear that this pinnacle martial artist was the very leader Wang Wu had mentioned. "Wei dog, die!" Yulagu, furious, swung his weapon fiercely at Xingtian. "I know you are eager, but hold your horses," Xingtian replied, deflecting Yulagu's strikes. Yulagu had learned some of the Great Wei tongue, and thus understood Xingtian's words. His anger only intensified. This damned Wei dog dared to insult him. Does he truly think my blade is dull? Ah, if only I could slay you. Yulagu swung his weapon with renewed vigor, furious at the mockery. Have you not eaten? Does your home not feed you well? Is that why your strikes lack strength? Or have you merely enjoyed a sweet peach, leaving you languid? Sheng Huayan taunted, battling Yulagu fiercely. Rumble. Soon enough, Wang Wu and Hai Dai, leading their cavalry, charged in and breached the enemy lines. With this cavalry's presence, the already fragile Han forces crumbled. Countless resisting Han soldiers fell beneath the hooves of the cavalry. Watching the slaughter unfold, Yulagu was consumed by rage. Kill. In that moment, Yulagu forgot all technique and form, wildly swinging his blade in a frenzied attempt to slay Sheng Huayan. Haha, I shan't play with you any longer. Blood Fiend blade technique. Night battle in all directions. Sheng Huayan unleashed the Blood Fiend blade technique, forcing Yulagu to retreat step by step. Swish. A flash of crimson light passed, and Yulagu's eyes widened as he slowly collapsed. Sheng Huayan severed his throat, bringing an end to Yulagu's life. The pinnacle martial artist Yulagu had provided Sheng Huayan with 10 points of slaughter value. Yet, Sheng Huayan felt that Yulagu's strength was rather lacking. It could only be said that a flower nurtured in a greenhouse is often of little use. After dispatching Yulagu, Sheng Huayan continued to strike down more Han soldiers. Witnessing Sheng Huayan's formidable prowess as he butchered the Han enemy like livestock, the other soldiers fought with newfound vigor, zealously slashing at the Huns. This Han army, having lost its leader and experts, could no longer withstand the ferocity of Sheng Huayan's forces, and they were all swiftly annihilated. Those fleeing herdsmen were pursued and eliminated by Wang Wu and Hai Dai's cavalry. We have truly triumphed. Ha ha, Commander, we have won, exclaimed Tang Yinshan, elated at the sight of the fallen Han soldiers. They had barely 70 men, yet under Sheng Huayan's leadership, they had defeated a force of 500. What is there to boast about? Of those 500, only around 200 were true soldiers. The rest were mere herdsmen. Moreover, this was merely a supply convoy. Defeating them should have been expected under my command. Quickly, clear the battlefield. Take what you can carry, and burn what you cannot. Leave nothing for the Huns, Sheng Huayan commanded. Tang Yinshan scratched his head, feeling as though he had been swept up in a whirlwind. The commander is indeed impressive. His aura is so lofty. By the way, what are our casualties? Sheng Huayan inquired. 8 brothers perished, and a dozen more were wounded, Tang Yinshan responded. Hurry and gather the supplies. We must prepare to leave. Yes, this casualty report was one that Sheng Huayan could reluctantly accept. After all, they had faced several times their number. In battle, one could hardly expect to avoid losses. Turning to the heaps of supplies, Tang Yinshan felt a mix of joy and concern. He was delighted that they had acquired provisions and resources, yet troubled by the sheer volume of supplies that could not be transported. Grain, jerky, ladders, ropes, battle blades, bows, arrows, tents, and cashmere blankets. Such an abundance of supplies could easily sustain a regiment of 5,000 men. Sheng Huayan's eyes sparkled at the sight of over 100 horses. Although many were not war horses, but rather pack animals, they were still invaluable mounts, essential for mobility across the grasslands. Commander, a bountiful harvest. There are surprises, medicinal pills, elixirs. Tang Yinshan shouted excitedly from nearby as he counted the supplies. Sheng Huayan abruptly turned. Elixirs? No longer the naive newcomer who had first crossed into this world, he now possessed a rudimentary understanding of his surroundings. This world was not only inhabited by martial practitioners, but also by Taoists, Buddhists, and practitioners of various esoteric arts. Elixirs were crafted by those within the Taoist or Buddhist traditions, capable of healing wounds, aiding in cultivation, or facilitating breakthroughs in realms. Indeed, Commander, there are elixirs, Tang Yinshan shouted, brimming with excitement. He could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Elixirs were precious commodities, and the Anning garrison had not received any for 2 or 3 years. Moreover, only those with military merit could obtain them. Sheng Huayan quickly approached Tang Yinshan. Inside a large chest on the ground were smaller boxes, and within those boxes were jade vials. Sheng Huayan picked up a jade vial and opened it, revealing fragrant elixirs within. Quickly, gather them up. We must take every last one. Not a single piece must be left behind, Sheng Huayan commanded. Other supplies could be forsaken, but these elixirs were essential. Haha, Weave struck gold. Tang Yinshan chuckled foolishly. with these 2 large chests of elixirs. We could easily sell them for at least 10,000 taels of silver. Xingtian ordered the soldiers to hastily gather the supplies. Anything useful, anything necessary, they were to carry as much as possible. Wang Wu and Hai Dea returned with their cavalry. The fleeing herdsmen had all been slain. How could 2 legs outrun 4 hooves? To prevent any of the fleeing herdsmen from divulging their location, Xingtian had given strict orders for Wang Wu and his men to leave no survivors. Gather the necessary supplies. Burn all that cannot be transported. Leave not a single strand for the Huns. Xingtian commanded. Take the wounded and the bodies of our fallen brothers. We must leave this place swiftly. With that, they loaded their spoils onto the horses and mounted them, departing at speed. 2.5 hours later. 100-strong cavalry unit arrived at the battlefield. Upon witnessing the flames consuming the supplies and the corpses strewn across the ground, one soldier cursed, "Damn those way. Like rats, they are truly elusive. They dared to ambush a supply convoy. And we have arrived too late." The eyes of the Xiongnu cavalry captain were ablaze with fury. "Pursue them relentlessly. We must track them down and bring back their heads." Xingtian and his comrades had departed from the battlefield, unaware that a contingent of cavalry was in pursuit, seeking to locate them. With the acquisition of horses, their marching speed significantly increased, and after covering over 50 kilometers, they finally found a secluded spot to rest. The vastness of the northern grasslands allowed them to roam freely, as long as they avoided the Xiongnu tribes. In an unexpected turn, Xingtian and his group ventured deep into the plains, leaving the Xiongnu utterly astonished by their audacity. Once they halted, Xingtian commanded, "Bury our fallen brothers, and administer healing elixirs to the wounded." "Yes, Commander," Tang Yinshan replied promptly. He busied himself with tending to the injured and burying the deceased soldiers, while Haide set about erecting tents. "Brother Huayan, do you truly think it's wise to venture this deep into the plains?" Wang Wu inquired, standing beside Xingtian. "Brother Wang, are you familiar with the saying, 'to go against the current'?" Xingtian responded. Observing him, Wang Wu felt that Xingtian's boldness was rather extraordinary. Leading over 70 men to ambush 500 and emerging victorious was no small feat, and now they had ventured into the heart of the Xiongnu territory, where a moment's negligence could result in their complete annihilation. As the tents were erected, Haide busied himself with starting a fire to prepare dried meat for dinner. Tang Yinshan, after burying their fallen comrades, began administering healing elixirs to the injured. He meticulously sorted the elixirs, placing the healing ones aside. There were a considerable number of healing elixirs, given that they had been sent to the front lines for the Xiongnu forces, while the remaining were for cultivation, including several vials meant for breaking through realms. Dinner was a lavish affair, featuring stewed beef and lamb jerky. After days of warfare, many soldiers had gone without meat for quite some time. Once dinner concluded, Tang Yinshan inquired about the handling of the elixirs. "Commander, should we use the elixirs ourselves or save them to sell upon our return?" He noted that this batch of elixirs could easily fetch a sum of 100,000 taels of silver on the black market, especially the vials for breaking through realms, which were particularly valuable. Selling them could yield a substantial profit for them, as these were spoils of war that did not need to be surrendered. "What types of elixirs do we have?" Xingtian asked. "Mostly healing elixirs, some for cultivation, and a few vials for breaking through realms," Tang Yinshan replied truthfully. "Bring me the breaking through elixirs," Xingtian ordered immediately. Tang Yinshan retrieved the elixirs, and Xingtian poured out a pill the size of a pigeon egg, its white surface emanating a rich medicinal fragrance. He consumed one without hesitation, and a surge of potent energy rapidly transformed into true essence within him. Regrettably, he did not achieve a breakthrough. Instead, his internal essence merely solidified, enhancing his strength slightly. Why didn't it work? Xingtian exclaimed in confusion. Wang Wu, Tang Yinshan, Haide, and several squad leaders stared at him as if he were a fool. "What are you all looking at me like that for?" Xingtian felt utterly perplexed. Huayan, you must understand that elixirs for breaking through realms come in different tiers. These elixirs are effective for martial apprentices and martialists. But for martial masters, they are insufficient and require higher-grade elixirs. Moreover, one must be at the brink of a breakthrough to properly utilize these elixirs. Otherwise, they merely enhance martial essence, not guarantee a breakthrough. Wang Wu explained earnestly. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Xingtian said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he set down the jade vial containing the elixirs we thought you already knew. Tang Yunshan replied nonchalantly. It pained him to see a breaking through elixir, worth several thousand taels of silver, wasted like this. No, what I mean is, how many brothers in our ranks are on the verge of breaking through? Distribute these elixirs among them to enhance their cultivation, Sheng Huayan decisively proclaimed. Yes, I'll inquire right away, Tang Yunshan said. Elated, he immediately got up to consult the other soldiers. This was a rare opportunity that I'm currently at the peak of the mid-level martialist realm and can break through to the late level at any moment. Wang Wu said somewhat shyly. How many do you need? Sheng Huayan inquired. "1 will suffice for breaking through to the late martialist realm," Wang Wu replied with a smile. Take it and break through quickly. Sheng Huayan handed Wang Wu a breaking through elixir. Commander, I've been stuck at the peak of the martial apprentice realm for quite some time, Hai Dai said, rubbing his hands together. There will be enough for everyone. I once hoard them that we fought hard to obtain these, and everyone deserves a share, Sheng Huayan assured. Upon hearing his words, the squad leaders felt a surge of joy. Soldiers despise it when their superiors keep all the spoils for themselves, leaving them with nothing. Thankfully, Sheng Huayan was not that type of person. After determining the number of individuals capable of breaking through, Tang Yunshan distributed all the breaking through elixirs, while retaining a few for cultivation. Ensuring that the remaining ones were also shared among the soldiers for their training, he hoped fervently that this contingent would grow stronger swiftly. The stronger the soldiers became, the better their chances of overcoming future adversaries. Once the elixirs had been distributed, everyone set about their training or breaking through. Meanwhile, Sheng Huayan examined the golden interface. Name, Sheng Huayan race, human realm, mid-level martialist, plus, cultivation technique. Meng Niu Jin, small accomplishment, plus, Shuesha Dao Fa, small accomplishment, plus, strength, 3. 400 gene talent, silver archer, plus, kill value, 163 during the daytime ambush. Sheng Huayan had slain 2 early-level Xiongnu martialists and defeated Wu Ligo, a peak martial apprentice, which granted him 20 kill points. He had now discerned that slaying an early-level martialist was worth 5 kill points, while defeating a peak martial apprentice yielded 10.4 martial apprentices. The early stage was worth 1 point, the mid-stage 2 points, the late stage 3 points, and the peak 4 points. The ambush had netted him a total of 70 kill points. Seeing that he could enhance his cultivation again, Sheng Huayan wasted no time and promptly allocated points to elevate his realm. After all, he fought fiercely to accumulate kill points to elevate his cultivation. This time, he consumed 150 kill points, and a tremendous surge of power coursed through his body, continuously fortifying his physique. His internal essence grew denser, and he felt warmth enveloping him, with every cell rejoicing. His strength was on the rise. Throughout the day, the Xiongnu forces continued to recuperate and did not launch another assault on Anning Pass. The respite of 2 days allowed the defenders at Anning Pass to regain their strength. Meanwhile, the nearby prefectures, upon receiving General Yang Ye's request for reinforcements, dispatched their troops to Anning Pass, with the addition of 5,000 soldiers. The garrison at Anning Pass regained some vitality, bolstering their numbers to over 20,000. On the 3rd day, the Xiongnu forces resumed their siege. Today, we must capture Anning Pass. I refuse to witness another failure. Left-wise King declared to his assembled commanders he had led 100,000 troops to besiege the pass and had lost 50,000 soldiers without success. A blatant humiliation that my lord. Anning Pass is fortified and boasts a strong garrison, with General Yang Yi of the Great Way overseeing it. Given our current losses, capturing it will not be an easy feat. Left Guli King remarked. Fear not. The defenders of Anning Pass should number only around 10,000 now. With our 50,000, can we not take down a mere Anning Pass? As for Yang Yi, I shall dispatch formidable warriors to counter him. King Zhuistin was resolute in his determination to capture Anning Pass. Although King Zhuiguli attempted to dissuade him, Zhuistin's attitude remained unwavering. His pride would not permit him to accept failure. After 2 days of silence, the horns and drums of the Xiongnu army once again resounded in the air. Following a successful breach, Sheng Huayan devoted an entire night to cultivating his martial arts. Name, Sheng Huayan race, human realm, late martial artist martial arts. Meng Niu Jin, minor achievement, blood fiend blade technique, minor achievement, strength, 4,000 gene talent, silver archer kill value, 13 with 150 points of kill value. He elevated his cultivation to the late martial artist realm. His strength reached 4,000 jin, and the martial true essence within him was robust. He felt unafraid even when facing early martial masters. Confident in his ability to contend with mid-level martial masters, he was ready for battle. As dawn broke, they needed to relocate to avoid being pursued by Xiongnu cavalry to evade detection. They could not linger in one place for too long. After tidying up and concealing their camping traces, they set off for a new location. "Where are we going now, Commander?" Tang Yinshan inquired. "Where to?" Sheng Huayan glanced at the soldiers behind him. The wounded were rapidly recovering under the effects of healing potions. Wang Wu had successfully broken through to the late martial artist realm, while Tang Yinshan and Hai Dai had also reached the martial artist realm. The strength of the other soldiers had also improved. With their newfound power, it would be a waste not to engage the enemy. "We shall go forth to slay the enemy," Sheng Huayan stated, gazing at the rising sun. "Where shall we strike?" Hai Dai asked. "This is the land of the Xiongnu, surrounded by foes. Where do you propose we attack?" Sheng Huayan chuckled, wondering if this fellow had lost his wits. The group rode onward in a singular direction. After 2.5 hours, it was noon when a squad of Xiongnu cavalry arrived at their former campsite. "Captain, there are traces of a previous encampment here, though they have been obscured. They are rather crude," a Xiongnu soldier reported to his captain. "Can you determine when they departed?" the Xiongnu cavalry captain inquired. "Most likely in the morning." "Damn it, these Wei people are truly cunning, daring to venture deep into our grasslands." The captain seethed with anger. He had initially thought that the Wei people would retreat after plundering supplies, but his attempts to intercept them had proven futile. After wasting so much time, they continued their pursuit, only to find that Sheng Huayan and his group had already moved on. "Follow them. We cannot allow them to wreak havoc on our territory," the captain ordered. As Sheng Huayan and his party wandered the grasslands, they stumbled upon a small Xiongnu tribe. Before them lay dozens of tents, where only the elderly, children, and women tended to the livestock, with no able-bodied men in sight. All the adult males from this small tribe had been conscripted to the battlefield. "Commander," Tang Yinshan and Wang Wu looked to Sheng Huayan, awaiting his command. "Hiss," the horse Sheng Huayan rode neighed. Caught in a conflict of conscience that he bore no qualms about slaying Xiongnu adversaries on the battlefield. Yet he hesitated to harm the elderly, women, and children. His thoughts diverged from those of Tang Yinshan and the others. To them, all were enemies, and killing posed no moral burden. Those Xiongnu children would one day grow up to wield swords and invade. The elderly and women, tending to the livestock, were also supporting the men at the front. Wang Wu spoke up. "Forget it. Let us move on and seek other enemies." He understood that Sheng Huayan, having been a scholar, was bound by notions of propriety and ethics, making it difficult for him to take action against the vulnerable. "Let us go and search for the next tribe," Sheng Huayan ultimately declared. Had there been 2 or 3 robust young men in that tribe, he would have ordered a charge without hesitation. As they rode away, the tribe's inhabitants remained oblivious to the close brush they had with death. Continuing forward, they encountered another Xiongnu tribe. This tribe was sizable, with over 50 able-bodied men remaining and a population exceeding 1,000. Upon seeing the young men, Sheng Huayan unhesitatingly issued the command to charge. "Brothers, follow me, kill." Over 50 riders surged forward, attacking the Xiongnu tribe. The wounded stayed behind to guard supplies and care for the pack animals. Upon witnessing the sudden cavalry assault, the members of the Umu tribe paused their tasks, staring in disbelief at the charging riders. As the cavalry approached, they discerned the riders' attire. It was neither their tribe's nor that of the Xiongnu cavalry. "Enemy attack!" A young man shouted. Whoosh! An arrow pierced his body, and blood quickly stained his garments. He stared blankly at the arrow embedded in him before collapsing to the ground. "Quickly, enemy attack! Mount up and prepare for battle!" Umu Hun shouted, hastily rushing to his steed and drawing his battle blade to confront Sheng Huayan and his forces. The other young men swiftly mounted their horses to engage. Every adult male among the Xiongnu was a warrior upon reaching maturity. During the charge, Sheng Huayan did not remain idle, knocking arrows and firing at the enemy. The archers in his ranks followed suit, loosing arrows while charging. Yet, their archery skills paled in comparison to Sheng Huayan's. Only a few managed to hit their targets. The charging Xiongnu also attempted to return fire, but it was difficult to strike the swift-moving riders. Cavalry moved like shadows, difficult to confront. With each arrow Sheng Huayan released, he felled a Xiongnu warrior. The young men left behind in the Umu tribe were fresh to the battlefield. Having recently reached adulthood, aside from their horsemanship, they lacked combat experience. In contrast, Xingtian and his companions were seasoned veterans, not to be compared with these novices. The cavalry charged. Upon contact, Xingtian swiftly dispatched 5 or 6 riders. His formidable strength rendered the tribe's youth utterly helpless. Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, and Haide, all martial artists, along with many seasoned veterans, found themselves pitted against a group of inexperienced youths, making the engagement almost trivial. After a single charge, only about 10 of the 50 tribe young men remained. Xingtian and his comrades, clad in battle armor and hardened by experience, sustained only minor injuries among their ranks. Kill. Xingtian pivoted his horse and continued the charge, intent on not letting the remaining Xiongnu escape. The few young men of the tribe, fighting for their people, had no choice but to stand their ground rather than flee. The outcome was inevitable. The remaining youth were slain by Xingtian and his party. Having eliminated those capable of resistance, they turned their horses and stormed into the tribe. The women and children of the tribe erupted in panic. Some women, witnessing their sons or brothers being cut down, charged at Xingtian and his men in a furious rage. Others fled with their children, and elderly individuals hid their grandchildren in There were individuals who, albeit with some difficulty, understood the Wei language and could comprehend Xingtian's shouts, preparing to seize their weapons in defiance. Yet, they hesitated. Those who could not grasp the language, or the women who had lost their sons, still rose in a furious rebellion, brandishing their weapons. The consequence was a multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Once the resistance was extinguished, the remaining individuals, gazing upon the fallen corpses that stained the grasslands with blood, trembled in fear. Simultaneously, Xingtian discerned in the eyes of many children a blend of rage and deep-seated hatred. A smile crept upon Xingtian's face. Indeed, in war, there exists no absolute right or wrong. Only differing stances. Bring all the captives together, he commanded. His soldiers swiftly complied, herding everyone into a confined space. Xingtian observed the members of the Ebony tribe huddled together. There Itakuo led his cavalry in pursuit of Xingtian and his companions as they departed. Wandering across the vast grasslands, Xingtian and his group descended upon small tribes, ruthlessly slaying the able-bodied men of the Xiongnu tribe, tall as cart wheels. They plundered gold, silver, and war horses before departing, having ravaged 6 or 7 small tribes along their path. They acquired no fewer than 500 steeds, with each man tasked to lead a dozen horses. Just the capture of these war horses would earn them significant merit upon their return to the garrison at Anning Pass. If sold, the horses would fetch a handsome sum in silver. However, burdened by such a multitude of steeds, their pace slowed, and the traces of their passage became increasingly conspicuous. Despite their bountiful spoils, the soldiers felt a mix of elation and trepidation. They were currently on the Xiongnu grasslands, and with so many horses, discovery was simply a matter of time. Xingtian himself had not anticipated such a bountiful haul. It seemed the grasslands had enjoyed an unusually prolonged peace. Each year, the Xiongnu would descend southward to invade the borders of the Great Wei, yet Wei's forces had seldom ventured into the grasslands, allowing the Xiongnu to forget the looming danger of a retaliatory incursion. As evening fell, they camped in a stretch of desert, feasting on beef and mutton. After dinner, Xingtian dispatched scouts to keep watch. Their movements were no longer easily concealed, and for their safety, scouts were necessary to survey the surrounding area within a 10-mile radius. Having pillaged 6 or 7 small tribes, Xingtian's kill count surged to 127 points. Name: Xingtian race, human realm, late martial artist technique, Mangyo force, minor success, enhancement. Blood fiend blade technique, minor success, enhancement, strength, for 1000 gene talent, silver archer, enhancement, kill count. 127 points were now insufficient for further cultivation. However, it presented an opportunity to enhance the blood fiend blade technique, which was notably effective, seemingly crafted for the soldiers of the army. Xingtian directly allocated points to elevate the blood fiend blade technique, expending 100 kill points to advance it to major success. This elevation significantly augmented Xingtian's prowess, granting him the confidence to confront mid-level martial masters. During the day, the Xiongnu army mobilized 20,000 soldiers to lay siege, bolstered by masters of the martial realm. General Yang Yi of the Anning Pass engaged a master from the Xiongnu forces, clashing fiercely in the skies for 2 hours. neither able to best the other. Ultimately, the Xiongnu retreated, leaving thousands of corpses in their wake. Brother, Sheng Huayan, engrossed in cultivating the ethereal energies of heaven and earth into martial essence, was roused from his meditation. What is it? Brother, a scout we dispatched has returned with news of a cavalry detachment approaching from our rear. Approximately 10 miles away. He suspects they are in pursuit of us, Tang Yushan reported. What time is it? At the end of the evening hour. Xing Huayan glanced at the sky, realizing dawn was imminent. Around 5 o'clock in the morning. Awaken the soldiers, he commanded. Tang Yushan hurried to rouse the troops. What has happened, Brother Huayan? Wang Wu inquired. Brother, what is going on? Hai Dai echoed. You speak, Sheng Huayan instructed the returning scout. Yes, brother, there are approximately 100 Xiongnu cavalry approaching us from behind. I suspect they are coming for us, so I hurried back to report. The soldier explained that it seems we have been discovered, Wang Wu remarked. Noting the evident traces they had left along their journey, fellow comrades, a mere 100 riders dares to challenge us. Sheng Huayan addressed his 60-odd subordinates. What is there to fear? I, Wang Wu, will accompany you through fire and sword. Wang Wu declared resolutely. Just 100 riders? Let us confront those Xiongnu scoundrels. Tang Yushan, emboldened by their previous victories, joined in.to battle. The soldiers, their eyes resolute, looked to Sheng Huayan, ready to follow him into the fray. Having triumphed in numerous encounters, they faced the Xiongnu cavalry without trepidation, placing their faith in Sheng Huayan's leadership. Indeed, these are the warriors I command. This is the spirit of a battle-ready army. Victory is ours, Sheng Huayan proclaimed, a wave of satisfaction coursing through him as he began to devise their battle strategy. Though they numbered around 60 and possessed ample steeds, they still faced a considerable gap in capability against the formidable Xiongnu cavalry. Sheng Huayan led his soldiers forth, seeking an open stretch of grassland. There, he employed ropes to lay snares and excavated pits for horses behind the snares. These were the time-honored strategies of ancient ancestors from a bygone era. Designed to counter cavalry to combat horsemen as infantry, one must employ cunning. Their unit, comprised of infantry, had only recently transitioned to mounted combat. Eager to minimize casualties, Sheng Huayan devised this plan. Once the traps were set, Sheng Huayan and his men mounted their steeds, awaiting the arrival of the Xiongnu cavalry in the east. A faint light of dawn emerged, soon followed by a fiery orb rising to illuminate the realm. Bathed in the radiant glow, a contingent of cavalry approached, their formation resolute. Takuo observed the awaiting adversaries ahead, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After a relentless pursuit, he had finally caught up with these Wei vermin. Brave warriors, those before us are the detestable Wei people, who have slaughtered our kin and plundered our resources. Now, charge forth and take their heads to honor our fallen brethren, offering tribute to their spirits in the afterlife. Takuo proclaimed, rallying the Xiongnu cavalry with fervor. The Xiongnu cavalry erupted into a cacophony of battle cries. Sheng Huayan and his men observed the thunderous advance of the Xiongnu riders in silence. Warriors, follow me to battle. Charge, Takuo shouted, leading the charge as the hundreds of Xiongnu cavalry galloped forward. Kill. Witnessing the oncoming Xiongnu cavalry, Sheng Huayan's lips curled into a smile. The rising sun painted the scene in fiery hues. Perfectly suited for battle. Observing the ferocious charge of the Xiongnu riders, the Wei soldiers remained steadfast, unmoving atop their steeds. Takuo, at the forefront of the charge, sensed something amiss as he noted the absence of movement from the enemy. Surely these Wei vermin were not paralyzed by fear of the Xiongnu cavalry's advance. They neither fled nor charged. Realizing this, Takuo urged his steed onward with greater urgency. Had Sheng Huayan been privy to Takuo's thoughts, he would have surely chuckled. Was this the so-called phenomenon where encountering the protagonist rendered all antagonists dim-witted? Observing the unmoving enemy, even Takuo, as dim-witted as he was, began to sense an anomaly. Unfortunately, once cavalry charged, halting was no simple task. He recognized the cunning of the Wei, but could not fathom the depth of Sheng Huayan's scheme. Before long, he would discover the nature of that scheme. Takuo miraculously leaped over the snares, blessed by the spirits, narrowly avoiding the pitfalls. However, the cavalry behind him was far less fortunate. The horses in front stumbled over the snares, toppling riders and steeds alike. The cavalry behind, unable to halt in time, collided with the fallen steeds or stumbled into the pits. resulting in chaos as they tumbled and fell. Witnessing the calamity unfold, Takuo's fury reached its zenith. The speed of the cavalry made it impossible to stop, leading to a cascade of riders and horses crashing into one another. Xingtian's soldiers, observing the scene, were filled with admiration for their leader. The traps they had set were proving effective beyond their expectations. Initially filled with trepidation, they now marveled at the success of their stratagem. Ultimately, only around 40 riders managed to breach the traps. Takuo, witnessing the diminished number of his cavalry, felt his heart bleed. Damn those Wei dogs. Despicable and shameless, Tuoyuo cursed in anger. Xingtian smiled and gestured with his middle finger towards Tuoyuo. Come here, damn Wei dog. I will kill you. Tuoyuo, driven mad with rage, charged recklessly forward. The Xiongnu cavalry behind him had no choice but to follow suit. Xingtian drew his battle sword and raised it high. The soldiers behind him also unsheathed their blades. Brothers, charge with me. Slay the slave oppressors. Xingtian galloped wildly into the fray. The two armies collided. Steeds galloping, clashing weapons, and blood boiling to in a past life. Everyone harbored a dream of galloping on horseback, clashing swords, and conquering the battlefield. Now, it was no longer a dream. It was a vivid reality of steel and valor. Engaging the enemy on the battlefield, he channeled the true essence of martial arts within him, the blood-red malevolence surging from his sword. Tuoyuo, too, harnessed the true essence of martial arts within himself, charging fiercely towards Xingtian. Soldier against soldier, general against general, clang, the sound of clashing weapons echoed, as one figure flashed past, while another tumbled from his horse. Upon witnessing the fallen figure, the Xiongnu cavalry was seized by shock. Their captain had been defeated in a single exchange. It was known that their captain was at the pinnacle of martial mastery, yet he was struck down by the enemy's leader with a single blade. The soldiers behind Xingtian, witnessing the death of the Xiongnu cavalry captain, felt their morale surge like a tide, galloping after Xingtian into the ranks of the Xiongnu cavalry. In a narrow confrontation, the brave would prevail. The Xiongnu cavalry, first ensnared in traps and then losing their captain, saw their morale plummet. As the charge swept through, the iron steeds thundered, leaving only the sound of battle horses behind. All 40 or so Xiongnu foes perished. The horses, now without their masters, halted and began grazing. The morning sun in September, north of the frontier, was not warm. Dewdrops clung to the grass. The northern wind howled, and the creatures of the prairie sought refuge in their burrows, escaping the terrifying aura of bloodshed. Quick, tend to the wounded, Xingtian commanded. In the chaos of cavalry combat, casualties were inevitable. However, the losses were relatively minor. 2 had perished, and around 10 were injured. After all, they were not seasoned cavalry, and there was still a significant gap compared to the Xiongnu horsemen. Yet it was Xingtian who had charged ahead, slaying many of the Xiongnu cavalry. Otherwise, the losses would have been greater. Tang Yushan and the others began to treat the wounded. The injured, after consuming healing elixirs, found their wounds healing swiftly. The two fallen soldiers could only be buried on the spot. Having annihilated a 100-man squad of Xiongnu cavalry, they secured over 60 intact warhorses. The battle swords and armor were also stripped and taken. They now had an abundance of horses, sufficient to transport their supplies. The injured steeds were slaughtered, yielding meat to be carried away, while the rest were left to fend for themselves on the prairie. After cleaning the battlefield, Xingtian led his soldiers away, seeking a new location to avoid detection by any large groups of Xiongnu cavalry. With horses and supplies in tow, everyone departed joyfully, having achieved another victory by slaying over 100 Xiongnu riders. This military merit would not go unrewarded, and perhaps they would receive considerable rewards. Around midday, Xingtian and his men encountered a convoy of Xiongnu supply troops. Observing this supply train, Tang Yinshan and the others looked to Xingtian. "Captain, shall we engage?" Now, when they faced the Xiongnu, they no longer pondered whether they could win. Instead, they were determined to attack and seize everything. "Brothers, before us lies a tempting feast. What say you? Shall we partake?" Xingtian smiled and turned to his soldiers. "Eat." "Absolutely. Captain, give the order. I can hardly wait to charge." The soldiers' eyes sparkled with fervor, eager to rush into battle. "All right, brothers, charge with me," Xingtian bellowed, leading the charge. The injured soldiers stayed behind to guard the horses, while the rest followed Xingtian into the fray. The horses galloped swiftly, and the bows were drawn like thunder. As they approached the Xiongnu forces, the men knocked arrows and released them. Now, each of Sheng Huayan's men bore a bow. All seized from the Xiongnu. Realizing the oncoming cavalry and the arrows flying, the Xiongnu supply troops were caught off guard. Enemy attack, the commanding officer shouted. The soldiers of the Xiongnu quickly took cover. However, the ordinary herdsmen conscripted into their ranks were unable to evade in time, and over 20 were struck down by arrows. Sheng Huayan's troops had few archers, and many were untrained, resulting in a low hit rate. Mount up and retaliate, the enemy commander shouted. The cavalry of the Xiongnu swiftly mounted their steeds, charging towards Sheng Huayan and his men. Facing the oncoming horde of over 100 riders, Sheng Huayan and his comrades stood undaunted, drawing their swords to meet the assault. Observing the enemy's swift reaction, it was evident they had encountered an elite unit. Sheng Huayan led the charge, his cloak billowing in the wind, his armor glinting under the sun. The blood-red malevolence enveloped his sword, now drenched in crimson. The true essence surged within him, his blood boiling. He was prepared to unleash his full power to strike down the enemy commander, lest the tide of battle turn against them. After all, their numbers were double that of his forces. Clang! Thud! The clash of swords rang out, and blood spattered. The head of the Xiongnu commander soared through the air, landing on the ground, and a martial artist at the later stage of his training had no means to resist against Sheng Huayan's full-force strike. At this moment, Sheng Huayan's strength rivaled that of mid-tier martial artists, effortlessly overpowering those at the martial artist level. With a single stroke, he dispatched the Xiongnu commander, resembling a ferocious tiger as he plunged into the ranks of the Xiongnu cavalry, leaving a trail of death in his wake. Witnessing Sheng Huayan's rampage, Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, and Hai Dai were equally unwilling to be outdone, raising their blades to strike as well. Kill! Sheng Huayan's swordplay was fierce, each slash claiming an Xiongnu soldier. The perfected blood slaughter blade technique in his hands was nothing short of transcendent. As he felled more foes, the aura of malevolence surrounding him intensified. Wang Wu marveled at Sheng Huayan's mastery of the blood slaughter blade technique. It had reached such heights in such a short time. Indeed, he was a monstrous prodigy. After 2.5 years of training in the technique, Wang Wu had only achieved a minor level of mastery. Sheng Huayan was like a god of death, instilling fear in the hearts of the Xiongnu forces that he moved through the enemy ranks unopposed, single-handedly slaying over 60 of their cavalry. As the charging 100-strong cavalry fell, Sheng Huayan led his troops against the remaining Xiongnu soldiers. The most elite of the cavalry lay dead, leaving the remaining soldiers and herdsmen utterly defenseless against Sheng Huayan's assault. In the midst of the chaos, Sheng Huayan also struck down an untrained herdsman, noting that he received no killing value for this act. By the end of the battle, Sheng Huayan alone had slain over 100 Xiongnu foes. Seeing Sheng Huayan, cloaked in malevolence, Wang Wu and the others felt a sense of trepidation. Particularly for Wang Wu, he felt that sometimes the disparity between individuals was greater than that between man and beast. After 10 years of martial training, he had only recently broken through to the later stage of martial artist. Sheng Huayan was someone he had watched grow from an ordinary person to a martial artist, catching up to him in just a few days, even surpassing him by several folds in strength. After clearing the battlefield, they took everything they could carry. Now that there are sufficient horses, Sheng Huayan is unwilling to waste resources by burning them. He intends to lead his subordinates to raid a few more small Xiongnu tribes before returning to Anning Pass. If they wait for the Xiongnu army to respond and send a large cavalry force to besiege them, they may find it difficult to escape the grasslands. After annihilating this Xiongnu supply convoy, Sheng Huayan continues to search for small tribes. In the span of an afternoon, they pillaged 5 or 6 small tribes, yielding bountiful spoils. These small tribes have seen most of their able-bodied young men and warriors drafted into battle, leaving behind only the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, who cannot withstand the might of their troops. Observing the thousands of warhorses and abundant supplies, Sheng Huayan decides to return to Anning Pass that very night. Only by securing these gains can they truly be considered a victory. Naturally, the route back must avoid the Xiongnu forces stationed in front of Anning Pass. With smiles illuminating their faces, the soldiers reflect on their plunder. Commander, we have amassed gold and silver jewelry worth 30,000 taels of silver, over 1,000 warhorses, a considerable amount of elixirs, and other supplies far too numerous to count. Tang Yunshan exclaimed with delight. The gold and silver jewels can be converted into silver upon our return, to be distributed among the brothers. Even those who have perished in battle should receive their share. Let's allocate a bit more to send back to their families. Xingtian replied, As for the elixirs, we shall keep the healing potions, while those for cultivation and breakthroughs will be distributed among the brothers to enhance their strength. Yes, Commander. The other soldiers were filled with immense joy upon hearing Xingtian's distribution plan. Following such a leader, they could be assured of victories and fair share of spoils. Both their futures and fortunes appeared exceedingly bright as evening fell. They finished their dinner and did not linger. Pressing onward. With so many horses and supplies in tow, staying any longer on the grasslands would only increase their peril. Earlier that day, the Xiongnu army continued to batter the gates, with the left-wise king dispatching 2 masters to no avail against the steadfast defender of Anning Pass. Yangyi, the Xiongnu's attempts to breach the fortress were thwarted once more, leading the left-wise king to shatter his most cherished vase in frustration. Incompetent fools! How is it that we cannot conquer a mere Anning Pass after all this time? He bellowed in rage, leaving his subordinates too intimidated to utter a word. If capturing such a minor stronghold were so simple, they would have taken it long ago. Did they truly believe the Great Way was a soft target? The murmurs of discontent were suppressed among the lower ranks. Report to the left-wise king. There is military intelligence. A messenger entered the royal tent. Speak, he barked, his mood already fraught with irritation, assuming it was a reminder to hasten the conquest of Anning Pass. Your Majesty, we have received word that 2 supply convoys were ambushed. A detachment of 100 cavalry has vanished, and several small tribes have been raided. The report suggests that an enemy has infiltrated our rear. The messenger reported, What? The left-wise king seethed, An enemy has slipped into our rear. How audacious! Send out 2,000 cavalry at once. They must be found and annihilated. His rage caused his chest to heave with anger. The supplies had already suffered significant losses during the ambush, and now they dared to assault his transport troops. Without adequate resources, how could his soldiers fight and conquer? Xingtian and his men remained blissfully unaware that this information had reached the left-wise king, who also did not know that Xingtian's group, laden with substantial spoils, had already begun to circumvent back to Anning Pass. That night, with no chance to continue their journey, Xingtian and his companions found a spot to rest. Traveling with so many horses and supplies made nighttime travel impractical. Once settled, they lit a fire and prepared a meal, once again enjoying stewed meat for dinner. After their meal, Xingtian assigned night watch duties. Every precaution must be taken. Complacency could cost them their lives. Earlier that day, he had personally slain around 140 to 50 Xiongnu foes, amassing considerable slaughter points. Name: Xingtian race, human realm, late martial artist, enhanced, technique, bull strength, minor accomplishment, enhanced, blood-devouring blade technique, major accomplishment, strength, for 1,000 gene talent, silver archer, enhanced, slaughter points, 203 with his slaughter points. Now at 203. He could elevate his cultivation. Without hesitation, Xingtian allocated points to enhance his realm. Consuming 150 slaughter points, a tremendous force enveloped him, coursing through his body and continually fortifying his flesh and bones. Under this surge of power, Xingtian's physique grew stronger, and his strength soared. His internal true essence multiplied in density. While others may not sense any changes, Xingtian felt his body fortifying, power increasing, and true essence becoming more solidified. Within his dantian, the true essence seemed to congeal like spiritual liquid. Once the formidable force dissipated, Xingtian clenched his fist, feeling as if he could shatter the void with a single blow. Of course, this was merely an illusion. Name: Xingtian race, human realm, great perfection of martial artist technique, bull strength, minor accomplishment, blood-devouring blade technique, major accomplishment, strength, for 1,500 gene talent, silver archer, enhanced, slaughter points, 53. Observing his cultivation's advancement, Xingtian marveled at the efficacy of the system. This level of power now equated to that of a late martial master. Achieving the great perfection of martial artist realm allows him to rival a late martial master, enabling him to fight above his rank. Truly a protagonist template. Truly, the system is a benevolent father. Alas, it is a mute one. After his breakthrough, Xingtian did not rest, but continued to cultivate and refine his martial true essence. Even with the system's aid, he was determined to exert himself diligently. striving quietly to surpass all others. The following morning, after a simple breakfast, Xingtian and his companions resumed their journey in the Xiongnu army camp. 2,000 iron cavalry departed the main camp, heading toward the grasslands. Observing the dwindling force of only 40,000, the left-wise king contemplated whether to send reinforcements for battle. The Great Khan had also sent messengers urging him to quickly seize Anning Pass. The Central Army was engaged in a fierce struggle against the Northern Defense Army, hoping that their success in capturing Anning Pass would allow them to flank the Northern Defense Army from behind. Seeing the left-wise king's furrowed brow, the Left Valley king spoke up, "Your Majesty, since we are unable to take Anning Pass, why not deploy troops from other locations to enter the pass from the south?" Leaving a portion behind to distract the Anning garrison, the left-wise king glanced at this older relative and replied, "How many troops do you think would suffice to hold the Anning garrison in check? What if they launch a counterattack from behind while we enter from another direction? What about our logistics and supply transport?" This older relative, once a valiant general in his youth, had become quite foolish in his old age. A single night raid had thoroughly shattered the Xiongnu army's hopes of swiftly breaching Anning Pass. Ultimately, the left-wise king decided to reinforce the siege, continuing to dispatch troops to batter the gates. Wearing down the Anning garrison, and then calling for an additional 50,000 troops. Entering the pass now presented an excellent opportunity. Failing to breach, it would be untenable to the Great Khan. The Xiongnu army commenced their assault on Anning Pass. The soldiers atop the walls of Anning Pass observed the Xiongnu warriors surging forward like a tide, their senses dulled by the relentless siege. Aside from the 2 days of ambush, the Xiongnu had been pressing against the gates daily. They had grown accustomed to the constant battering. "Archers, prepare, fire." The archers unleashed a volley of arrows, felling many charging Xiongnu soldiers in their path. The Xiongnu also deployed cavalry and archers to rain arrows upon the walls, providing cover for their main force's assault. As the Xiongnu army reached the base of the walls, they began constructing ladders and ropes to scale them. "Crush these scoundrels. Xiongnu bandits, to hell with you." The defenders on the walls hurled stones and poured scalding molten gold down upon their foes. "Xiongnu bandits, come, your grandfather invites you to drink molten gold." The Xiongnu army paid a heavy price in casualties as they attempted to ascend the walls. The war raged on, flames of conflict lasting for 3 months. The defenders of Anning Pass remained steadfast in their resistance against the Xiongnu army, their blood and toil staining the ancient frontier city with the passage of time. The walls bore the scars of countless blades and arrow wounds. The war persisted until dusk, when the Xiongnu finally withdrew their troops. Xingtian and his companions were still taking a circuitous route to avoid the Xiongnu camp. Although the longer path back was quite distant, it offered the advantage of safety as they traversed through desolate areas. It was not until the 3rd day that they managed to return to Anning Pass. The soldiers stationed on the southern wall of Anning Pass, upon witnessing a multitude of warhorses charging towards them, kicking up billowing clouds of dust, mistakenly believed it to be an enemy force attempting to flank them, and swiftly prepared for defense. Enemy attack. Battle stations. The troops stationed in the south hurriedly armed themselves with bows, arrows, and spears, vigilantly watching the thousands of riders below. "Brothers atop the walls, we are not the enemy. We are the 10th team of the 7th Battalion," Tang Yunshan hastily shouted, seeing the guards on the wall drawing their bows in readiness. If a misfire occurred, it would surely lead to a great calamity. Hearing the shout, the guards on the wall exchanged dubious glances. The accent of those below was indeed authentic, unlike the Xiongnu pretending to be their own. However, wasn't the 10th team of the 7th Battalion reported to have perished during the ambush? The 10th team of the 7th Battalion. I thought they were all slain. Who knows? Perhaps they were captured by the Xiongnu and now come to deceive the city. Let us wait and see. If things appear amiss, we will take action. Brothers atop the walls, if you do not believe us, you can send a messenger to inform the generals. We truly are the 10th team of the 7th Battalion. Tang Yunshan continued to shout. Send someone to report. One of the leaders spoke up. Soon, as the dust settled, the guards on the wall beheld below that there were indeed over 1,000 horses, many of which were laden with supplies, yet only around 60 men. The uniforms and banners were unmistakably those of their Anning Pass garrison. "Commander, there are only about 60 men below. They do not appear to be deceiving us," one of the sergeants remarked. "Exercise caution. We cannot afford any mistakes now," the commander replied warily. Observing the soldiers on the wall remain steadfast and alert on the northern tower, a group of generals closely monitored the battlefield. Prepared to intervene should any formidable Xiongnu warriors engage in combat. Report. A messenger rushed in. What news? Yang Yi inquired, looking at the messenger. General, outside the southern gate, there is a group claiming to be the 10th team of the 7th Battalion. Arriving with over 1,000 horses, seeking your command, the messenger relayed quickly. What? Yang Yi rose from his seat. The other officers also regarded the messenger with incredulity, thinking they had misheard. The 10th team of the 7th Battalion, renowned for their audacious charge into the Xiongnu's right flank, had left a lasting impression. Wasn't it said that the entire battalion had perished? Are you certain it is the 10th team of the 7th Battalion? Yang Yi asked sternly. Yes, General, that is what they claimed. The messenger replied that I shall go and see for myself. General Sun Hao, the break slave general, declared. Very well, take the martial officer with you to investigate the situation. Yang Yi nodded. With the Xiongnu army besieging the city, he could not leave his post. He needed to maintain control over the battlefield to prevent any masters among the Xiongnu from launching an attack. Understood, General. Sun Hao called for the martial officer and made his way to the southern wall. Peering down, Sun Hao recognized Sheng Huayan amidst the throng, each person leading several warhorses. It truly is that lad. Sun Hao thought, having kept an eye on Sheng Huayan. Martial officer, can you confirm that all those below are indeed from your 10th team? Sun Hao inquired to prevent any unforeseen incidents. It is better to be cautious. General, there are about 10 who do not belong. They seem to be from other teams, but the majority are indeed soldiers of the 10th team, the martial officer responded, seeing Sheng Huayan and his companions. The martial officer was utterly astonished. Weren't these fellows rumored to be dead? How have they returned, and in such fine condition? That is fortunate. Open the city gates and let them in, Sun Hao commanded. He then descended the wall to the city gate, curiosity piquing his interest about what Sheng Huayan had accomplished to return with such a multitude of horses. As the gates swung open, Sheng Huayan instructed his men, Brothers, let us enter the city. As they dismounted and led the horses into the city, the sight of the vast number of steeds, each one a splendid specimen, left Sun Hao, the martial officer, and others gaping in awe. These horses could form a cavalry of over 1,000 men. It should be noted that the Anning army, with a total of 30,000 personnel, only had 2,000 cavalry. The reason, of course, was the lack of war horses in the Great Way and the absence of suitable pastures for raising them. General Sun. Upon seeing the break slave, General Sun Hao come to greet them. Sheng Huayan and his companions promptly offered military salutes. No need for such formalities. Did you go on a raid against the Xiongnu cavalry? Returning with so many fine steeds, Sun Hao's eyes sparkled as he regarded the horses. Martial officer, Sheng Huayan and his companions also saluted the martial officer. Acknowledging his superior status, the martial officer waved his hand, indicating they need not stand on ceremony. His curiosity about Sheng Huayan had only intensified. This lad had remarkable abilities. After disappearing with his subordinates for 5 or 6 days, he returned with such an impressive number of horses. In response to the general, we indeed went to raid the Xiongnu. Sheng Huayan replied with a smile. Tell us more. Sun Hao expressed his interest. Observing the 60-odd men accompanying Sheng Huayan, he was astonished by their prowess. Sheng Huayan recounted the experiences of the past few days. The martial officer and nearby soldiers listened with mouths agape, as if they could fit eggs inside. The tale was truly fantastical. To traverse the Xiongnu steppes, engaging in battles, and slaying countless foes while sustaining negligible casualties themselves. Though it sounded simple, executing such tactics was surely no small feat, for they had never heard of such guerrilla warfare before. Over 1,000 warhorses, along with so much provision, and you have slain so many enemies. This is indeed a monumental achievement that I will report this to General Yang. You shall be well rewarded, Sun Hao said with a smile. This lad was indeed extraordinary, and with the merit of the ambush. Should his cultivation be sufficient, he could easily be promoted to a martial officer. Moreover, observing the aura around Sheng Huayan, it was surprising how he had reached the pinnacle of martial cultivation in such a short period. Just days ago, he had only been at the martial apprentice stage. The speed of his advancement surpassed even the prodigies from the grand sects and noble families. Sheng Huayan and his companions returned, bringing back horses and plentiful supplies. News of their exploits spread rapidly throughout the Anning army. Old Wang and the others are alive? Zhang Daniyu exclaimed, His eyes wide with astonishment, an old soldier glanced at Zhang Dani. Are you so eager for their demise? No, that's not what I meant. I'm just saying, I can't believe they come back to life. Bah, that's not right. They didn't get slain by the Xiongnu. Shut your mouth. The old soldier could no longer tolerate the foolishness. If you can't speak properly, then just be quiet. Zhang Dani scratched his head, obediently falling silent. He was merely excited to hear that Sheng Huayan and the others were alive. And his tongue had slipped. After delivering the horses and supplies to the Anning army, the gold, silver, and jewels they collected belonged to them as their own spoils. The supplies and horses they surrendered would also earn them considerable military merit and rewards, especially since many healing elixirs were among the provisions. Sheng Huayan and his companions were assigned to rest on the city tower. Yang Yi observed the Xiongnu army's encampment, his brow furrowing. The Xiongnu had increased their numbers. The other 4 generals, upon noticing the reinforcements, wore expressions of concern. The border was in crisis, yet they remained embroiled in their political squabbles. What did the lives of the border citizens mean to them? The break-captive General Zhao Yong'an exclaimed in frustration, "Silence! Mind your words." Yang Yi shot Zhao Yong'an a glare. Such statements should not be uttered lightly. Zhao Yong'an then realized his lapse in judgment. Although the other generals remained silent, they too shared a sense of dissatisfaction and anger akin to Zhao Yong'an. After more than 20 days of fierce battle at Anning Pass, the Xiongnu had once again bolstered their forces, placing Anning Pass in a precarious situation, yet they still saw no signs of reinforcements from the court. How could the commanders defending the pass not feel a sense of outrage? Kill. The war rages on, with the bodies of the Xiongnu tumbling from the city walls, while the soldiers stationed atop are also targeted and shot down by Xiongnu cavalry. The mournful sound of the war horn resonates with an air of desolation. As the fierce battle continues, the garrison at Anning Pass has already suffered the loss of more than half of its forces to the relentless Xiongnu army. Reinforcements from the surrounding counties are scant. Merely a FAAD of support. Presently, the defense of Anning Pass relies entirely on the unwavering resolve of its garrison. In the barracks, Sheng Huayan and his comrades bask lazily in the sun, cherishing the rare moments of tranquility. During the 5 or 6 days spent on the grasslands, they lived in constant fear, never feeling truly secure, were it not for the current state of martial law in the city. Sheng Huayan would have eagerly taken his subordinates to each Chun Tower for a carefree respite to alleviate their stress and cultivate their spirits. As evening descends upon the battlefield, the setting sun bleeds crimson, casting a solemn atmosphere across the land. The Xiongnu forces retreat, leaving behind thousands of corpses in their wake. That night, Sheng Huayan had intended to visit the veterans, but upon being summoned by General Yang Yi, he was obliged to present himself before the esteemed general. General Yang Yi, the highest commander of the Anning Pass garrison, holds the rank of a 5th-grade general and is a masterful warrior. Had it not been for his vigilant defense, Anning Pass would have long been trampled by the iron hooves of the Xiongnu. Feeling somewhat apprehensive about the summons, Sheng Huayan recognizes the commanding presence and formidable prowess of the general, which he must approach with caution. General, Sheng Huayan has arrived. The messenger led Sheng Huayan into the council chamber. Bring him in. Rang Yang Ye's steady and authoritative voice. As Sheng Huayan entered, he found 5 high-ranking officers present. The foremost leaders of the Anning Pass. I pay my respects to General Yang and esteemed generals, he greeted, feeling the weight of their scrutinizing gazes bearing down upon him. Each individual in attendance was a martial artist of innate prowess, and even though they restrained their formidable auras, the accumulated authority from years of military service was palpable. Let us dispense with formalities. Here stands our Anning Pass's rising star, indeed a fine figure. Yang Yi remarked with a smile upon seeing Sheng Huayan. By merit of his achievements, Sheng Huayan was eligible for the rank of a lieutenant, commanding a regiment. Your commendable performance during the nighttime raid has earned you high praise. General Zhao Yong'an added with a grin. Bold and daring, a talent for leadership awaits. Another officer echoed in approval. I am in need of a company commander. Would you be interested in joining my battalion? General Li Daoru inquired with a smile, eyeing Sheng Huayan. Boldly, is it appropriate to poach men in my presence? Retorted Sun Hao, who commanded the 7th Battalion to which Sheng Huayan belonged. That is not poaching. It is merely recognizing that the position of company commander suits him better. It would be a disservice to place him in your battalion, Li Daoru defended, clearly favoring Sheng Huayan. Astute and fearless, decisive in battle, One of the officers remarked, causing Xingtian to be momentarily taken aback. Why were these esteemed leaders so keenly focused on him? Enough of this banter. I have greater plans for this young man. Yang Yi interjected. The other generals recognized the gravity of Yang Ye's words. Xingtian, once a scholar, has been conscripted into service. His early battles revealed remarkable talent with the bow and through the guidance of veterans. He is trained in martial arts, demonstrating exceptional combat prowess. Yang Yi elaborated, eliciting surprise from Xingtian. Had they already conducted an investigation into his background? Do not be alarmed. I am not prying into your past. I have summoned you for a specific task, Yang Yi continued. Please, General, speak. Xingtian responded respectfully. Today, the Xiongnu army has commenced an increase in their ranks, estimated at 50,000, while we remain without reinforcements. Xingtian frowned. An additional 50,000 soldiers without aid was indeed troubling news. Having heard of your exploits in recent days, I require you to lead a contingent back to the grasslands. Are you willing? Yang Yi fixed his gaze upon Xingtian. Having learned of his recent undertakings from Sun Hao. Of course, but I have one condition. Xingtian promptly declared that I am listening, as long as it is within my power. I will accommodate you, Yang Yi replied. Intrigued by Xingtian's confidence that I need additional soldiers, Xingtian stated. Very well. I shall provide you with 500 elite cavalry and promote you to the rank of lieutenant. All I ask is that you disrupt the Xiongnu supply lines, Yang Yi responded. Xingtian was taken aback. A promotion? As a lieutenant, he would command 1,000 men, a position of significant authority. Remember, your task is to harass the Xiongnu's supply caravans. Do not overextend yourself. Yang Yi cautioned that I will ensure the mission is accomplished. Xingtian saluted. Rest for 2 days. I will assemble 500 elite riders for you. Your ability to delay the Xiongnu's siege will hinge upon your leadership. Yang Yi affirmed. Xingtian had not anticipated being dispatched to the grasslands so soon after returning to Oh, you have any other requests? I will prepare them for you. Yang Yi inquired. General, I also require soldiers proficient in the Xiongnu language and individuals familiar with the grasslands. Xingtian replied. Previously, their limited numbers and unfamiliarity with the terrain had hindered their forays into the grasslands. Xingtian understood that this world was vast, and the grasslands were not solely inhabited by the Xiongnu. They were merely one of the dominant tribes in the region. Very well, I will make the arrangements, Yang Yi nodded. Anything else? Yes, please provision me with ample healing elixirs, Xingtian requested. We do not have any. Yang Ye's expression soured. The Anning army had not received any medicinal supplies from the imperial court for quite some time, and the mere mention of it ignited his frustration. Then, it shall be as you say. Xingtian scratched his head, realizing that without elixirs, he would have to resort to seizing them from the Xiongnu supply lines. Include my soldiers in that arrangement as well, Xingtian added, having grown accustomed to relying on his subordinates. That can be arranged, Yang Yi affirmed. Anything else? That is all. Xingtian shook his head. Given your current martial prowess, I shall gift you a 4th-grade breakthrough elixir to elevate you to the martial master realm. Your current level is rather insufficient. Yang Yi presented Xingtian with a precious elixir. As Xingtian grew more familiar with this world, he learned that elixirs were categorized from 1 to 9. With 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest, a 4th-grade breakthrough elixir could indeed help a martial artist of his caliber transcend to a higher level. Thank you, General, Xingtian exclaimed with joy. Accepting the jade vial from Yang Yi, this elixir would allow him to conserve his combat prowess. Additionally, here is a talisman containing my signature technique, the Overlord Spear Art, which I bestow upon you. Yang Yi imparted his martial arts knowledge to Xingtian. The other 5 officers watched with envy. Yang Yi had clearly taken Xingtian under his wing. The Overlord Spear Art was renowned, and none had ever received such favor from the general before. Xingtian was overjoyed. The art of the spear was paramount for cavalry charges and was renowned for its lethality. Thank you, General. Xingtian's elation at acquiring this spear technique surpassed even the joy of obtaining a 4th-grade breakthrough pill. Enough, go back now. Yang Yi waved his hand, dismissing Xingtian. Upon returning to his quarters, Xingtian could hardly contain his excitement as he activated the transmission jade talisman. He affixed it directly to his forehead and infused it with true essence. An overwhelming surge of the Overlord Spear technique flooded into his mind, while simultaneously, the system recorded this technique. Name, Xingtian race, human realm, martial artist, great perfection, cultivation methods, Reckless Bull Strength, minor achievement. Bloodthirsty Blade Technique, major achievement. Overlord Spear Technique, uninitiated, plus, strength, for 1,500 gene talent. Silver Archer, plus, killing value, 53 without hesitation. Sheng Huayan allocated his points to enhance his training. He had no time to ponder slowly. After consuming 20 points of killing value, he elevated the Overlord Spear Technique to entry-level proficiency. That a wealth of experience in the Overlord Spear Technique surged into his mind, making him feel as if he had practiced it for 2.5 years. With 33 points of killing value remaining, he found it insufficient to further advance his training in the Overlord Spear Technique. Lacking the necessary killing value, Sheng Huayan had no choice but to set it aside and began cultivating Reckless Bull Strength to refine his martial true essence. He had begun to acclimate to transforming his sleep into training. Those who strive earnestly. Early the next morning, after completing his morning exercises and breakfast, the Xiongnu army commenced their assault on the city as the sun rose. Hearing the horns and drums resounding from outside the city walls sent his blood boiling. He could not remain idle. The urge to fight and slay enemies surged within him. Although General Yang Yi had instructed him to rest, what mattered more than killing value? Rest? Only the feeble require rest. Did he need it? Absolutely not. Sheng Huayan promptly seized his battle knife, slung his bow and arrows over his shoulder, and ascended the city walls to engage in battle. Brother, are you going to join the fight? Tang Yinshan inquired, gazing at Sheng Huayan. Yes, I am going to participate in the city defense. Sheng Huayan nodded affirmatively. What about us? Tang Yinshan looked at Sheng Huayan, perplexed, as they had no combat assignments. You all should take a good rest. Sheng Huayan strode purposefully towards the city wall. The soldiers under him exchanged glances, questioning if their leader had developed an addiction to killing. Who knows? Haidai could not help but remark. Upon reaching the city wall, Sheng Huayan observed the Xiongnu forces launching their attack. The Xiongnu cavalry roamed 200 meters outside the city, relentlessly shooting arrows at the soldiers atop the walls, suppressing them to create an opportunity for the Xiongnu infantry to close in. The archers on the walls retaliated with their own arrows, but the speed of the cavalry made it difficult for them to hit their targets, forcing them to shoot at the advancing Xiongnu soldiers instead. Sheng Huayan unstrung his bow, knocking 3 arrows, and released them in a single shot. All 3 arrows struck true, felling 3 cavalrymen as a silver archer. His marksmanship was not only proficient, but also remarkably refined. Witnessing Sheng Huayan shoot 3 arrows simultaneously, each hitting its mark, the nearby archers were left in awe. This skill is simply extraordinary. Without pausing, Sheng Huayan continued to draw and release, once again shooting 3 arrows. 3 more Xiongnu cavalrymen fell. The nearby archers gaped, astonished at the emergence of such a sharpshooter. Noticing him, several Xiongnu cavalrymen aimed their bows at Sheng Huayan. With keen eyes, he swiftly dodged the incoming arrow and, without a moment's hesitation, retaliated with a shot of his own. Regrettably for the opponent, he could not evade the arrow, which struck true, sending him tumbling from his horse. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 more arrows were loosed, claiming the lives of 3 additional Xiongnu cavalrymen. On the city tower, Yang Yi and several other commanding officers took note of Sheng Huayan's remarkable feats. Wait, didn't I tell that kid to rest? How did he end up back on the walls? Good heavens, his archery is exceptional. Not a single shot has missed, they remarked, acknowledging that such prowess was rare among their ranks. This fellow is likely a battle fanatic, unable to remain idle. Before long, Sheng Huayan had expended all 30 arrows in his quiver, bringing down 30 Xiongnu cavalrymen. That he glanced at the archers beside him, noticing they still possessed a considerable supply of arrows. Brother, could you lend me your arrows? Sheng Huayan requested directly to Da. Oh, here you go. The nearby archer snapped back to reality. His eyes filled with admiration for Sheng Huayan. He is nothing short of a divine archer. The archer promptly relinquished the remaining 20 arrows, allowing Sheng Huayan to continue his onslaught against the Xiongnu cavalry. Thank you, my friend. Once the battle concludes, I shall treat you to the finest courtesans at Yichuan Tower, Sheng Huayan offered. Sounds good. The mention of Yichuan Tower lit up the old brother's eyes, with the arrows in hand. Sheng Huayan knocked again and resumed firing, consistently bringing down cavalrymen. However, this also drew the ire of the Xiongnu cavalry, with hundreds of them aiming their bows at him as a deluge of arrows rained down. Sheng Huayan swiftly evaded. Unfortunately, the archer who had kindly given him arrows was not as fortunate, and was struck repeatedly, resembling a porcupine. Shang Huayan lamented the loss of his good comrade, realizing that the Xiongnu had unwittingly spared him some silver. Damn those Xiongnu, that was my good brother. Shang Huayan retaliated fiercely, drawing his bow and shooting down 3 Xiongnu cavalrymen in vengeance. After releasing 3 arrows, he quickly changed his position. The Xiongnu cavalry targeted him, unleashing a barrage of arrows the moment he exposed himself. As he had yet to reach the realm of iron skin and hardened bones, he could not afford to be reckless against arrows. Once he had exhausted his arrows, he sought refuge, waiting for the Xiongnu forces to attempt their assault on the city. Although archery allowed for swift kills, the concentrated fire from the Xiongnu cavalry limited his maneuverability. In a brief period, he had felled around 50 Xiongnu cavalrymen, drawing their fire and alleviating pressure on the other soldiers. Soon, the Xiongnu forces faced considerable casualties as they pressed against the city walls. When the Xiongnu infantry began to scale the walls, the cavalry ceased their arrow volleys. Seeing the Xiongnu soldiers climbing up, Shang Huayan's face broke into a grin. The soldier who climbed before him paused upon witnessing Shang Huayan's exuberant expression. Why did it seem as if Shang Huayan was genuinely pleased to see him? That smile bore an uncanny resemblance to a courtesan welcoming a patron. With a swift motion, Shang Huayan drew his battle knife and advanced. Cleaving downward, the Xiongnu soldier reacted swiftly, drawing his own blade to parry. Clang! Their weapons met with a resounding clash, and in an instant, both soldier and sword were severed in twain. This Xiongnu soldier met his end at the hands of Shang Huayan, whose strength rivaled that of a mid-stage martial artist, delivering a blow that packed 4,000 to 5,000 jin of force. As more Xiongnu soldiers surged onto the walls, Shang Huayan felt an exhilarating thrill deep within. It was the moment of the hunt. His great blade was already parched with anticipation. Kill! The city walls erupted into chaos. The cries of Bat the Blade flashed like a torrential downpour, relentlessly striking towards Bai Tuesday. Bai Tu was a seasoned warrior at the late stage of martial mastery, brimming with blood and vigor, and possessed astonishing combat prowess as a captain among the Xiongnu army. Yet now, faced with Shang Huayan, he was utterly astonished. This seemingly mere martial artist at the peak of his realm possessed strength that was not inferior to his own. Furthermore, the technique employed was fierce and imbued with a heavy aura of slaughter, instilling a sense of dread within him. This youth was beginning to make his mark. Kill! Bai Tu unleashed his full power, his entire being enveloped in a shroud of crimson energy. Shang Huayan immediately sensed a significant increase in his opponent's strength. The surging blood energy radiated intense heat, creating a palpable sense of pressure. Shang Huayan also maximized the circulation of his true essence, transforming into a ferocious beast of slaughter, engaging in a frenzied battle with Bai Tuesday. Impressive! Who was this captain from which battalion? I do not recognize him. Our battalion's 2 lieutenants are not him. So young, yet able to contend with a formidable warrior at the late stage of martial mastery. How terrifying. The surrounding soldiers of Anning Pass were left in utter shock by Shang Huayan's ferocity. I know. He is the one rumored to have led the first assault on the enemy camp, creating chaos within and returning with thousands of warhorses from the grasslands. One soldier recognized Shang Huayan. It's him. He is not from our battalion. How did he ascend the city walls to slay enemies? So young, this youth is truly formidable. If he survives, he will surely make his name known across the realm. Boom! From among the Xiongnu forces, 2 figures soared into the sky, their presence overwhelming, causing hearts to race and breaths to stutter. Yang Yi, come forth and accept your death. One of the figures clad in black robes bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder throughout Anning Pass. Countless soldiers felt a terrifying pressure, both among the defenders of Anning Pass and the Xiongnu troops. How bold! Who dares to openly call the general's name? A resident within the city exclaimed, "It must be a powerful figure from the Xiongnu. The masters have made their move." The Xiongnu soldiers assaulting the city walls revealed expressions of joy. Impudence! General Sun Hao, the breaker of slaves, was furious. Had it not been for his insufficient strength, he would have struck down the 2 intruders. Boom! A figure leapt from the city tower into the air. Adorned in red robes and golden armor, radiating a golden light, exuding majesty and dominance, the master-level warrior could indeed traverse the skies. Bring me the spear. From the city tower, a formidable spear flew forth, landing in the hands of the general clad in red and gold. Come, let us battle. Yang Yi pointed his spear at the 2 Xiongnu master warriors. Kill! The two Xiongnu masters were engulfed in a surge of dark energy. One wielded a wolf-tooth club, while the other brandished a battle blade, charging towards Yang Yi. Boom! Yang Yi swung the spear, its movements akin to a dragon. It was both domineering and fierce. Boom! The clash of weapons echoed like thunder. Reverberating through the sky, 3 waves of terrifying true energy surged forth like a tide, spreading across the heavens. The immense pressure left the soldiers below trembling in fear. Each strike from a master contained unfathomable power. Even from a distance, countless individuals felt a shiver of trepidation and dread. Sheng Huayan and Baitu paused, both gazing at the 3 figures enveloped in energy amidst the aerial battle. Yang Yi, wielding the spear, unleashed strikes with the force of splitting mountains and severing seas, single-handedly overpowering the 2 Xiongnu masters. The confrontation of masters was awe-inspiring, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure upon all. Were it not for the 3 figures battling in the sky, each targeting the other, a mere casual palm strike could render the ground devoid of any defenders. The violent energy surged like boiling water. The oppressive martial true energy filled the heavens and the earth, blood surging like a tide, and every gesture radiated tremendous power. This was the might of a martial master. Master, is this what it means to be a master? Sheng Huayan murmured. Such might surpass that of 100 martial artists combined. This was the essence of a martial master, where every move wielded immense power, fists capable of shaking mountains, blades capable of cleaving rivers and seas. A presence that was vast like the ocean. At this moment, the very heavens and earth trembled. Countless onlookers gaped in awe at the clash of master-level warriors in the sky. Sheng Huayan quickly gathered his focus. Glancing at Baitu, who remained entranced by the grandeur of the masters, his eyes filled with both fear and longing. Without hesitation, Sheng Huayan plunged his blade into Baitu's left side. Shu, feeling the sharp pain. Baitu snapped back to reality, staring at the blade embedded in his side, his face turning ashen. By the heavens, a sneak attack. Sheng Huayan paid no heed. With a swift motion, he cleaved Baitu in half. Baitu's eyes widened in disbelief as he perished with a look of utter resentment. Such a death was too humiliating. A dignified martial master, slain by a covert SD among the Huns. A brawny warrior emerged, his muscular frame commanding attention. Captain, the Hun soldiers retreated, clearing a path. The captain's strike would surely spell death for this man. He was but a step away from transcending to the realm of postnatal mastery. A consummate martial artist, effortlessly capable of slaying this way dog that he must die. He has slaughtered so many of our kin, the Huns shouted in unison, holding a long knife. Hudaha's gaze was piercing as it locked onto Sheng Huayan. The latter's battle robe was now soaked in crimson, drenched in the blood of Hun warriors. Hudaha sensed a certain danger emanating from this way youth, despite the latter's aura being that of a mere novice martial artist. Kill! Hudaha swung his blade, charging at Sheng Huayan. Observing the fierce vitality radiating from his opponent, akin to a ferocious wolf, Sheng Huayan unleashed his own vitality without reservation, bloodthirsty energy swirling around him, with a swift draw of his blade. The blood slaughter sword technique flowed with exquisite precision, each move an intricate dance of lethality. The clash of their weapons echoed, escalating into a flurry of attacks in mere moments. Hudaha's expression shifted as he tightened his grip on the knife. Trembling slightly, the strength of his adversary surpassed his own, revealing a formidable prowess, despite being 2 realms beneath him. Could it be innate divine power, coupled with that terrifying swordsmanship? The overwhelming aura of slaughter rendered him breathless. Shu. After a fierce exchange of over 100 strikes, Sheng Huayan severed Hudaha's left arm. Blood gushed forth, painting the ground as Hudaha's face paled in agony. The surrounding Hun soldiers looked upon Sheng Huayan with growing terror. Even their captain, a consummate martial artist, was no match for him. Could they hope to contend with such a force? Swish! Sheng Huayan delivered a fatal blow, severing Hudaha's head, though he too bore wounds that in his dying moments. Hudaha retaliated, leaving a deep gash in Sheng Huayan's abdomen, a parting gift of vengeance. Slaying a master martial artist was no trivial feat, and the toll on Sheng Huayan's vitality was immense that he retrieved a healing elixir from his garments and consumed it. Staunching the flow of blood, he preferred overwhelming victories. Yet this evenly matched battle had drained him considerably. Against martial apprentices and practitioners, he could dispatch them with ease. However, The stronger the foe, the greater the reward. Huayan felt a sense of satisfaction. Having slain a master martial artist, he earned 25 points of slaughter value. With Hudaha vanquished, no powerful Huns remained in his vicinity, only novice warriors. Kill. Huayan, imbued with a bloodthirsty aura, resembled a legendary deity of slaughter. The Hun soldiers around him found themselves unable to withstand his blade. Soon, the section of the city wall was littered with their corpses, the ground stained a deep crimson. War is a matter of life and death, cold, merciless steel. Witnessing Huayan's rampage, the defending soldiers could not help but cheer. The more he killed, the fewer enemies they faced. Clang. Huayan was knocked back by a strike. His arm numbed as he steadied himself, meeting the frigid gaze of Hu Yinting, devoid of any emotion. Retreating was prudent. He was not a foe to be trifled with. Lin Xiaowei positioned himself before Huayan. Acknowledging the gesture, Huayan turned to confront other Hun soldiers, feeling an acute danger from Hu Yinting, undoubtedly a postnatal martial artist of considerable strength, beyond his current capabilities. Those who dare obstruct me shall perish. Hu Yinting's icy glare fixed upon Lin Xiaowei. Let us see who meets their demise first. Lin Xiaowei raised his knife against Hu Yinting. Both were postnatal martial artists, and as they clashed, the onlookers parted. Granting space for their battled eye in the sky, three masters continued their fierce confrontation, their might as terrifying as the abyss. Fortunately, the battlefield was aloft. Had it been on the ground, the earth would have quaked under their ferocity. Yang Yi wielded his overlord spear technique, forcing two Hun masters to unite in defense, his power unmatched. Alone, he could withstand 1,000 troops, had it not been for his vigilance at Anning Pass. The Hun cavalry would have long since overrun it. After a protracted struggle, the two Hun masters found themselves unable to overcome Yang Yi and were ultimately compelled to retreat. Watching them withdraw, Yang Yi soared back to the city ramparts, standing there with his blood-red battle robe billowing, golden armor gleaming, an imposing sight. His presence was akin to a mountain, steadfast in its dominion, immovable against 1,000 troops. Yang Yi was the bulwark of Anning Pass. Among the Hun forces, Xingtian fumed at the sight of the two masters returning empty-handed, a mix of anger and resignation, that Yang Yi was absurdly strong. Facing two foes without faltering, they either had to eliminate Yang Yi or breach the defenses, otherwise capturing Anning Pass would be a formidable challenge. The battle raged until dusk, yet the Hun army failed to breach the walls. Leaving behind thousands of corpses as they retreated on the city walls, the defenders did not celebrate their success in repelling the enemy. 1 battalion remained with fewer than 300 soldiers, a testament to the war's brutality. The garrison at Anning Pass had been reduced by more than half, and from privates to generals, none felt joy. All were consumed by deep concern. If this continued, in 10 days, the soldiers of Anning Pass would be utterly exhausted. Huayan surveyed the ground strewn with corpses, comrades who had fought alongside him, now cold and lifeless. These soldiers had families, loved ones, individuals eagerly awaiting their return. Behind them lay countless households. They too were human, longing for their families, yearning for that dreamlike figure. Yet, in the face of the enemy, they did not retreat a single step. They were indeed valiant, and do not speak of titles or honors. A general's success is built upon the bones of the fallen. Such is the nature of war. He trudged down from the city walls, his battle robe tattered, armor riddled with scars, hair disheveled, and face smeared with grime. Do not speak of titles or honors. A general's success is built upon the bones of the fallen. Lin Xiaowei observed Huayan's retreating figure at a poignant line indeed. This young man is quite eloquent. I hear he was once a scholar. Glancing at the corpses littering the ground, both enemy and fallen soldiers alike, he noted that his 5th battalion had dwindled to just over 200, suffering losses exceeding 90%. These were not mere statistics, but vibrant lives extinguished. Lin Xiaowei pondered. Was this the insight of Huayan? Truly, do not speak of titles or honors. A general's success is built upon the bones of the fallen. A single phrase encapsulated the brutality of war. Upon descending from the walls, Huayan encountered an old soldier. With a smile, he approached the veteran. Observing the tattered battle robe and scarred armor, the old soldier frowned slightly. Have you returned to the walls to slay more enemies? To kill for one's country is our honor. Huayan beamed cheerfully. Be serious, the old soldier admonished, eyes narrowing. Uncle, a warrior grows rapidly through battle, Xingtian replied earnestly. Talk of serving the country is mere rhetoric, meant for others to hear. Gaining slaughter value through defeating enemies is my true aim. Of course, this remained his secret, one he would not divulge. Indeed, a warrior should grow through battle. The old soldier nodded in agreement. Did you witness General Yang's clash with the two Hun masters today? That might was simply awe-inspiring. Xingtian exclaimed. I did. The strength of those masters is indeed terrifying. The veteran acknowledged with admiration. I too aspire to become such a powerful figure, commanding respect, Xingtian declared with lofty ambition. Indeed, having such aspirations is commendable. I shall support you in spirit, the old soldier responded with a smile, refraining from dampening Xingtian's enthusiasm. By the way, I heard you'll be leading troops to the grasslands again in a couple of days? The old soldier inquired. Duh, uncle. How did you know? Xingtian gazed curiously at the old soldier. This matter, it seems, is known to very few, aside from General Yang and the 5 deputy generals. Those chosen are aware. But the others remain in ignorance. This affair was intended to be kept confidential, to prevent any Huns from infiltrating the city. The old soldier spoke. General Yang sought me out and invited me to join. But I declined. Is that so? Xingtian nodded. Go freshen up and come find me after dinner, the old soldier instructed before departing. Xingtian returned, and upon witnessing his safe return, Tang Yinshan, Haidai, and the others sighed in relief. Their commander truly was a warrior at heart. Commander, you have indeed returned alive, Haidai remarked. What, do you wish for my demise, so you may ascend to my position? Xingtian cast a dangerous glare at Haidai. The lad seemed to covet his rank, aspiring for advancement. No, that is not what I meant, Commander, Haidai hastily replied, sensing the peril in Xingtian's gaze. Is that so? Dare you claim you have no desire to be commander? Xingtian fixed his gaze firmly on Haidai. The latter gulped. His ambitions had been laid bare. A soldier who does not aspire to become a general is not worthy of the title. A general who does not yearn for the throne is not a true general. How could he not wish to be commander? It was a dream he cherished. Dumb. Haidai quickly shook his head. Commander, you misunderstand me. Am I that sort of person? I, Haidai, shall always be your soldier. Really? More genuine than pure gold. Haidai replied earnestly. I shall tentatively take your word for it. Xingtian decided not to pursue the matter further regarding this soldier's ambition to usurp his position. Commander, you truly disregard safety far too much. Having just returned from the grasslands, you head straight to the city walls to engage the enemy. Tang Yinshan expressed concern. Seeing Tang Yinshan's obsequious demeanor made Haidai feel a wave of disgust. A manly figure cannot remain subservient for long. Enough chatter. Prepare hot water. I need to take a bath, Xingtian commanded. Yes, Commander. I shall arrange it immediately. Tang Yinshan nodded quickly. He did not forget to cast a provocative glance at Haidai. As if to say, you think you can contend for the commander's position? You'll be left with nothing. The sight of Xingtian, drenched in blood, would surely haunt the children for a decade. His subordinates felt the oppressive aura of bloodlust emanating from Xingtian, heavier than before. Soon, his men prepared hot water for him. After washing away the grime of battle and tending to his wounds, Xingtian finished dinner and went to see the old soldier. Uncle, I have arrived. Come in, came the old soldier's voice from within a barack. Xingtian pushed the door open to find Zhang Daniu present. But Li Busi was nowhere to be seen. A few unfamiliar faces greeted him. New soldiers recently assigned to the old soldier's command. Where is Li Busi? Xingtian inquired. Zhang Daniu glanced at him and replied slowly. He has died. Those two light words struck Xingtian's heart like a thunderclap. Li Busi had been one of the first familiar faces he encountered in this world, and now he learned of his demise in battle. Li Busi's brother, Li Busi-san, was gravely injured and recuperating in the infirmary, with no indication of when he would recover. One brother was dead, the other severely wounded. Now, the only familiar faces left were the old soldier, Zhang Daniu, and Wang Wu, who now served under Xingtian. Fate dictates life and death. Brother Huayan need not grieve that as soldiers. It is our destiny to perish on the battlefield, Zhang Daniu comforted him. Xingtian merely nodded slightly. He had grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death, yet hearing of a familiar comrade's passing was still difficult to bear. Follow me, the old soldier said, his tone measured. Xingtian trailed behind him into an inner chamber. Uncle, what is so secretive? Xingtian asked. The old soldier produced an ancient tome from his robe that I acquired this from a beggar. The old beggar claimed it as a cultivation technique passed down from Emperor Haoying. The Great Sun Heart Sutra. I have studied it for most of my life without making any progress, and now I pass it on to you, hoping you may uncover its secrets, the old soldier conveyed. Shang Huayan took the tome and examined the 4 large characters. Great Sun Heart Sutra. The handwriting was clearly amateurish, slanted, and ugly, worse than the scrawls of an elementary school student from his previous life. The entire tome felt as if it could easily be dismissed as a forgery. "Uncle, you bought this martial arts manual from a beggar?" Shang Huayan asked incredulously. "Indeed, it cost me 1 tael of silver," the old soldier affirmed gravely, "and you've spent half a lifetime studying it. Yet achieved nothing?" Shang Huayan pressed further. The old soldier nodded earnestly, his eyes brimming with hope as he looked at Shang Huayan, wishing for him to achieve something remarkable. "You possess extraordinary talent in martial arts, which is why I entrusted it to you, that I hope you can succeed in your cultivation and then teach me. Otherwise, what use is it to me? This is a technique of the Emperor's caliber, and in the outside world, it would attract countless powerful warriors seeking it." The old soldier spoke cautiously, wary of eavesdroppers. Shang Huayan suspected that the old soldier had been duped by that beggar. This reminded him of a scene from a film in his previous life, where a young boy spent his entire fortune to buy a martial arts manual from an old beggar. Wasn't it called something like Divine Palm? "Uncle, are you certain you weren't deceived?" Shang Huayan asked, glancing at the tome in his hands. "What? Do you think me foolish enough to be easily tricked?" The old soldier shot Shang Huayan a glare, emanating an air of danger. Seeing the old soldier's threatening demeanor, Shang Huayan wisely swallowed his words. "Uncle, you are exceptionally clever. How could anyone possibly deceive you?" He quickly praised. "Enough, be gone. If you don't want it, return it to me. I don't want to give it to you anyway. I paid a tael of silver for it," the old soldier remarked disdainfully. Eyeing Shang Huayan's fawning expression, Shang Huayan promptly took the tome and made his exit. Fearing the old soldier might strike him, "Aren't you going to sit for a while?" Zhang Dainyu asked as Shang Huayan rushed out. "Brother Dainyu, I can't. Next time, I'll come back when I have the time," Shang Huayan said as he dashed away. "What is going on? It feels as if a ghost is chasing him." Zhang Dainyu scratched his head in confusion. "Who is that?" a soldier inquired. "That is Shang Huayan, who has recently returned from our unit. He is now a commander, leading 100 soldiers," Zhang Dainyu explained. "Commander? Leading 100 soldiers?" Several soldiers were astonished, unable to comprehend how someone so young could hold such a rank. "Work hard to kill the enemy, and you too may become a commander one day." Zhang Dainyu encouraged them. "That we will certainly strive to achieve military merit and become commanders," the soldiers replied, their eyes gleaming with aspiration. Zhang Dainyu watched them with a twinge of pity, realizing he had set their expectations too high, uncertain if they could ever live up to such dreams. Upon returning to his quarters, Shang Huayan pulled out the martial arts manual gifted by the old soldier. "The handwriting is truly atrocious," he couldn't help but mutter, before beginning to peruse its contents. As night fell, Anning City glimmered with scattered lights. Yang Yi gazed at the flickering flames within the city. Observing the common folk, on the desk behind him lay a calligraphy scroll, boldly inscribed, "Do not speak of titles and honors, for a general's success is built upon the bones of countless." Shang Huayan became engrossed in the verses of the tome, as if a blazing sun had risen in his heart, its aura vast and transcendent, seemingly echoing from the depths of antiquity. His heart thumped vigorously, blood surging and coalescing, resembling crimson flames ablaze. That to cultivate as a martial artist is to refine one's blood and amplify one's essence. After perusing the scriptures within the book, Shang Huayan awoke to find the tome in his hand spontaneously ignited, rapidly reducing to ashes. "This," Shang Huayan gasped in astonishment, realizing that the martial arts cultivation method he had been given by the veteran was indeed genuine. Thus, it seemed the veteran had not been deceived by the old beggar, but had instead acquired authentic techniques. He felt his own vital energy condensing, having achieved a twofold enhancement. Merely from reading the scriptures once, his internal energy had intensified by 20%. Simultaneously, his details were revealed. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, human. Realm, initial martial master. Techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra. Not yet initiated. Bull Strength Technique. Minor success. Blood Fiend Blade Technique. Major success. Overlord Spear Technique. Beginner. Strength, 6,000 pounds. Talent, Silver Archer. Enhanced. Slaughter value, 188. The refinement of his vital energy had granted him an increase of 200 pounds in strength at the same time. The golden screen inscribed the Great Sun Heart Sutra. Regrettably, the 188 points of slaughter value could not even elevate the Great Sun Heart Sutra with an enhancement symbol. Could it truly be a cultivation method of the martial emperor level? Observing the 188 points of slaughter value, he recalled that he had acquired them by slaying enemies after numerous breakthroughs the previous day. He wondered how many slaughter value points were required to elevate the Great Sun Heart Sutra even further. Upon inspecting his dantian, he noticed that the martial essence within him began to transform into a golden hue. The martial essence cultivated through the bull strength technique was crimson. Unable to allocate points for further training, Xingtian delved into comprehending the Great Sun Heart Sutra. The scriptures had already been imprinted in his mind, allowing him to meditate and cultivate independently. That night, he did not succumb to sleep but instead immersed himself in the study and practice of the Great Sun Heart Sutra. As he comprehended and cultivated, the true essence within him underwent a rapid transformation. In his sea of consciousness, a great sun ascended, its radiance dispelling the darkness. The Great Sun Heart Sutra involved visualizing the sun, refining the spirit through its form, nurturing the self through the spirit, and observing the heavens with the mind while introspecting the self with the spirit. After a sleepless night, a great sun rose above the horizon. Xingtian radiated a golden light, akin to a blazing fireball, as powerful energies continuously cleansed his flesh, blood, bones, and sinews. Only after the sun ascended did he gradually cease his efforts. A night of comprehension and practice did not grant him entry into the Great Sun Heart Sutra. Yet his physique felt more robust than ever. Their regiment had been granted a 2-day rest, and this morning, there was no need for drills. Xingtian did not compel his subordinates to train either. Tomorrow, he would lead them into battle once again across the grasslands. Having given his soldiers a rare chance to rest, he allowed them to recuperate thoroughly. After finishing breakfast, he donned his bow and arrows and strapped on his battle blade. Returning to the city walls to fend off the invading Xiongnu forces, with the Great Sun Heart Sutra not yet initiated, he would continue to slay enemies. Accumulating slaughter value would directly enhance his cultivation. Upon reaching the battlements, the soldiers stationed there were already on high alert. Beyond the gates, the Xiongnu army's encampment was adorned with fluttering banners, rippling in the wind. Dong, 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 woo. The sounds of war drums and horns erupted. The spirit of battle sweeping through the skies. This land, ravaged by years of warfare, had buried countless loyal bones. The Xiongnu army once again unleashed over 10,000 troops to assault Anning Pass. Archers, prepare, the captain shouted urgently. The archers promptly advanced, drawing their bows. Xingtian also stepped forward, knocking 3 arrows, his gaze sharp as he focused on the Xiongnu forces. Fire! The captain bellowed. Whoosh! Arrows rained down, piercing into the enemy camp. The Xiongnu army, unwilling to be outdone, retaliated with their own archers, unleashing a torrent of arrows from their ranks. The sky darkened with the sheer volume of incoming projectiles aimed at the city walls, forcing Xingtian and the other archers to dodge. Without reaching the later stages of cultivation, they could not withstand the onslaught of arrows. Xingtian had no intention of dying under this rain of arrows. Seeing the archers on the walls being suppressed, the Xiongnu assault began charging forward. Xingtian took to the lookout openings in the wall, shooting arrows with precision, each arrow capable of claiming an enemy life. Soon, he had fired 30 arrows, his slaughter value soaring to 231 points. The 30 arrows had netted him 43 points of slaughter value at the same time. A plus sign finally appeared next to the Great Sun Heart Sutra on the golden screen. Name, Xingtian. Race, human. Realm, initial martial master. Enhanced. Techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra, not yet initiated. Enhanced, bull strength technique. Minor success. Enhanced, blood fiend blade technique. Major success, overlord spear technique. Beginner. Strength, 6,000 pounds. Talent, silver archer. Enhanced, slaughter value, 231. Seeing the opportunity to elevate the Great Sun Heart Sutra to an entry level brought him immense joy. Without hesitation, he allocated points to enhance the Great Sun Heart Sutra. Momentarily disregarding his cultivation level point, 200 points of slaughter value vanished, and Xingtian couldn't help but marvel. If entry required 200 points, how many would be necessary for subsequent enhancements? Countless insights and comprehensions regarding the Great Sun Heart Sutra flooded into Xingtian's mind. Akin to having practiced the sutra for an entire year, simultaneously, the true essence within him transformed entirely into gold. His vitality surged significantly, the blood within him boiling like a furnace, vigorous and tumultuous. His strength increased by 500 pounds, and as an initial martial master, he now rivaled a later-stage martial artist. Should this be revealed, none would believe it, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Xingtian felt terrifyingly formidable. Confident in his ability to crush any enemy at the martial master level with a single blow, he surveyed the Xiongnu forces, eager for battle. These points were all slaughter value. The very source of his strength. Like chives that regrow after being cut, they fed countless individuals. With the Great Sun Heart Sutra initiated, as the mind method operated, Xingtian noticed the speed of refining true essence outstripped that of the bull strength technique by 100-fold. The battle for the city grew increasingly brutal, as the Xiongnu forces fearlessly scaled the walls, engaging in fierce combat with the defenders. Naturally, Xingtian led the charge, diving into the enemy ranks, eager to claim his share of glory. Having broken through to the initial martial master level, his prowess matched that of a later-stage martial artist, making him a veritable god of slaughter against these ordinary foes, with his blade shimmering with blood-red energy. He cleaved through 3 Xiongnu soldiers in a single stroke. Observing Xingtian reappearing on the walls to slay enemies, one officer remarked with a chuckle, "This lad is quite the warrior. He refuses to rest even when told to." This young man was indeed a born killer. The lieutenant observed the murderous aura surrounding Xingtian, noting that many at the later martial stage could not compare to him. His strength has grown even more. "He is simply a freak," exclaimed General Zhao Yong'an. The speed of Xingtian's growth was astonishing, almost beyond belief. Could it be that slaying enemies made him stronger? The truth was undeniable. With a swift motion, Xingtian dispatched 5 Xiongnu soldiers with clean efficiency. Around him lay the bodies of over 20 Xiongnu warriors. "Wei Go, I challenge you," a Xiongnu mid-stage martial master, seeing Xingtian's overwhelming strength as he slaughtered ordinary soldiers, stepped forward to confront him, attempting to block Xingtian while the regular soldiers advanced to seize the walls. The opponent swung his blade, true essence surging forth with unmatched force. Xingtian merely regarded him, countering with a horizontal slash. Clang! The sound resonated as the opponent's weapon shattered. He gazed in disbelief at his own blade, effortlessly deflected by Xingtian, now reduced to mere fragments. The overwhelming force pushed him back 2 steps. Wasn't this person an initial martial master? Why was he so powerful? The answer came swiftly. Through Xingtian's blade, the blood-red arc of his sword flashed, and the foe's head severed from his body. Lieutenant Xiangajuo from the 15th Battalion was left dumbfounded. A mid-level Xiongnu officer had been slain in just 2 strokes. Gazing at the thick aura of bloodlust emanating from Xingtian, Xiangajuo found this individual to be terrifying in his ferocity. After vanquishing his opponent, Xingtian accrued 22 points of slaughter value. He did not pause, continuing his onslaught against the enemy. A Hun leader, possessing postnatal strength, ascended the city wall and charged towards Xingtian. The sharp instincts of Xingtian sensed an overwhelming danger approaching, causing the hair on his body to stand on end. He swiftly dodged, narrowly evading a lethal strike from the Hun warrior, Yingling. The blade's sharp edge left a deep gash in the ground where he once stood. Had it struck him, it would have surely cleaved him in twain. The despicable Huns resorted to a sneak attack, truly lacking in shame. Xingtian could not help but curse vehemently that in this moment. He completely forgot his own past instances of ambushing the chess slave, which were even more shameless. "Wei Dog, prepare to meet your end." Yingling did not engage in verbal sparring with Xingtian, but launched a fierce offensive instead. The glint of the blade, sharp and menacing, descended with a chilling intent, seemingly poised to rend the very fabric of the air, its immense power heavy and ferocious. Xingtian gripped his battle blade tightly, channeling his inner essence to muster all his strength to counter the assault. Eager to gauge the might of a postnatal expert, Yingling's strikes were brutally savage, aimed solely at extinguishing Xingtian's life. The blood within Xingtian surged with fervor as he frantically activated the Great Sun Heart Sutra, harnessing all his blood energy to employ the blood slaughter blade technique against Yingling. This marked his first confrontation with a postnatal warrior. The adversary's strength was formidable and substantial, his physique as unyielding as steel, rendering Xingtian's strikes ineffective. Though his technique was swift, it failed to inflict any harm upon his foe. Conversely, Yinglin's violent power caused Xingtian's hands to split open. Their blades clashed fiercely. The brilliance of their strikes deflected against the surrounding combatants, who dared not approach. The terrifying light of their blades continually etched scars upon the city walls. Fortunately, the walls were constructed from a unique stone, as hard as iron. Otherwise, such overwhelming force would have effortlessly shattered the bricks. The air crackled with the sound of their blades colliding, both combatants moving with astonishing speed. Within mere moments, they had exchanged over 100 blows. Xingtian's palms bled, and in comparison to a true postnatal warrior, he recognized a significant disparity in their abilities. Yingling resembled a ferocious wolf, instilling in him an unprecedented sense of oppression. Observing the battle blade in his hand, now riddled with chips, he realized it would not be long before it was severed by his opponent. Surrounding onlookers hastily distanced themselves from the clash, fearful of being caught in the crossfire and meeting an untimely demise. Noting Xingtian's rapid movements, Yingling unleashed a powerful fist, the force of which stirred the in response. Xingtian activated the Great Sun Heart Sutra, his left hand forming a fist that radiated with golden light, akin to a sunbeam, striking against Yingling's punch. Boom! A resounding thunderclap echoed through the air, reminiscent of a storm's fury, both heavy and resonant. Sending tremors through the heart, Yingling was taken aback. He was certain that Xingtian was merely in the initial stages of martial discipline, yet his strength rivaled that of a warrior who had just breached the postnatal realm. Such power was nothing short of extraordinary. Among the Huns, few could contend with a martial artist of the initial stage against a postnatal warrior. Those who could were indeed rare prodigies, with the emergence of such a remarkable talent within the garrison of Anning Pass. Yingling's murderous intent surged that he swore to eliminate this martial genius, lest he become a formidable adversary for the Huns in the future. His blood boiled with fervor, akin to the blazing sun. Yingling lunged at Xingtian like a ravenous wolf. His blade shone brilliantly, sharp and ruthless, while simultaneously unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. His body as resilient as bronze and iron. Delivering painful blows to Xingtian, the clash of blades and fists echoed with the sounds of thunder, the atmosphere crackling with tension. This was the terrifying might of a postnatal warrior. Once they reached the innate stage, their inner energy could leave their body, exponentially increasing their destructive potential. In the face of Yingling's overwhelming killing intent, Xingtian pushed the Great Sun Heart Sutra to its limits, his blood energy surging and his true essence roaring within him, transforming him into a blazing sun, filled with wild power. Their fists collided, blades clashing with explosive force, producing a series of thunderous sounds, akin to rolling thunder. Surrounding spectators were utterly astonished, including Yang Yi and others atop the city tower, who cast their gazes upon the spectacle. Xingtian's performance against a postnatal warrior with merely initial stage martial discipline was nothing short of breathtaking and brilliant. What a rare martial genius to engage a postnatal warrior with such prowess. The two combatants fought fiercely, but when Xingtian's fist struck Yingling, it felt as if he were pounding against steel, immensely hard, causing his own hand to throb with pain. Conversely, receiving a punch from Yingling felt as though he had been struck by a cannon, nearly shattering his body. This was the essence of a postnatal warrior, possessing a body of iron and a robust vitality. Their extraordinary capabilities far exceeded those of martial artists at the initial stage. Fortunately, the Great Sun Heart Sutra was a miraculous technique, allowing for rapid recovery from his injuries. With a continuous influx of true essence, it was this strength that enabled him to contend with Yingling. After exchanging over 100 blows, Xingtian understood that a gap existed between himself and true postnatal warriors. It was not merely a matter of strength. He realized that his level of cultivation was inferior. Gradually falling into a disadvantage, he began to struggle as the situation grew increasingly dire, narrowly avoiding Yingling's lethal strikes multiple times. Bang! A long spear cleaved through the air, forcing Yingling back. "Step back. Let me handle him," Zhou Yuan declared. Xingtian, observing the individual's attire, recognized him as the sergeant of the 15th Battalion. Feeling a surge of relief, he turned and left without hesitation. Indeed, he was not yet capable of dealing with Yingling. After another 100 exchanges, defeat was inevitable that a wise man does not suffer unnecessary losses. He vowed to reclaim his honor once his cultivation improved. Yingling glared at Zhou Yuan, his eyes sharp as a wolf-ass. This man was a mid-stage postnatal warrior, and seeing Zhou Yuan intervene to allow Xingtian to escape infuriated him. Yingling, let us join forces to slay him. Another Han postnatal warrior scaled the city wall. Kill. The two teamed up, charging toward Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan, undaunted, faced two Han postnatal warriors alone, wielding his spear to counter their assault. Having shaken off Yingling, Xingtian turned his gaze toward the Han soldiers. So they believed they could bully him for his lower cultivation? He would retaliate by targeting the weaker Han soldiers, slaying them to accrue slaughter value, raising his own cultivation, and returning to confront his previous adversary. With the mindset of if I cannot defeat you, I shall slay your subordinates, Xingtian plunged into the ranks of the Han army, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. Kill, seize the city, plunder wealth and women. The city is filled with countless women. The Han army roared, crazed with fervor as they scrambled up the walls. Upon hearing of women, the Han soldiers' eyes glinted with greed, akin to starving wolves, eager to storm the city and wreak havoc. Observing the raucous Huns, Xingtian could not understand their words but found their noise intolerable. Like a tiger among sheep, he charged into the Han ranks, commencing a wild massacre. Slay that way dog. Kill him, he is a demon. Having slaughtered so many of our kin, we shall avenge them. The Han soldiers shouted, brandishing their blades and rushing towards Xingtian, determined to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Witnessing the fearless charge of the Han horde, Xingtian smiled with glee, his blood-red blade harvesting the lives of Han soldiers with relentless efficiency. The innate warriors among the Han army mobilized, but were halted by the likes of General Sun Hao and others. Today, the masters among the Han ranks did not intervene. Observing the soldiers still trapped on the city walls, Left Xian Wang continued to dispatch troops. Send me another 5,000 soldiers. I shall exhaust the Wei army into oblivion. His gaze was icy, treating the Han soldiers as mere expendables, utterly indifferent to their lives as long as he could wear down the defenders of Anning Pass. It was all worthwhile. Yes, my king. As the subordinates continued to send troops into battle, the Xiongnu tribes were numerous, with countless warriors at their disposal. The loss of a few was of no consequence to them. As rulers of the Xiongnu, the noble class regarded ordinary Xiongnu people as little more than their subordinates, akin to mere appendages in times of war. They served as warriors. In times of peace, they tended to the herds of cattle and sheep for the nobility. With an additional 5,000 Xiongnu soldiers participating in the siege, the pressure on the defenders atop the city walls intensified greatly. Bring up 2 more battalions to reinforce the walls, commanded Yang Yi without hesitation. The Xiongnu's assault grew increasingly fierce, and without the reinforcement of 2 battalions, it seemed unlikely they could withstand the onslaught. The 6th and 10th battalions were summoned to join the defense. Throughout the course of this protracted battle, every battalion had suffered casualties and had been replenished. The number of seasoned veterans had dwindled to merely half in battalions such as the 5th and 7th. Those who had endured the brutalities of warfare amounted to less than 1/10 of their original strength. The newly supplemented soldiers were mostly conscripts and laborers, lacking significant combat prowess. The current strength of the defenders at Anning Pass had diminished considerably, their fighting capability far inferior to that of yesteryear. Xingtian, resembling a harbinger of death, held sway over the battlefield, effortlessly subduing the innate warriors of the Xiongnu while finding no rivals among the lesser fighters. He had already slain 2 or 3 formidable Xiongnu warriors of the martial master rank. The ordinary soldiers who fell beneath his blade numbered around 60 to 70. His kill count surged to 283 points. Name: Xingtian race, human realm, early martial master, plus, techniques, Grandson Heart Sutra, beginner, mighty bull strength, minor achievement, plus, blood slaughter blade technique, major achievement, overlord spear technique, beginner, strength, 6,000 gene talent, silver archer, plus, kill count, 283. Noticing the potential for further advancement, Xingtian promptly allocated points to enhance his cultivation. 200 points of kill value were consumed in an instant, and a surge of formidable power coursed through his body. His skin and bones seemed as though they had been forged from gold. His physique steadily growing stronger, the blood energy within him exploded, searing and intense, while his true essence rapidly coalesced and solidified. Name: Sheng Huayan race, human realm, mid-martial master techniques, Grand Sun Heart Sutra, beginner, mighty bull strength, minor achievement, blood slaughter blade technique, major achievement, overlord spear technique, beginner, strength, 7,000 gene talent, silver archer, plus, kill count, 83. Feeling the violent power surging within him, Sheng Huayan brimmed with confidence, no longer fearing the oppressive might of Yitulan. With his enhanced strength, he stood invincible against all but the most formidable of opponents, like a wolf among sheep. He began his frenzied slaughter, harvesting kill value with abandon. The Xiongnu soldiers who charged the walls were relentlessly cut down by Sheng Huayan, while the innate warriors had their own officers to contend with. Pitting soldier against soldier and general against general, Sheng Huayan was an anomaly, an invincible martial master. He resembled a small stream besieging a great catfish, unstoppable in his murderous spree. Martial apprentices, martial artists, and martial masters alike fell before his blade. The blood slaughter blade technique enveloped him in an aura of terrifying bloodlust. The Xiongnu soldiers of martial apprentice rank, upon witnessing the malevolent energy surrounding Sheng Huayan, found their spirits shaken, unable to muster the courage to resist. Some innate Xiongnu warriors, observing Sheng Huayan's relentless slaughter, sought to intervene and eliminate him. However, they were thwarted by the officers who defended him. With Sheng Huayan on the battlefield, many Xiongnu martial masters met their demise. Significantly alleviating the pressure on the defending soldiers, the centurions and captains among the Xiongnu forces continually fell to Sheng Huayan's blade, making it exceedingly difficult for the soldiers scaling the walls to mount an effective offensive. Meanwhile, the officers among the defenders were liberated to lead their troops in systematically eliminating the Xiongnu forces attempting to breach the walls. Kill. Bury him under our numbers, commanded a centurion among the Xiongnu army. Intent on overwhelming Sheng Huayan with sheer numbers, inside, Tuoba Yin felt a deep-seated fear. Two of his fellow martial masters had already perished at the hands of Sheng Huayan, not as a mid-tier martial master. Facing Sheng Huayan was tantamount to courting death. Hearing Tuoba Yan's order, the Xiongnu soldiers could do nothing but charge at Sheng Huayan with their weapons raised. The blood slaughter blade technique, in Sheng Huayan's hands, was executed with divine finesse. A single stroke could cleave through 2 or 3 Xiongnu soldiers. Surrounded by a sea of Xiongnu corpses, the air thick with the stench of blood, Sheng Huayan lost count of how many soldiers he had slain. Continuously, more Xiongnu, a resounding crack of shattering weaponry echoed through the air as Tuoba Yin was cleaved in twain by a single stroke of Sheng Huayan's blade. Flesh and armor alike succumbing to the deadly strike. Blood splattered forth, staining the brick walls a deep crimson. Breathless from the carnage he had wrought, Sheng Huayan felt the fatigue in his arms from slaying so many foes. Yet the black gold warblade remained untainted by blood. His kill count had long surpassed 200, reaching an impressive 474 points. With the opportunity to enhance his cultivation, Sheng Huayan seized the moment to ascend further. With a cost of 400 kill points, he ascended 2 levels, breaking through to the peak of the martial master realm. His strength soared to an astonishing 9,000 pounds. The blood chi and martial essence within him surged with unparalleled vigor, rivaling that of a mid-stage postnatal warrior, with his physical prowess having doubled from before. Gazing at the golden luminescence of his status, he noted, name, Sheng Huayan race, human realm, peak martial master cultivation techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra, beginner, rampaging bull technique, minor accomplishment, blood fiend blade technique, major accomplishment, overlord spear technique, beginner, strength, 9,000 pounds talent, silver bowyer kill points, 73 with his newfound might. Sheng Huayan turned his gaze toward the postnatal warriors of the Xiongnu. Amidst the throng, he spotted the very postnatal warrior who had previously tormented him. Zhou Yuan, confronted by 2 Xiongnu postnatal warriors, was able to hold his ground, but could not overpower them, merely entangling them in combat. Gripping his black gold warblade, Sheng Huayan charged at Yitulan, the scoundrel who had once suppressed him. Taking advantage of his prior lack of strength, now that he had grown more powerful, he was determined to reclaim his dignity. Perceiving an impending danger from behind, Yitulan swiftly turned, only to be met with the lethal arc of Sheng Huayan's blade. Its blood-red aura radiating malevolence, Yitulan hastily swung his sword to parry. Clang! The clash of blades resonated like thunder, the force propelling Yitulan back several paces, leaving a gash upon his sword. "It is you, seeking death?" Lan seethed with rage. He had not yet sought retribution upon Xingtian, yet the audacity of his opponent to confront him was insufferable. He abandoned his pursuit of Zhou Yuan and unleashed a strike at Xingtian. Intent on ending his life, Zhou Yuan observed Xingtian's reckless engagement with Lan, his brow furrowing in concern. Impulsive, he deemed Xingtian's actions to be foolhardy, embracing the blood fiend blade technique. Xingtian clashed fiercely with Lan. Night battle in all directions. The crimson blade shadows descended upon Lan from every direction. Realizing the shift in power, Lan felt the overwhelming strength emanating from Xingtian, whose swordsmanship had become even more ferocious. How could such a dramatic increase in strength occur in such a brief span? He found himself forced to retreat against Xingtian's relentless assault. Boom! The two exchanged powerful blows, the sound resonating with a weighty echo, a testament to their raw physical might. Xingtian staggered back a step, while Lan was pushed back 3 or 4 paces. In that moment, a flicker of danger ignited within Lan. He sensed that Xingtian's strength had surpassed his own. The shockwave from their earlier exchange had caused his blood chi to roil within him, and his arm throbbed with pain. Xingtian advanced swiftly, delivering a blindingly fast cut. Lan attempted to evade, only to be met with Xingtian's foot, radiating a dangerous aura and formidable power. Forced to rely on pure instinct, he could only bring his fists up to defend. Bang! The tremendous force of Xingtian's kick sent Lan reeling. Confusion clouded Lan's mind. How had Xingtian experienced such a drastic transformation in strength? The scoundrel who had once been so arrogant now found himself on the defensive. With the advantage firmly in his grasp, Xingtian relentlessly swung his blade at Lan. Clang! Lan's weapon was cleaved asunder by Xingtian's strike. Seizing the opportunity, Xingtian delivered a powerful kick to Lan's cheese in their hearts. A colossal question mark emerged. It had barely been a short while, yet Xingtian had astonishingly grown powerful enough to slay martial artists of the postnatal realm. Is the cultivation of martial arts not supposed to be exceedingly arduous? How could Xingtian advance with such remarkable rapidity? Witnessing Xingtian dispatch the postnatal strongman of the Xiongnu, the captain felt as though all his years of martial training might as well have been for naught. Damn it! Tuoba seethed in fury, accompanied by an undercurrent of dread. Xingtian's victory over Lan had instilled within him a profound sense of crisis. What extraordinary talent must one possess to slay a postnatal martial artist? If this individual were to break through to the postnatal realm, would there be anyone capable of standing against him? Tuoba sensed an overwhelming threat. He realized that within the ranks of the Yingling past defenders, a formidable prodigy had emerged, a prodigy who was, moreover, a dire enemy of the Xiongnu. Thus, Xingtian must perish. He could not be allowed to grow stronger. This sentiment resonated among all the postnatal warriors on the city wall at that moment. Brandishing his black gold war knife, Xingtian advanced towards Tuoba. Lan had granted him 30 points of slaughter value, and now he set his sights on Tuoba, who was engaged in combat with Zhou Yuan. Observing the black gold war knife in Xingtian's hand, Zhou Yuan's lips twitched in disbelief. Wasn't this General Yang's weapon? How had it ended up in this brat's possession? Without further ado, Xingtian swung the knife towards Tuoba. The blade's ferocity bore down upon him. A warning bell rang in Tuoba's mind as he summoned all his vitality to clash with Xingtian in a single move. Boom! The collision echoed like thunder, the immense force causing both men to stagger backward. That moment, Tuoba finally felt the staggering impact of Xingtian's power. In terms of sheer strength, Xingtian surpassed him. Should Xingtian ascend to the postnatal realm with vitality like a dragon and skin as tough as iron, Tuoba feared he might not withstand even one of Xingtian's strikes. Gazing at the remarkably young Xingtian, Tuoba could hardly fathom how he had cultivated to such formidable heights. If he were to discover that Xingtian had only been training in martial arts for less than a month, Tuoba would likely experience a collapse of spirit. Having just exchanged blows with Xingtian, Zhou Yuan's spear glinted with a cold light, striking with the swiftness of a dragon, aimed directly at Tuoba's back. Now Tuoba experienced the same treatment Zhou Yuan had earlier, besieged by 2 formidable foes. He had to muster every ounce of his focus. The momentary lapse could lead him down the same path as Lan. Meeting his end upon this very wall, he ignited his blood essence and unleashed a desperate maneuver. barely managing to block Zhou Yuan's spear. With Sheng Huayan now embroiled in battle, Zhou Yuan unleashed his full prowess, no longer holding back. Bang, 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 3 successive strikes thundered forth, the spear moving like a rampaging dragon, forcing Tuoba Shi to retreat. Yet, the relentless edge of Sheng Huayan's knife bore down upon him. There was no escape. Facing the twin onslaught of Sheng Huayan and Zhou Yuan, Tuoba Shi found himself in a perilous predicament. Trapped between a fierce tiger and a hungry wolf. Bang! Tuoba Shi could only hastily clash with Sheng Huayan once more, but in his frantic response, he was sent flying by a kick from Sheng Huayan. A perfect opportunity, Zhou Yuan seized the moment, delivering a horizontal strike with his spear aimed at Tuoba Shi. Bang! The iron spear struck Tuoba Shi's back with tremendous force, shattering his armor, his spine fractured under the impact. And the sheer power of the blow ruptured his internal organs, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Zhou Yuan's full force strike utterly extinguished Tuoba Shi's combat capability. My life is forfeit. This was Tuoba Shi's final thought, as he sensed his impending demise. Sheng Huayan darted forward like lightning, his form resembling a wraith, and with a precise thrust of his black gold knife, he pierced Tuoba Shi's waist. A single stroke severed him in two. Ultimately, Tuoba Shi met a tragic end upon the city wall. Witnessing Tuoba Shi's demise at why is it that a mere 30,000 soldiers at Anning Pass are so formidable? Despite the protracted engagement, they have not exhausted the living forces of the defenders. With my command, summon another master warrior. I refuse to believe that Yang Yi is invincible. King Xingtian is unwilling to prolong this any further. From the great Chanyu, several orders of reprimand have already arrived, demanding that he swiftly seize Anning Pass. Yes, a messenger hastily took Xingtian's command and departed post-haste, in the imperial city of Luojing. The Great Wei's capital, the old emperor is gravely ill. The esteemed physicians of the Imperial Medical Bureau are tirelessly administering various ancient remedies to prolong his life. Inside the prince's residence, Crown Prince Han Che listens impassively to his subordinates' reports. Has my second brother promoted that confidant again today? Your Highness, the second prince has elevated General Wei Wu to the commander of the Imperial Guards, overseeing the palace, and has also appointed General Li Ho as the commander of the national forces. The Crown Prince Han Che has not been named regent. Instead, the second prince has received the imperial decree to act as regent. This command has sent shockwaves throughout the court. What about my other brothers? Crown Prince Han Che inquired coolly. The third, sixth, and ninth princes are not to be underestimated. They will certainly not sit idly by. The several princes are already in the process of contacting court ministers and generals from various regions. Old fool, what exactly are you plotting? Han Che gazed towards the palace, utterly perplexed by his father's actions. That it was supposed to be the crown prince who would act as regent, yet that duty has eluded him. The second prince's appointment has stirred unrest in the court, and many ambitious figures are beginning to make their moves in the shadows, transforming the previously tranquil court into a cauldron of intrigue. Your Highness, urgent news from the northern frontier. The Xiongnu army of 500,000 is at the gates, preparing to march southward. The border commanders have sent out numerous pleas for aid. Begging the court to dispatch reinforcements, the Minister of War reported. The second Prince Han Feiyu waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. This matter is not urgent. I will send General Li to lead the troops in reinforcement. The Minister of War opened his mouth to speak further, but was restrained by the Minister of Revenue, who subtly shook his head. The Minister of War Wang Chung sighed inwardly. The power struggles and suppression of dissent, along with the elevation of loyalists, reveal that the second prince has truly risen to power, elevating all who surround him. It may not be long before someone replaces him in his position. What is the status of disaster relief in Jiangning County? The second Prince Han Feiyu inquired of the Minister of Revenue. The Minister of Revenue's Tang felt a sinking sensation. Was this a setup to challenge him? Your Highness, the governor of Jiangnan has begun to open granaries to provide relief. The Minister of Revenue's Tang responded. The second prince nodded subtly, recognizing that the governor of Jiangnan could not be allowed to remain. In the bustling city of Luojing, in a nondescript courtyard, 3 figures convened in the basement. Third brother, sixth brother, the power of second brother is growing ever larger. Many ministers and generals in the court have already sided with him. If we do not unite, we may face great peril. Any news from eldest brother? Eldest brother remains immovable, and I do not know what he is waiting for. while the second prince is busy suppressing dissent and placing his own people in key positions. The other princes are engaged in forming alliances and amassing strength in the shadows. The court of the Great Way is in turmoil, with princes vying for power while all seem to forget the fires of war raging at the northern frontier. The fighting ceased at dusk, with the remnants of smoke and a blood-red sunset. The winds of the northern frontier grew fiercer. Here, there are no picturesque scenes of solitary smoke rising over the desert or the setting sun over the long river. Instead, it is a landscape filled with blades and blood. Behind Xingtian lie the fallen bodies, tattered battle robes, and blood-stained armor, their faces marked with determination. His deep black eyes are filled with fierce resolve. The frail scholar he once was has been utterly extinguished. Now, he is the valiant officer of Anning Pass, a blood-soaked reaper of enemies. Today's battle draws to a close. Ordinary soldiers busily tend to the wounded and manage the corpses. Fewer than half of the retreating Xiongnu soldiers made it back. The defenders of the city have also suffered heavy losses, leaving only around 10,000 capable soldiers at Anning Pass. Yang Yi gazed solemnly at the Xiongnu camp beyond the pass. He understood that the court would not dispatch a large army for reinforcements. They had run out of support. Until a new heir appears, the northern frontier has evidently been abandoned. The military forces of the interior have become pawns in the game of power among several princes. Upon descending from the city wall, Xingtian quickly washed up and joined the soldiers for dinner. After their meal, they would soon set off. The soldiers of the 7th Camp, 10th Division, chose to follow Xingtian's lead and bravely venture into the grasslands. Brothers, this journey is fraught with danger. Make sure to settle any affairs. Perhaps we shall not return from this expedition. Xingtian addressed the 50 or so soldiers who had fought alongside him on the grasslands. Captain, we joined the army because we had no other path. We seek a future. To die on the battlefield is to die with honor. What is there to fear? Tang Yinshan replied. Indeed, what is there to fear? We either perish in battle or return in glory. Hai Dai chimed in. The others shared the same resolute expressions. Good, my soldiers indeed, and on this journey, we will either die in battle or return in glory. Xingtian declared loudly. Leading his subordinates, they arrived at the southern city gate. General Yang Yi was already waiting there. General, Xingtian hurried forward to pay his respects. You have arrived. Yang Yi nodded. General, this is your battle blade. Xingtian unsheathed the black gold war blade from his waist and returned it to Yang Yi. Yang Yi accepted the blade, caressing its surface before returning it to its sheath and tossing it back to Xingtian. Now, it is yours, Yang Yi said with a smile. Xingtian was momentarily taken aback. He knew that this blade had been worn by General Yang Yi for many years. Sun Hao, Zhao Yong'an, and others behind Yang Yi were equally astonished. This black gold war blade is extraordinary. Who would have thought that General Yang Yi would gift it to Xingtian? What? Do you not want it? No, it's not that. Xingtian stammered, somewhat flabbergasted that a trusty blade is essential for slaying enemies. I hope you can alleviate the pressure at Anning Pass. If the city falls, countless families will be devastated beneath the hooves of the Xiongnu. Yang Yi said earnestly, I shall not disappoint your trust. Xingtian fastened the black gold war blade to his waist. This spear was also crafted for you by my orders. It is reliable. I hope you can use it to spill the blood of the Xiongnu. Yang Yi handed a long spear to Xingtian. Xingtian accepted the spear, feeling its weight. It is indeed an excellent weapon. Yang Yi also provided Xingtian with a suit of armor. Here are 1,000 elite cavalry, the last of our resources at Anning Pass. I now entrust them to you. I hope you will lead them to gallop across the grasslands and achieve great glory. Xingtian gazed at the 1,000 cavalry. Wasn't it initially stated that there would only be 500? Why has the number increased? They are cavalry. Their expertise lies in mounted combat. To use them for defense would be a luxury. Let them fulfill their purpose, Yang Yi explained, perceiving Xingtian's confusion. With 500 additional cavalry, their strength has doubled, filling Xingtian with confidence. Mount up, Xingtian took the lead, swiftly mounting a white warhorse. The others followed suit in unison. Yang Yi looked upon the cavalry. Soldiers, I await your triumphant return to celebrate your victory. To battle. Xingtian led the cavalry, embarking on their journey, along with his previous subordinates. They numbered over 1,060 riders as they exited the southern gate of Anning Pass. There were no grand speeches. Their departure was quiet, like phantoms in the night. The 1,000 cavalry needed to circumvent the watchful eyes of the Xiongnu scouts on the grasslands. necessitating a detour. After a night of marching, before dawn, a contingent of cavalry entered the boundless grasslands. Gazing at the vast expanse, Xingtian felt a wave of emotion. He has returned once more. This time, he brings 1,000 cavalry. The wind blows low over the grass, yet there are no cattle or sheep in sight. Close to the border lies a buffer zone, where the nomadic tribes of the Xiongnu do not venture to graze their herds. Entering the vast grasslands, guided by a military scout, they journey deeper into the open plains. The youth, spirited and fleet of hoof, brandishes a cherry-red spear, clad in a crimson robe. Xingtian, mounted upon a white steed, dons a scarlet battle cloak, wielding a long spear, exuding an air of gallant vigor. Anyone who beholds him cannot help but exclaim, "What a striking young man!" "Sheng Bingwei, shall we not first sever the Xiongnu supply lines?" asked Guo Xiaoping. Xingtian glanced back at Guo Xiaoping, who wielded a halberd, dressed in a black battle robe. This man, also a military officer and a skilled warrior, now serves under his command. There's no rush. We are rather close to the Xiongnu forces. If we create a commotion, their iron cavalry will descend upon us, and our meager numbers would not suffice against their onslaught. Xingtian articulated. Let us strike deep into the grasslands and create chaos. Their contingent of cavalry, though deemed elite, paled in comparison to the Xiongnu's finest horsemen. They possessed but a single steed each, lacking heavy armor, and their soldiers' cultivation levels were not particularly advanced in Xingtian's imagination. Elite cavalry would be heavily armored and standardly equipped with 3 steeds. An army charging forth would resemble an unstoppable tide of steel. As they pressed further into the grasslands, the solitary wolves sensed danger and fled in the distance. Sheng Bingwei, ahead lies a small tribe. Should we circumvent it? Inquired a scout who had ventured ahead. Circumvent it. Now is not the time to engage a small tribe. Continue advancing with the troops by afternoon. They had penetrated 200 miles into the plains. This expanse of grassland was extraordinarily vast. Previously, Xingtian had perceived this world as a parallel version of another realm. Yet upon truly grasping the essence of this world, he realized how mistaken he had been. This grassland was several times larger than the one in his past life. Adjacent to the Great Way lay 2 dominant tribes, the Xiongnu and the Rondi. Commander, there's movement. 20 miles ahead, a Xiongnu supply convoy has been spotted, reported a returning scout. How many are there? Xingtian inquired. Approximately over 1,000, with a significant amount of supplies, estimated to be over 100 carts. The scout responded, 1,000 men. Xingtian's eyes gleamed. With such numbers and supplies, this Xiongnu convoy would serve as excellent prey. Prepare for battle. As Xingtian commanded, the soldiers behind him swiftly readied themselves for combat. The cavalry, swift as the wind, covered the 20-mile distance in less than half an hour, eyeing the distant Xiongnu supply troops. Charge! The iron cavalry surged forth like a tempest. Xingtian led the charge. The thunderous sound of hooves instantly caught the attention of the Xiongnu forces. The Xiongnu commander, upon seeing the approaching cavalry's attire and banners, realized they were not of their own. Enemy attack. Alert! Alas, it was too late. From within the ranks of the cavalry, a rain of arrows cascaded down upon the Xiongnu encampment. Xingtian's audacious charge was made possible by his 1,000 iron cavalry. There was no need for minor skirmishes. By the time the Xiongnu forces hastily organized to resist, it was already too late. Leading the charge, Xingtian plunged into the enemy camp, his spear piercing through foes with ease, effortlessly tearing through the chests of ordinary Xiongnu soldiers. His elementary yet effective spear technique was more than sufficient against these adversaries. As he rampaged through the enemy encampment, his spear became a scythe of death, reaping the lives of Xiongnu soldiers relentlessly. The iron cavalry surged like a flood of steel, obliterating the Xiongnu camp. In a single charge, not a single Xiongnu soldier remained alive within the camp. On this flat grassland, 1,000 against 1,000 was an absolute massacre, especially against a supply unit that was merely a secondary force. The Xiongnu's commander, a martial master, met his end as Xingtian's spear shattered his skull. Secure the battlefield. Xingtian commanded loudly. Tang Yinshan and Hai Dao swiftly stepped forward, rallying the soldiers to commence the cleanup. Wang Wu, take the SC. Commander Sheng. Tang Yinshan replied with delight as he accepted the order. It appeared that the commander held him in high regard to entrust him with such a vital task. Commander, we have an abundance of supplies. Meat, grain, weapons, and bows. So much to manage. What should we do? Haidai inquired. Take all the horses, collect as much grain, meat, and weapons as you can, and burn everything else before we retreat. Sheng Huayan commanded decisively. The supplies that could not be transported, along with the bodies of the Xiongnu soldiers, were reduced to ashes in a great fire. Sheng Huayan, leading over 1,000 iron cavalry, roamed the grasslands, specifically targeting the Xiongnu supply troops. Within a day, more than a dozen supply convoys were annihilated, abruptly severing the grain and provisions of the Xiongnu army. Once he struck, Sheng Huayan executed his attacks with lightning speed, decimating the Xiongnu's supply lines and leaving their frontline forces in dire straits. Report, Lord Left Noble. Our supply convoy is in trouble. Today's assault on Anning Pass yielded minimal results, the messenger reported, sensing the tension in the air. For the Left Noble's mood was already sour. What has happened to the supply convoy? Today, over a dozen of our supply convoys were ambushed, their supplies destroyed, and all personnel perished in battle, the soldier relayed. What? How could this be? These convoys were traversing our grasslands. Who could have dared to attack? Was it the Rongdi people or some rebellious tribe? The Left Noble raged. The precise details are unknown, the messenger stammered. Drenched in perspiration under the weight of the Left Noble's fury, send someone to investigate immediately. Dispatch 2,000 cavalry to find these audacious foes who dare to challenge me. I shall have them ground to dust. The Left Noble struck the table with a resounding crash. Sheng Huayan, having swiftly eradicated over a dozen Xiongnu supply convoys, was soon discovered by the Xiongnu forces. Meanwhile, he and his subordinates were celebrating by cooking beef and lamb, reveling as if it were a festival. After their feast, Sheng Huayan organized watch shifts while he commenced his training, not merely routine practice, but a focused effort to break through his limits. He had long possessed the capability to advance, having accrued sufficient slaughter points through his exploits. However, at Anning Pass, he refrained from further progression. Rapid advancement could sometimes prove detrimental. Name: Sheng Huayan race, human realm, martial master, great perfection, enhanced, cultivation technique, great Sun Heart Sutra, beginner, mighty bull strength, minor achievement, enhanced, blood fiend blade technique, major achievement, overlord spear technique, beginner, strength, 9,000 gene talent, silver, archer, enhanced, slaughter points, 432 after his breakthrough to great perfection in the martial master realm. He had slain 3 innate martial artists and numerous Xiongnu soldiers, increasing his slaughter points to 432. Now, on the grasslands, he could continue to enhance his power, upon enhancing, consuming 200 slaughter points. A surge of immense power flooded through him, fortifying his flesh and bones. His blood energy surged like a dragon, while the true essence of his martial arts continued to condense within his dantian. Upon breaking through the limits of the martial artist realm, his strength escalated to 10,000 gene, reaching the standard of a fully realized innate martial artist. Of course, this was merely strength. His actual combat prowess was comparable to that of mid to late stage innate martial artists. Observing that he still had over 200 slaughter points, Sheng Huayan chose not to continue enhancing. He possessed a 4th-grade breakthrough pill, a gift from General Yang Yi, and now was the perfect moment to utilize it. Conserving his slaughter points, without hesitation, he consumed the pill, allowing its potent effects to surge forth and impact the barriers of his realm. Mobilizing the Great Sun Heart Sutra, he channeled his entire blood energy and true essence to amplify the pill's potency. Launching a vigorous assault on the realm barrier. Bang! Like an egg shattering, Sheng Huayan successfully broke through to the innate realm. In that instant, a powerful force erupted from within him, continuously reinforcing his flesh and bones. This strength stemmed from the very depths of his being, as if he had shattered some unseen limit, bringing forth this mighty and fierce power. A series of subtle sounds echoed from within, the sound of his bones being tempered by this force. His skin and bones took on a faint golden hue, as if undergoing a metamorphosis, with the robust energy perpetually enhancing his cellular structure. At this moment, every sinew and bone in his body underwent a baptism of strength, rendering them more resilient and formidable. The overwhelming blood energy evoked awe among those nearby. Numerous soldiers sensed the formidable aura and surging blood energy emanating from Sheng Huayan's tent. The turbulent blood energy within him roared like a dragon. That blood energy like a dragon. Tang Yinshan and others were taken aback. Such powerful blood energy. At this moment, Xingtian resembled a blazing sun, radiating warmth that enveloped the soldiers outside. No wonder some labeled him a prodigy. To cultivate his blood energy to such heights at this realm was remarkable. Those so-called once-in-a-millennium prodigies paled in comparison to him. Xingtian must have successfully broken through, becoming such a young, innate martial artist. Many fell silent, particularly Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing, both over 30 and yet to achieve the innate realm. Now, witnessing Xingtian's breakthrough at barely 20. They were left in awe of his exceptional talent. Many felt envy yet rejoiced for him. The stronger Xingtian became, the greater their chances of survival on these grasslands. As the surge of power receded, Xingtian opened his eyes, a glint of sharp golden light flickering within them. The tumultuous blood energy within him settled. Upon examining the golden light curtain, he noted, name, Xingtian race, human realm, early innate cultivation technique, Great Sun Heart Sutra, beginner, mighty bull strength, minor achievement, enhanced, blood fiend blade technique, major achievement, overlord spear technique, beginner, strength, 15,000 gene talent, silver archer, enhanced, slaughter. Points, 232 upon his initial breakthrough. His strength reached 15,000 gene, comparable to that of an innate martial artist. However, possessing strength akin to an innate martial artist did not equate to matching their overall prowess. Nevertheless, he felt unafraid even when facing fully realized innate martial artists. The disparity between innate and postnatal martial artists was vast, a chasm not to be bridged by mere strength. After breaking into the innate realm, his overall power significantly increased, while he could not claim to be invincible among innate warriors. He felt confident that few could pose a threat to him. Following his advancement, Xingtian did not cease his training. Instead, he continued to practice the Great Sun Heart Sutra, absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, converting it into martial essence to further enhance his blood energy and physical form. Seeing Xingtian's successful breakthrough, Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing prepared to consume their own breakthrough pills, aiming to achieve the innate realm in one fell swoop. Throughout the ranks, those capable of breaking through were given pills, all eager to consume them and enhance their abilities. Such an opportunity was rare. Their fortune in acquiring so many pills was undeniable. That night, the Anning cavalry experienced a notable increase in strength, far surpassing their previous capabilities. The following morning, before dawn, soldiers prepared breakfast. Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing stepped out of their tent. They wore expressions of elation, their smiles broader than ever. Indeed, as the saying goes, joy uplifts the spirit. They had successfully broken through to the innate realm after consuming the 4th grade breakthrough pills. Encountering anyone, they greeted them with beaming smiles. Oh, look at how delighted you both are. What? Did you have a spring dream last night? Xingtian jested. Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, did they seem like the kind of people to be frivolous? Having crossed the threshold of 30 and having often visited Yichuan Tower to provide aid, how could one still harbor such dreams? Commander Sheng, good morning. Hu Bing managed a dry smile. Why do you force such an unseemly grin? Am I speaking the truth? Xingtian squinted, raising an eyebrow. Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing exchanged glances, pondering the complexity of their leader's character. In battle, he resembled a vengeful deity emerging from the depths of hell. Yet now he appeared as a whimsical old friend of Yichuan Tower. Commander Sheng, we have broken through to the postnatal realm, Guo Xiaoping declared. Oh, what a coincidence. I've also made a breakthrough. How about a friendly spar? A mischievous thought crossed Xingtian's mind, and he felt an urge to disrupt their joyous expressions. The two shook their heads vigorously, as they did not harbor the delusion that their newfound strength could rival that of Xingtian. They were self-aware enough, and certainly lacked any masochistic tendencies. Seeing their refusal, Xingtian felt a twinge of regret. Having just made a breakthrough, his fists itched for action, yet he found no suitable sparring partners. After preparing breakfast, they began their meal. Before the sun had even risen, Xingtian and his companions had finished eating and resumed their wandering deeper into the grasslands. Their objective for the day remained the same: to disrupt the supply lines of the Xiongnu army. By severing the flow of provisions to the Xiongnu, they aimed to buy time for the defenders of Anning Pass. In the morning, the Xiongnu army refrained from attacking, their supplies dwindling. Observing the inactivity of the Xiongnu forces, Yang Yi and the other commanders of Anning Pass understood that Xingtian and his group had taken action. It seemed that the tactic of cutting off supplies was indeed effective. One of the deputy commanders remarked, "Indeed, it is effective, but it also puts Xingtian and his men in peril, General Zhao Yong'an added. Let us hope they return safely, Sun Hao said. However, this sentiment was clearly a wishful thought. The Xiongnu would not idly allow their supplies to be severed. They would undoubtedly dispatch heavy forces to eradicate those responsible. Yang Yi remained silent, burdened by the weight of the situation. This was merely a gamble of lives for the chance to grant the defenders of Anning Pass a moment's respite. Report to Lord Left Virtuous King. The scouts have returned with news. The attackers on the supply convoy are likely a cavalry force of around 1,000, seemingly belonging to the Anning army. Early in the morning, the messenger arrived to relay this information. Anning cavalry? 1,000 dare to provoke my wrath. Such audacity. The Left Virtuous King exclaimed in fury. Send 3 cavalry units to retrieve their heads. In recent days, his temper had been particularly volatile, having already dispatched several of his own slaves in his anger. Yes, my lord, a Xiongnu general promptly dispatched 3 cavalry units, each comprising 2,000 troops, to annihilate those who would sever the supplies. Xingtian and his companions were about to face an encirclement of 6,000 Xiongnu cavalry, though they were blissfully unaware of this at that moment. Commander Sheng, it seems the supply convoy has fortified its numbers. The Xiongnu must be aware of our actions, Gui Xiaoping observed, his expression grave. Discovery was merely a matter of time. We have destroyed dozens of their supply units in a single day. If they remained oblivious, it would indeed be strange that as they looked ahead at a Xiongnu supply transport unit. It had swelled to 2,000, with 500 cavalrymen flanking the convoy. The number of regular infantry had also increased to 500, meaning there were 1,000 regular soldiers present, alongside another 1,000 armed herdsmen. Should we let them pass? Hu Bing inquired. Let them pass? I have never relinquished meat that comes to my lips. Brothers, follow me into battle. Xingtian shouted, brandishing his spear, and charged forward on horseback. Go. Charge, kill. 1,000 cavalry surged forth like a tempest, shaking the earth and stirring a cloud of dust, their momentum overwhelming. The Xiongnu forces quickly detected the approaching cavalry. Enemy forces, Deputy Commander. I am not blind, Helian Taishu remarked, a smirk playing on his lips as he beheld the Anning cavalry. Let me see which esteemed warriors dare to force me, a deputy commander. To escort supplies, Helian Taishu, a mid-level postnatal warrior, commanded 2,000 men, comparable to a way officer. Warriors, charge and slay the enemy. He bellowed, drawing his battle blade. Charge. The 500 Xiongnu cavalrymen followed Helian Taishu into the fray. Rushing toward the incoming foes, Xingtian's gaze sharpened as he gripped his iron spear, his blood surging, true essence circulating, channeling all his strength into the weapon. His target was the leading figure of the Xiongnu army. Helian Taishu aimed for Xingtian as well as the two forces collided. The cavalry surged, the grandeur of their advance akin to an avalanche, instilling fear in the hearts of the timid. The thunderous sound of hooves resonated across the grasslands. Even the eagles in the sky were startled into flight. Kill. Xingtian roared, his spear cleaving through the air with such force that it created a sonic boom. Helian Taishu swung his blade with unmatched ferocity. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as Helian Taishu was cleaved in two, horse and rider reduced to a bloody smear. The scene Helian Taishu had envisioned, where he would slice through his opponent's spear and sever the head of the enemy commander, never materialized. Instead, he was obliterated in an instant. The remaining Xiongnu cavalrymen, witnessing their deputy commander being so brutally dispatched, were seized by shock. Even Gui Xiaoping and Hu Bing, following closely behind Xingtian, were left in awe. The Xiongnu commander was a postnatal warrior, yet he had been slain by a single thrust of Xingtian's spear. What terrifying power and strength was this? Their earlier refusal to spar with Xingtian now seemed like an incredibly wise decision. Kill. Xingtian led the charge into the ranks of the Xiongnu cavalry, his spear leaving no intact corpses in its wake. Upon witnessing their commander being slain and Xingtian having successfully subdued the Xiongnu supply army, the troops did suffer some casualties, albeit minor, with only a dozen or so lives lost. The most formidable among the Xiongnu cavalry, the commander Helian Tai, was brutally slain by Xingtian. The remaining Xiongnu riders inflicted minimal damage upon the Anning Iron cavalry. His soldiers swiftly cleared the battlefield, incinerating any supplies that could not be carried away before making a hasty retreat. At this point, the Anning Iron cavalry had acquired 2 steeds per soldier, enabling them to execute a rapid advance if necessary. After annihilating the Xiongnu supply unit, Xingtian continued to lead his cavalry in pursuit of the next target. Within a day, he had led his forces to decimate over a dozen Xiongnu logistics battalions, slaughtering more than 10,000 Xiongnu warriors and incinerating countless supplies. Upon discovering the remnants of the slain transport units, the Xiongnu cavalry was met with a gruesome sight of corpses strewn across the ground and supplies reduced to ashes. "Damn it, it matters not who you are. I will ensure your bodies are torn asunder," roared Healing Guanshan. "Pursue them. We must locate this band," he barked, galloping in the direction Xingtian had fled. Behind him, 2,000 elite Xiongnu riders, clad in armor, thundered forth. Witnessing the fallen kin, the Xiongnu soldiers were consumed with rage. They had always been the aggressors, and never had they allowed anyone to invade their steppes and slay their brethren. This was a blatant affront to their warrior spirit. As the proud eagles of the grasslands, they could not tolerate such an insult. As night descended, Xingtian's forces halted to rest and partake in their evening meal. The provisions seized were laid bare for consumption. As the martial practitioners had substantial appetites, Xingtian alone consumed an entire cow, still feeling only barely satiated. The meat he devoured was transformed into vital essence, stored within his being. The spoils from today, combined with yesterday's, were exceptionally bountiful. Among the treasures were numerous medicinal pills, including 3 fourth-rank breakthrough pills. Additionally, there were countless healing and cultivation elixirs. This constituted a significant fortune, ensuring that every member of the expedition would return home with substantial wealth. Alas, there were no fully realized martial masters among the ranks. Otherwise, Xingtian would not have left behind those 3 fourth-rank breakthrough pills. He firmly believed that the path to supremacy lay in enhancing one's power. Though today's ambush on the Xiongnu supply units had been successful, over 30 of the cavalrymen he had brought with him would remain forever on this expanse of grassland. Under the starry sky, Xingtian gazed upward, unable to discern any familiar constellations. Throughout the day's battles, he had slain 7 Xiongnu post-heaven martial artists and several hundred ordinary soldiers, amassing a remarkable amount of slaying points. Name: Xingtian race, human realm, early post-heaven, enhanced, cultivation techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra, entry level, bull strength technique, minor accomplishment, enhanced, blood slaughter blade technique, major accomplishment, projection, overlord spear technique, entry level, enhanced, strength, 15,000 gene talent, silver archer, enhanced, slaying points. 1132. Seeing the slaying points exceed 1,000, Xingtian felt a surge of excitement. However, he refrained from immediately elevating his cultivation level. Having just achieved a breakthrough, further advancement would draw too much attention, rendering him a target of scrutiny. The presence of a projection under the blood slaughter blade technique surprised him. Was this a new feature of the Golden Finger? The absence of an enhancement symbol following the Great Sun Heart Sutra left him feeling somewhat frustrated. His initial elevation had required only 200 points, yet over 1,000 slaying points had yielded no upgrade option. Meanwhile, the Overlord Spear technique displayed an enhancement symbol. Choosing to elevate the Overlord Spear technique first, he recognized that in cavalry charges and mounted combat, the spear was the weapon of choice for swift kills. He allocated points to enhance the Overlord Spear technique. That a torrent of knowledge and experience regarding the Overlord Spear flooded his mind, akin to witnessing a rapid succession of images, as if he had trained in the technique for over a decade. Achieving minor accomplishment. Now, wielding the spear, Xingtian felt an exceptional familiarity, as though he had practiced for more than 10 years. Unable to resist, he began to practice the Overlord Spear technique. The technique was characterized by its fierce and unyielding nature. Each move executed with audacity and vigor. Nearby, Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing watched in awe as Xingtian demonstrated the Overlord Spear technique, their hearts racing. Such a formidable spear technique. No wonder that Xiongnu post-heaven martial artist was reduced to pulp by a single thrust. Such prowess. This must be General Yang Ye's Overlord Spear technique. How could he have mastered it? They whispered. But his proficiency suggests he has trained for over a decade. Could he have been honing this art since birth? After completing his practice of the Overlord Spear technique, Xingtian's combat capabilities surged significantly. Yet upon checking his slaying points, he found only 632 remaining. The cost of advancing the Overlord Spear technique to minor accomplishment had consumed 500 slaying points, leaving him perturbed. How many slaying points would it require to reach major accomplishment? Resolved to retain a reserve of slaying points for unforeseen circumstances, he withheld the projection for the blood slaughter blade technique. Across the vast, boundless grasslands, a towering mountain range sprawled like a serpentine dragon, its peaks lost to the horizon. Already capped with snow, at the base of the mountains lay a magnificent royal city, the stronghold of the Xiongnu kingdom. Master, do you believe the king and his forces can conquer the northern front of the Great Way? Inquired a robust young man standing beside an alchemical furnace. Gazing at the cloaked figure of the national master, who was conjuring flames to refine elixirs, after a long pause, a voice emerged from beneath the dark cloak. The dragon spirit of the Great Wei dynasty is far from extinguished. The time is not yet ripe. The Xiongnu national master hesitated before continuing. An eagle has arrived on the grasslands. Eagle. The young man's expression flickered. The following morning, Sheng Huayan led his troops away from the temporary encampment. He would not linger in one location for too long. The autumn grasslands, awash with morning frost, awaited them. Their objective remained unchanged: to ambush the Xiongnu grain transport units and sever the supply lines of the Xiongnu army. With nearly 100,000 Xiongnu soldiers at the front, their daily consumption of provisions was no trivial matter. Disrupting their supply would slow their siege efforts, even with General Yang Yi guarding Anning Pass. It would be unsustainable without adequate manpower. As the army galloped across the grasslands, they targeted the Xiongnu logistics battalions. After vanquishing 3 such units, they encountered a contingent of Xiongnu cavalry, 2,000 elite riders. The two forces met on the expansive grasslands, merely a mile apart. In this scenario, Sheng Huayan knew fleeing was not an option. To be pursued by the Xiongnu cavalry would be a death sentence. Hiss! Sensing the impending clash, Sheng Huayan's white steed neighed and pawed the ground. Healing Guanshan gazed at the opposing cavalry, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Over 1,000 heads would soon belong to him. At last, I have found you, he proclaimed. Warriors, what shall we do against the enemies who have slaughtered our kin? The Xiongnu riders behind him erupted in a cacophony of battle cries, their fervor resounding in the air. Slaying this enemy and bringing back their heads would earn him a promotion to general, rather than remaining a mere commander. Kill! Healing Guanshan drew his battle blade, issuing a rallying cry as he led the cavalry into a charge. Witnessing the oncoming Xiongnu forces, Sheng Huayan turned to his soldiers. Brothers, are you afraid? We are not afraid. As the subordinates displayed not a hint of fear, Sheng Huayan nodded in satisfaction before a formidable opponent. To dare to raise one's sword is a testament to the valor of this elite force, handpicked from the Anning army. In a narrow encounter, the brave shall prevail. Charge with me, my comrades, Sheng Huayan bellowed. The white steed beneath him surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Onward, slay! The thousands of iron cavalry behind Sheng Huayan roared as they charged. They were spirited men, driven by an innate urge to protect their homeland and vanquish foes. A resolve etched deep within their bones. The thunderous gallop of countless horses echoed through the battlefield. As weapons clashed, the atmosphere thick with the fervor of impending conflict, the ominous aura shattered the clouds above. Sheng Huayan's momentum escalated, transforming him into a veritable war deity, while the cavalry behind him surged forward like a razor-sharp blade, aiming straight for the heart of the enemy. Wei Dog, come and meet your demise. The aura emanating from Healing Guanshan erupted like that of a ferocious wolf. Yet, Sheng Huayan resembled a descending tiger, both warriors locking eyes on one another. Healing Guanshan. Sheng Huayan appeared but a trivial adversary. Already marked for death, how could a mere early-stage cultivator withstand the full might of a perfected opponent? Without uttering a rallying cry, Sheng Huayan summoned his full strength, preparing to unleash his most formidable strike. Boom! The two collided in an instant, their long spear and battle sword clashing with a force capable of splitting mountains and seas, producing a thunderous roar. Healing Guanshan was hurled from his horse by the overwhelming power. His weapon sent flying, the unparalleled force surged through him, causing his blood to boil and his organs to shift. After tumbling several times, Healing Guanshan finally came to a halt, spitting blood from his mouth. Sheng Huayan, however, merely felt his palm crack from the immense impact. This Xiongnu leader was extraordinary, proving to be the strongest adversary he had faced thus far. Kill. The warhorse galloped forward, unable to stop abruptly. As Sheng Huayan, with terrifying might, penetrated the ranks of Xiongnu cavalry, within the swath of his spear, no enemy survived. Healing Guanshan swiftly evaded, narrowly escaping the charge and trampling of the Anning cavalry. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt up, dragging down and slaying an Anning cavalryman. Commandeering his steed, Witnessing Sheng Huayan lead the Anning cavalry into the enemy ranks like a fierce dragon, Healing Guanshan regretted his earlier arrogance. He had lost the upper hand, rendering it difficult to rally his forces against the onslaught. As the clash ensued, countless bodies littered the ground. Both Anning cavalry and Xiongnu soldiers lay slain. Yet, the majority were Xiongnu corpses. The remaining Xiongnu cavalry mounted were now fewer than half. Xing Huayan's ferocity shattered their formation as he led the charge into the heart of the enemy, causing chaos among the Xiongnu ranks. The surviving Xiongnu cavalry, gathering behind Healing Guanshan, beheld the devastation of their comrades. While the opposing force had suffered fewer than 100 casualties, Healing Guanshan's heart bled with regret. His earlier negligence had cost him the advantage. Leading to this disastrous outcome, as Sheng Huayan, having halted his charge, turned his steed around. Gua Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Tang Yinshan, Haidai, Wang Wu, and others stood silently behind him, their bodies stained with the blood of their foes. The Xiongnu cavalry posed no real threat. As long as they were stronger and fiercer, they could scatter the enemy ranks. Wiping the blood from his face, Sheng Huayan smiled and asked, "Do you have the confidence to slay them all?" His resonant voice echoed in the ears of every soldier. The Anning cavalry roared in response, their morale soaring under Sheng Huayan's leadership. The Iron cavalry now imbued with an indomitable spirit. "Excellent. Comrades, follow me into battle. Slay the enemy, and vow to protect our homeland," Sheng Huayan shouted, rallying his forces for another charge. "Slay the enemy, and vow to protect our homeland." The Iron cavalry echoed his rallying cry, their hoofs clattering like thunder. Warhorses whinnying fiercely. As they observed the enemy cavalry pressing forward, Healing Guanshan's eyes glinted with determination. "Warriors, we are the wolves of the steppe, the kings of this land. Follow me to slay those who dare invade our territory. Kill." In this struggle, it was a matter of life or death. Only through bloody combat could victory be claimed, for only the victor had the right to speak. Learning from his previous mistakes, Healing Guanshan steeled himself. Fully alert to confront Sheng Huayan, Sheng Huayan charged forth, his blood surging like a dragon, his essence roaring within as his true energy reached its zenith. A faint golden glow radiated from his skin. Reminiscent of a celestial being, his presence unmatched. As Sheng Huayan, spear in hand, surged towards him. Healing Guanshan also summoned his utmost power, vowing to confront Sheng Huayan in a decisive clash. The earth trembled beneath the pounding of their steeds. Sheng Huayan employed the Overlord Spear technique, prepared to deliver a lethal strike to the Xiongnu leader. Both warriors charged forward, their gazes locked onto one another. Healing Guanshan's resolve hardened. He was determined to slay Sheng Huayan. In a split second, as they drew near, Sheng Huayan leapt from his mount, brandishing his spear to cleave at Healing Guanshan. Overlord Spear technique, a force of 1,000, with a momentum akin to the might of 1,000. He struck down with the intent to split mountains and seas. Healing Guanshan, taken aback by Sheng Huayan's sudden assault, hastily raised his sword to block. He had not anticipated such a lethal maneuver from his opponent. Boom! The iron spear descended with ferocious power, sending both man and horse crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Sheng Huayan leapt back onto his horse, and as the dust settled, Healing Guanshan lay lifeless. His bones shattered, flesh mangled, a sight too gruesome to behold. He did not look back. True strength never glances back. At that moment, having unleashed his full power, every cell in his body trembled. That last strike had reached the limits of what his body could withstand. Healing Guanshan, a perfected opponent, had perished at his hands, granting Sheng Huayan a bounty of 40 points in killing value. Witnessing Sheng Huayan's triumph over the formidable Xiongnu leader, Gua Xiaoping and Hu Bing were left in awe. This was a perfected opponent, slain with such ease. Just how formidable was this young soldier? With Healing Guanshan's death, the morale of the Xiongnu cavalry plummeted, while the Anning cavalry surged with renewed vigor. Their spirits aflame, following Sheng Huayan into the fray against the Xiongnu ranks. Kill! Sheng Huayan charged forth, a divine harbinger of death. With Healing Guanshan fallen, none could withstand his overwhelming might. He single-handedly felled over 300 Xiongnu warriors. Among the 2,000 Xiongnu cavalry, none survived. All met their end in battle. The ground was littered with severed limbs, broken weapons half buried in the earth, blood staining the wild grass. "Though, we have won." "Ha!" One Anning cavalryman laughed heartily. "The Anning cavalry is magnificent. Sheng Bingwei is magnificent." The Anning cavalry continued to cheer, celebrating their resounding victory. With a mere 1,000 cavalrymen, they had vanquished 2,000 elite Xiongnu warriors. suffering only 100 casualties themselves. What a monumental victory! Since its founding, the Anning cavalry had never achieved such a triumph. As he gazed upon the jubilant soldiers, Xingtian gradually quelled the tumult within his veins, clad in armor. Amidst the clang of weapons and the roar of battle, the exhilaration was boundless. Wind. Xingtian raised the still dripping spear, shouting with fervor. The soldiers echoed his call, their spirits soaring, as if to sweep the clouds from the sky. After the battlefield was cleared, all that could be salvaged was taken, including the unscathed warhorses. The wounded and limping steeds neighed in agony, while the gruesome sight of fallen bodies and the stench of blood soon attracted the vultures circling above. Following this victorious battle, the Anning Iron Cavalry emerged transformed, both in spirit and in strength. They did not pause in their campaign. The mission to venture into the grasslands remained etched in their minds. Xingtian led his cavalry in a guerrilla assault against the Xiongnu supply trains. On this day, they swept away 8 Xiongnu transport units, seizing countless spoils. The attack on the supply lines severed the Xiongnu's provisions, forcing their main army to halt its advance on Anning Pass. Once more, Anning Pass welcomed a day of tranquility. Have the assailants on the supplies been dealt with? Inquired the left noble king, his patience wearing thin. The Xishan fortress had fallen to the right noble king 3 days prior, with 100,000 troops now marching south into the territories of Yanzhou, Qizhou, and Dangzhou. Yet he remained stalled before Anning Pass. Outdone by the right noble king, fueling his ire, the left and right noble kings were rivals, destined to compete for the title of Grand Chanyu. Should the right noble king's accomplishments eclipse his own, the left noble king would be relegated to the status of the right noble king. The generals beneath the left noble king exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Why is everyone mute? The left noble king fumed, irritation mounting as he observed the silence among his commanders. Return to the king. There is still no news, one general stammered, mustering courage. Incompetence. It has been 2 days, and you have achieved nothing. Are you still the eagles of the grasslands, or the warriors of the plains? The left noble king roared, his face flushed with indignation. You must resolve this within 2 days. Once Master Iron arrives, the entire army will strike, and I shall seize Anning Pass in one fell swoop. The Xiongnu army continued to dispatch 10,000 iron cavalry back to the grasslands to encircle Xingtian's forces. After a day of fierce combat, Xingtian's troops had slain over 7,000 enemies. Traversing 200 kilometers. As night fell, they set up camp beside a river. Their successive victories dulled the sorrow of losing over 100 men. Now, fewer than 900 remained in Xingtian's ranks. In the camp, the soldiers gathered to feast on meat and broth, and after their meal, some patrolled while others began their training. Having acquired a substantial amount of medicinal pills, Xingtian ordered many to be distributed for the soldiers' cultivation. As time wore on, their situation would grow increasingly perilous. Only by enhancing their strength could they hope to survive. At that moment, in his own tent, Xingtian had personally dispatched over 500 Xiongnu foes, accumulating a kill count that, combined with the remnants from the previous day, had surpassed the 2,000 mark. Name: Xingtian race, human realm, early acquired stage, enhanced, technique, Great Sun Heart Sutra, beginner, enhanced, Mighty Bull strength, minor achievement, enhanced, Blood Fiend blade technique, major achievement, projected, Overlord spear technique, minor achievement, strength, 15,000 gene talent, silver archer, enhanced, kill count, 2238. Upon seeing his kill count exceed 2,000, a plus sign appeared next to the Great Sun Heart Sutra, causing Xingtian's lips to twitch with an ominous premonition. Initially, entering the beginner stage required 200 kill points. Surely, reaching minor achievement would not demand 2,000. Would it? This apprehension led him to refrain from investing points into the Great Sun Heart Sutra. Instead, he opted to elevate his cultivation, expending 500 kill points to advance to the mid-acquired stage, thereby boosting his strength by 5,000 gene. With his single-arm strength reaching 20,000 gene, simultaneously, his bones and skin were continually reinforced, glimmering with a golden hue. Having ascended to the mid-acquired stage, Xingtian chose not to pursue further enhancements. The rate of his strength increase was already alarmingly rapid. Having just recently broken through, he had ascended another minor realm. Should he continue to elevate his power, it would verge on the grotesque. After expending 500 kill points, he retained 1,738 points. It was far more fruitful to continue slaying enemies for kill points. He had never felt so affluent. Should he break through further, Without the intervention of innate martial artists, Sheng Huayan would dare claim invincibility. The following morning, Sheng Huayan led his men onward once more, and throughout the day, they annihilated 3 Xiongnu supply transport units. It seems the Xiongnu have altered their strategy, dispatching a large contingent to safeguard their provisions, Guo Xiaoping remarked. In a single day, they had encountered only 3 small transport units. However, they distinctly spotted a larger transport army of 20,000 men, complete with 5,000 cavalry escorts. Such a formidable supply convoy was beyond their capacity to confront. Their plan to sever the Xiongnu's food supply was doomed to failure here. A sharp cry of an eagle captured Sheng Huayan's attention. The bird had been circling above since they had vanquished one of the Xiongnu transport units. The Xiongnu possessed the art of falconry, Sheng Huayan asked uneasily. Indeed, the Xiongnu have trained eagles for reconnaissance. This is bad. Our position is compromised. Wang Wu's expression shifted dramatically. Cursed be it. We have overlooked this. This is a scout eagle trained by the Xiongnu. We may have fallen into their trap. Those 3 small transport units were bait, deliberately luring us, Guo Xiaoping added, his face grim. Sheng Huayan furrowed his brow and immediately seized a bow, knocking an arrow and channeling his true essence into the shaft, aiming at the eagle. Yet, with his current archery skills, he found it impossible to bring the bird down. Witnessing Sheng Huayan's failure to strike the eagle, his soldiers frowned in concern. Should the eagle continue to follow them, they would be unable to evade the pursuit of the Xiongnu cavalry. Determined, Sheng Huayan expended kill points to elevate his archery skills. He spent 50 kill points to upgrade his archery to the golden level, then an additional 200 kill points to attain the divine archer status. With renewed focus, he knocked another arrow, aiming at the eagle soaring above. In that moment, his consciousness seemed to merge with the bow itself, infusing the arrow with potent true essence. The arrow flew forth, a golden streak of light slicing through the sky toward the eagle. The soldiers watched in awe. Such a formidable arrow could only be loosed by a divine archer. Sensing the imminent danger, the eagle spread its wings to flee, but it was too late. The arrow, loosed with the strength of a divine archer, was inescapable, destined to obliterate its target. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the eagle's chest, and the creature plummeted from the sky before the astonished gaze of the soldiers. Let us depart from this place. Paying no heed to the slain eagle, Sheng Huayan swiftly led his men away. Moments later, a cavalry unit of 4,000 arrived at the site of the earlier incident. Damn it, we've been discovered. It seems this unit harbors a divine archer. To Batao remarked, they couldn't have gone far. Pursue them. We cannot allow them to escape, Hunanlei commanded, eyeing the still warm body of the eagle. This cavalry of 4,000 comprised 2 merged units. Those who dared to rampage across the grasslands would find their bones buried beneath the steppe, ensuring the grasses would flourish in the coming year. The 4,000 cavalry galloped forth, following the tracks left by the horses. Realizing they had drawn the attention of the Xiongnu cavalry, Sheng Huayan and his men ran over 100 kilometers without pause. Commander, this frantic flight cannot continue indefinitely. Guo Xiaoping voiced his concern. If they persisted in this manner, it would only be a matter of time before they were overtaken. What other choice do we have? If the pursuers number only 1 or 2,000, we might still contend with them. But should they exceed 2,000, our small force risks being encircled and annihilated on this grassland, Sheng Huayan remarked. This cavalry unit is not particularly formidable. With merely 3 postnatal warriors, they barely hold any promise. The remaining soldiers lack significant strength, with few martial masters or warriors, the vast majority being mere martial apprentices. When faced with a large force of Xiongnu cavalry, our only option would be to flee. First, we must ascertain the number of Xiongnu cavalrymen targeting us. If they are not many, we can execute a counterattack. Hu Bing spoke with a fierce glint in his eyes to a soldier. I shall lead a reconnaissance mission, Wang Wu interjected. Sheng Huayan regarded Wang Wu with a slow nod, exercised caution, and returned safely. Fear not. I still have much to live for. Xiao Chui from Yichuan Tower awaits my return, Wang Wu replied with a grin. He then led 2 scouts back into the fray. The 3 retreating figures resembled solitary contrarians, with no assurance of their safe return. Watching Wang Wu and his companions until they vanished from sight, Sheng Huayan finally withdrew his gaze. Leave a signal and find a more concealed location to await their return, he instructed. Finding a nearby spot to rest, Sheng Huayan dispatched another scout for vigilance. He understood the necessity of utmost caution. Any minor error could spell disaster for their entire force. Currently, the Xiongnu were deploying a large army to transport supplies. rendering a direct assault on their supply lines impossible. Thus, their tactical objectives would need to shift. Unable to target the Xiongnu's supply convoys, their plan was to strike at the smaller tribes. Aiming to eradicate those insignificant factions, this was Xingtian's strategy. While they took this moment to rest, the soldiers began preparing their meals. Half an hour later, Wang Wu and his companions returned unscathed. You've finally returned, Xingtian sighed in relief. Fortune favors me, I am not yet destined for death. Wang Wu chuckled. What is the situation, brother Wang Wu? Tang Yushan inquired first, with the rest of the group eagerly awaiting Wang Wu's news. Wang Wu's expression grew grave. Behind us, there are 4,000 elite Xiongnu iron cavalry, approximately 30 miles away. Upon hearing Wang Wu's words, the group's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. 4,000 elite cavalry against their mere 900 offered no hope of victory. Unless Xingtian could break through to the innate realm, he alone could not withstand the tide of 1,000 soldiers. The disparity in numbers and strength was stark. How do we evade this pursuing Xiongnu cavalry? Hu Bing said heavily that if we could erase our hoofprints, the Xiongnu cavalry would lose our trail, and we could easily evade them. Haidai suddenly spoke up. Isn't that just stating the obvious? Erasing hoofprints would indeed prevent the Xiongnu from tracking us, but how do we accomplish that? That's the crux of the matter. Tang Yushan retorted impatiently. If I had the solution, I would have already shared it. Haidai rolled his eyes at Tang Yushan. Their banter sparked a realization in Xingtian. Indeed, if they could make the hoofprints vanish, the Xiongnu cavalry would lose their tracking target. We have any leather or cloth among the supplies we seized? Xingtian inquired. Commander Shang, what do you need leather for? Gue Xiaoping asked, bewildered by Xingtian's sudden request for leather. I have a significant use for it. If you have any, fetch it quickly, Xingtian replied. Tang Yushan, scratching his slightly disheveled hair, spoke up. Commander, what we brought with us consists solely of food and weapons. There is no leather. Xingtian glanced at Tang Yushan, the breeze ruffling his battle robe. As Tang Yushan felt the intensity of Xingtian's gaze, a sense of unease washed over him. Commander, I haven't committed any wrongdoing, have I? He stammered, swallowing hard. Take off your robe. What? Tang Yushan was taken aback. After all, it was still daytime. No, that's not what I meant. The others looked at Xingtian in astonishment. Well, Commander, I don't have such preferences, Tang Yushan stuttered. Terrified. Do you wish to perish? I meant to say. Remove your battle robe, Xingtian said, his expression darkening. You mean the battle robe? You startled me, Tang Yushan exclaimed, relieved that Xingtian had no ulterior motives. Quickly, he stripped off his robe and handed it to Xingtian. What do you need this for? Wang Wu and the others were puzzled, unsure of Xingtian's intentions. It is of use to me. Xingtian did not elaborate. Instead, he tore the robe into several pieces and began wrapping them around the horse's hooves. Once the hooves were covered, Xingtian rode around, and the hoofprints left on the grass became significantly smaller, destined to vanish shortly. The onlookers stared in wide-eyed astonishment, realizing this was a viable tactic. Wrap all the hooves with cloth, quickly. If this works, we must act immediately, Xingtian commanded. Before long, his soldiers had removed their battle robes or utilized tent fabric to cover the hoofprints. After wrapping the hooves, they left the area, and the marks on the ground soon became indistinguishable. When the Xiongnu cavalry arrived, they found evidence of a recent encampment but could not discern the direction of departure. Commander, the traces vanish here. We cannot find any signs of the enemy's retreat, one reported. What is going on? The traces have disappeared. Hearing his subordinate's report, Tuobatao frowned. This was not good news. It is evident they were here. Yet there are no hoofprints leading away, the messenger added. Could they have vanished underground? Hunan fumed. In this vast grassland, seeking a group of people was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Search, split up, and dig 3 feet into the ground. We must locate them, Tuobatao insisted, refusing to lose hope. Fine, let us divide our efforts. Use the lookout hawks for communication, if any enemy movements are detected. Notify us immediately. We must encircle them, Hunan concurred. Should they return empty-handed, the fate of their commander would be sealed. The sudden disappearance of Xingtian's unit took Tuobatao and Hunan by surprise. To find Xingtian's force, they had no choice but to divide their troops once more. After shaking off their pursuers, Xingtian's unit did not linger in the grassland but sought refuge in a small desert. Ugh, this sandstorm is unbearable. Tang Yushan spat out the sand that had blown into his mouth. This wretched place is uninhabitable, Haidai complained. wary of being engulfed by the sand, by hiding in the desert. Their traces disappeared even more thoroughly. With ample food and water, they remained in the desert for an entire day, emerging only the next morning. Upon exiting the desert, the group gazed at the grassland, filled with life, and as they shifted their operational objectives, they commenced their relentless wandering across the grasslands, launching fierce assaults upon the small Xiongnu tribes they encountered. The able-bodied men, as well as those taller than a wheel, were ruthlessly slain, their grain set ablaze, and their cattle, sheep, and horses driven away. Within the span of a single day, they ravaged over 20 small Xiongnu tribes, a contingent of 1,000 Xiongnu cavalry. Upon discovering the devastation of these tribes, swiftly traced the whereabouts of Xingtian's forces. After sending word, the commanding officer led his troops in pursuit. At dawn the following day, as Xingtian and his men attacked a tribe of over 1,000. A troop of Xiongnu cavalry hurriedly arrived. Witnessing the carnage wrought by Xingtian's men, the Xiongnu leader was consumed by rage and immediately ordered a charge, with over 1,000 horsemen suddenly appearing. Xingtian and his companions were quick to notice. Observing that their adversaries numbered only around 1,000, Xingtian promptly arranged his troops, preparing for a countercharge. While they could not contend with the larger Xiongnu cavalry, they were confident in their ability to vanquish this smaller force. Kill, charge. There were no superfluous words, only the thunderous sound of galloping hooves reverberating across the plains. Among the Xiongnu cavalry, the leading commander was a formidable warrior at the early stages of his innate development. From the outset of the charge, Xingtian had set his sights on him, and the Xiongnu commander, underestimating Xingtian's prowess, focused his attention on him as well. However, their initial clash resulted in the Xiongnu commander's swift defeat. With a single thrust, this warrior, at the early stage of his innate development, could not withstand Xingtian's might, and was impaled through the chest, lifted high. With a forceful flick, the lifeless body was hurled into the charging Xiongnu cavalry. Kill. With the Xiongnu leader dispatched, Xingtian surged into the fray of the Xiongnu riders. Wielding his spear with unparalleled skill, he swept through the ranks, relentlessly reaping the lives of the Xiongnu cavalrymen. He appeared as a divine figure, leading his subordinates out from the clutches of the Xiongnu. The immediate decimation of their leader sent shockwaves through the Xiongnu cavalry, causing their morale to plummet. As Xingtian said with a smile, as everyone feasted on meat and chatted, the entire camp was permeated with the savory aroma of grilled flesh. After nightfall, Xingtian began to meditate and cultivate. In recent days of warfare, he had slain numerous enemies, accumulating over 3,600 in his kill count. It had been several days since his last elevation in cultivation, and he resolved to advance his level once more. With the increasing number of adversaries, he felt a profound sense of insecurity due to his lower cultivation. That he glanced at the luminous screen within his sea of consciousness. Name: Xingtian race, human realm, mid-stage postnatal, enhanced, cultivation technique, Great Sun Heart Sutra, beginner, enhanced, Mighty Bull strength, minor accomplishment, enhanced, Blood Fiend blade technique, major accomplishment, projected, Overlord spear technique, minor accomplishment, strength, 20,000 gene talent, marksman kill count, 3619 with a single point allocation. Consuming 500 kill points, he commenced his cultivation enhancement. A surge of robust energy flowed into his body, fortifying his flesh, bones, and skin. His flesh, bones, and skin appeared as if bathed in golden light. Under the reinforcement of this power, his skeletal structure and musculature became increasingly resilient and formidable, akin to being forged from gold. His blood essence and true energy also experienced a substantial increase. He elevated his realm to the late postnatal stage, augmenting his strength by 5,000 gene, reaching a total of 25,000 gene. While others possessed skin like copper and bones of iron, he was on the verge of transforming into golden flesh and bones. Although his cultivation had risen to the late postnatal stage, and his strength had significantly increased, Xingtian still felt a lingering sense of insecurity, observing the vast amount of kill points. He contemplated and ultimately decided to further elevate his cultivation to the great perfection of postnatal. Continuing to expend 500 kill points, he achieved the great perfection of postnatal, increasing his strength to 30,000 gene. Now, unless he encountered a mid-stage innate martial artist, he felt confident that he could confront even an early-stage innate martial artist head-on. With his cultivation elevated to the great perfection of postnatal, his sense of security was somewhat bolstered, albeit only marginally, as he was still merely at the great perfection of postnatal, not a true master. The following morning, upon rising, Xingtian was met by Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing. who sensed that he had once again grown stronger. They felt an acute sense of danger emanating from him. Having experienced a breakthrough to the postnatal realm just the previous night, it took them considerable time to stabilize their own cultivation. Yet, it seemed that Xingtian had achieved yet another breakthrough. At times, they couldn't help but ponder why the gap between individuals could be so vast. After a 2-day rest, they departed from their location, continuing their exploits across the grasslands. In a single day, they ravaged over a dozen small Xiongnu tribes, slaughtering countless enemies and seizing livestock and provisions. After setting the grain tents ablaze, they left without lingering for even a moment. Their swift actions and the assault on the small tribes soon reached the ears of the encircling Xiongnu forces, prompting the various Xiongnu cavalry to converge upon the grassland. By the time the Xiongnu cavalry gathered, Xingtian and his troops had already made their retreat. Such audacious guerrilla tactics drove the Xiongnu cavalry to the brink of madness. In the past, when enemy forces invaded the grasslands, they employed similar strategies against those foes. Now, they found themselves on the receiving end of such tactics, experiencing firsthand the frustration of helplessness. Leading his troops, Xingtian swept through over a dozen small tribes, replenishing their supplies before retreating several hundred miles to another expanse of grassland. This relentless approach left the pursuing Xiongnu cavalry utterly exasperated. Meanwhile, at Anning Pass, upon hearing of the dire situation in Yenzhou, Qizhou, and Dengzhou, which had succumbed to the onslaught of the Xiongnu's right virtuous king and his 100,000-strong army, the officials of the two provinces could no longer afford to remain idle. They hastily dispatched local militias, county soldiers, and newly recruited troops to reinforce Anning Pass. Should Anning Pass fall, Yongzhou and Dengzhou would have no defenses left to rely upon, and the 100,000-strong Xiongnu army could easily reduce the two provinces to ruins. In a matter of moments, wealthy clans and local officials pooled their resources, sending forth 30,000 troops to participate in the defense of Anning Pass. Upon seeing this influx of reinforcements, Yang Yi could hardly contain his mirth. The officials had finally realized the gravity of the situation and quickly dispatched their resources. Those officials are finally afraid, Sun Hao remarked with a cold smile. They face death on the front lines, while those within the borders indulged in revelry and extravagance. The plea for aid from the two provincial officials resembled the act of sending mere fodder for the slaughter, spurred by reports of the horrific devastation wrought upon Yenzhou, Qizhou, and Dengzhou, where countless noble families had perished and provisions and treasures were plundered. Their fear of Anning Pass falling and succumbing to the Xiongnu cavalry compelled them to mobilize local militias and county soldiers. Zhao Yong'an spoke up. With Qishan Pass breached and the three provinces falling into enemy hands, the pressure on the northern pass has increased significantly. I wonder if the general of the northern defense can withstand it. Yang Yu sighed. For now, we can only rely on our own strength to endure. Sun Hao added, facing the left virtuous king's army of over 10,000. We are already struggling as it is. How many ordinary civilians will fall victim to the Xiongnu cavalry with the provinces in ruins? That Jin Daorong deserves to die. Yang Yi couldn't help but curse. Jin Daorong, the commander of the garrison at Qishan Pass, had abandoned his post in a bid to preserve his own strength, leaving Yenzhou, Qizhou, and Dengzhou to fall under the might of the Xiongnu cavalry. That cowardly wretch probably already turned to the side of the second prince. Preserving his strength to assist the second prince in seizing the throne is surely more important than defending the pass, Sun Hao said unabashedly. Regardless, the arrival of these 30,000 soldiers significantly alleviated their pressure. With these 30,000 reinforcements, the left virtuous king will find it difficult to capture Anning Pass anytime soon, Li Daoru stated. I wonder how Xingtian and the others are faring. Sun Hao expressed his concern. He held great admiration for Xingtian, a man of action and resolve, embodying the true spirit of a soldier, unyielding and fierce, aside from the initial days of Xingtian and the others entering the grasslands. The Xiongnu forces had resumed their siege efforts after a brief pause. This signified the failure of their strategy to cut off the Xiongnu army's supply lines. Life and death are fated. Their fortunes now rested solely in their own hands, Yang Yu stated, revealing the harsh and bitter truth. As Xingtian and his companions ventured deeper into the grasslands, they received no assistance from anyone. Little did they know that Xingtian and his men were indulging in copious amounts of lamb and beef on the grasslands. As long as they could evade the encirclement of the Xiongnu's main forces, they faced little danger. One day, Xingtian led his subordinates in ravaging over 20 small tribes before making their escape, vanishing into the vast grasslands. By the time the Xiongnu cavalry arrived, only the weak and vulnerable remained. left to pick up the pieces. As a soul from another world, he had mastered the art of guerrilla warfare to perfection. When confronted by the main forces of the Xiongnu cavalry, he would flee. When encountering smaller units, he would decisively eliminate them. He artfully demonstrated the strategy of preying on the weak while avoiding the strong. In a mere few days, Xingtian and his troops traversed over 1,000 miles. "Officer, I feel we must return. Otherwise, I fear we may not escape the grasslands." Guo Xiaoping expressed his concerns. Continuously attacking the small Xiongnu tribes would only provoke greater ire, leading to more cavalry being dispatched to hunt them down. If they were cornered by the main forces of the Xiongnu cavalry, there would truly be no escape. Sigh. Xingtian lamented, acknowledging that his strength was still insufficient. If he were a grandmaster, leading 100,000 iron cavalry, he would dare to strike at the heart of the Xiongnu royal court. After days of relentless combat, his forces had dwindled to fewer than 900 soldiers. Glancing back at his troops, though they appeared spirited, the fatigue in their eyes was undeniable. "Let us head towards the northern pass. We must return." Xingtian spoke softly. "Do not be deceived by their seeming dominance on the grasslands. This is merely a cunning ruse. The Huns, with their cavalry exceeding 2,000, dare not engage us in direct confrontation. I have no intention of allowing these young warriors to be buried in the vast expanse of the prairie. The winds here are too frigid for those raised in the south. They would find it unbearable. I must lead them back alive." Upon making the decision to return, the army advanced towards the border. Little did they know, a crisis awaited them. On their journey back, they refrained from attacking the smaller Hun tribes, opting instead to navigate around them. With over 3,000 warhorses and ample supplies, they headed towards the inner regions. These steeds, all of superb quality, had been seized from the Huns. They would not settle for the stout but mediocre mounts, only the finest were taken. This meant that each warrior had 3 horses, allowing them to march long distances without the need for rest. 2 days later, they approached the border. Hun scouts were scattered across the grasslands like grains of yellow beans, with one scout roaming within a mere 10 miles. The multitude of Hun scouts aimed to locate Xingtian's troop and block their path home. The vastness of the prairie made it challenging to find Xingtian's unit, yet the routes back to Anning Pass were few. By sealing off these paths, they could trap Xingtian's retreat. As soon as Xingtian's contingent neared the border, they were detected by the Hun scouts. Upon discovering them, the scouts swiftly relayed the information back to Obatao and Hunale. Upon receiving the message, were filled with elation. "We found you, cursed way rat. This time, let's see where you can run." With excitement, Obatao and Hunale rallied their cavalry and surged towards the direction of the reporting scouts. 3,000 ironclad riders charged forward with great momentum. Unable to locate Xingtian's unit, the two soon altered their course to directly confront the border and block their escape. For them, the moment had come to avenge their humiliation. Nearby, another contingent of 2,000 Hun cavalry also raced towards this direction upon receiving the signal. Yet, Xingtian's unit remained blissfully unaware, as 5,000 cavalrymen conspired to encircle them. Upon reaching the Wai River, Xingtian instructed his men to halt and rest by the riverbank, while dispatching Wang Wu to scout the area. Both men and horses took a brief respite, consuming food and replenishing their water supply. However, within a mere quarter of an hour, Wang Wu and several scouts hurried back, breathless. "Enemies! There are enemies!" Wang Wu galloped forward, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Prepare for battle!" Upon hearing this, Guo Xiaoping's voice echoed throughout the camp. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Arrows rained down upon them like a torrential storm. "Mount up! Prepare for combat!" Xingtian shouted, swiftly leaping onto his steed. The resting soldiers, upon hearing his command, scrambled to mount their horses. Behind Wang Wu, the earth trembled with the thunderous sound of hooves. The dust kicked up by the charging cavalry rose like smoke signals, enveloping the scene. "Run!" Wang Wu shouted incessantly. The number of Hun cavalry was overwhelming. 3,000 steel riders outnumbered them by more than threefold. Engaging them now was anything but wise. He hoped Xingtian would lead the soldiers to flee quickly. Yet, at this point, retreat was clearly an impossible option. The Hun cavalry was nipping at their heels, leading them towards certain death. "Soldiers, prepare for battle," Xingtian commanded. His men drew their blades, ready to face the enemy. Glancing back at his troops, he had originally hoped to lead them all back home. But fate had other plans. "Wind!" Xingtian raised his spear, his voice booming. The soldiers behind him erupted into a thunderous roar, their morale surging. "Gentlemen, follow me into battle." Xingtian brandished his spear and charged forward. "Kill!" The 1,000 riders charged, facing a fierce enemy that remained undaunted, not a soul faltering. Their eyes were resolute, prepared to face death. Witnessing Xingtian's charge, Wang Wu felt a sense of helplessness. They had no choice but to turn and confront the Han forces head-on. Tuo Batao and Hunanlei, leading their troops into the fray, grinned at the sight of Xing Huayan's unit choosing to stand and fight rather than flee. They were determined to crush this enemy before them. To avenge their fallen kin, Xing Huayan's gaze sharpened as the Han cavalry blocked their path home. This battle was unavoidable, for without it, they could never return. Witnessing the two opposing commanders, Xing Huayan's aura began to intensify. Golden light shimmering across his skin as his blood surged, akin to a blazing beacon rising to the heavens. Tuo Batao and Hunanlei set their sights on Xing Huayan, charging towards him. The quickest way to vanquish the enemy was to eliminate their leaders. Slaying the opposing commanders would inevitably dampen the morale of their forces, leaving the rest vulnerable to slaughter. As the two armies clashed, the air reverberated with the thunderous sound of galloping hooves, the clang of metal, and the cries of battle. Xing Huayan unleashed his might without restraint, delivering a blow that could rival the force of 30 to 40,000 pounds. A torrent of vitality surging forth. Boom. Hunanlei, along with his weapon, was obliterated in a single strike, blood raining down. Tuo Batao, who was a moment too slow, widened his eyes in disbelief as he witnessed Hunanlei's demise. They were cultivators at the pinnacle of their realm. Unless faced with a true master, it was inconceivable that one blow could annihilate them. With one decisive strike, Xing Huayan felled a commander from the opposing ranks. His ferocity undiminished as he drew his black gold saber, executing a bloodthirsty technique against another Han commander, now sharing the same peak cultivation level. None could withstand the full force of Xing Huayan's assault. As he swung his blade, a wave of bloodthirst surged forth. Tuo Batao, regaining his senses, swung his sword to parry. Clang! His weapon shattered. Even the toughest defenses could not withstand the sharpness of the black gold saber. With a single stroke, Tuo Batao was cleaved-eye otherwise. The soldiers under his command would suffer even greater losses. The Hunnic cavalry that fell beneath his blades numbered in the hundreds. The long spears, stained with blood, bore witness to the countless lives taken, imbuing the iron tips with an aura of deadly intent. Gui Xiaoping, Hu Bing, and their comrades likewise bore the blood of their enemies upon their weapons. Each warrior's eyes gleamed with the ferocity of battle. At this moment, it was a fight to the death. Either they would perish, or their foes would. The Hunnic cavalry opposite them had lost their commander and suffered heavy casualties. Yet they did not flee. A centurion took command of the troops, and without hesitation, he led the Hunnic cavalry into a charge against Xing Huayan and his men. "Soldiers, follow me and break their ranks." Xing Huayan shouted as he raised his spear and continued the assault. Under his leadership, despite losing over 200 men, they charged fearlessly into the fray. The two armies clashed once more, colliding violently. Xing Huayan led the charge, penetrating the enemy camp, his spear transforming into a harbinger of death, relentlessly cleaving Hunnic cavalry from their mounts. His prowess alone was equivalent to that of 1,000 warriors. After several rounds of combat, the Hunnic cavalry lay vanquished. Only about 500 of Xing Huayan's men remained, nearly all bearing wounds. Had they not captured a substantial amount of healing elixirs, their losses would have been even greater. The battle was extraordinarily brutal. Xing Huayan was no deity, and despite his relentless efforts to slay the Hunnic cavalry, their numbers far exceeded his own, making death an inevitable consequence. The ground was littered with broken weapons and spears, scattered haphazardly, while the waters of the river of drinking horses ran red with blood. Rumble! Before Xing Huayan's troops could catch their breath, the distant sound of cavalry charging echoed across the plains. Seeing the approaching Hunnic cavalry, the men tightened their grips on their blades and spears. Fortunately, they had managed to eliminate the previous 3,000 horsemen. Had another wave joined the fray, they would have faced certain annihilation. "Brothers, let us strike them down decisively today," Xing Huayan bellowed with fervor. Without hesitation, he expended 500 points of slaughter value to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the acquired realm, boosting his strength to an astounding 35,000 pounds, significantly enhancing his capabilities. Only by growing stronger and slaying more Hunnic cavalry could he ensure the survival of his remaining soldiers. "Kill!" Xing Huayan led the charge. And the remaining 500 warriors, their eyes fierce with determination, followed suit. Each of them had emerged from the clutches of death as formidable fighters, and those who survived were undeniably strong. The weak had already perished. The opposing Hunnic forces now numbered 2,000 elite cavalry. Upon witnessing Xing Huayan's unit, they charged forward without a hint of retreat. It was the mission of many Hunnic warriors to leave Xing Huayan's men behind on the plains, even at the cost of their own lives. No one dared to slaughter with impunity in the Hunnic tribal territories and return unscathed. 500 ironclad riders, following Xing Huayan, charged fearlessly into the ranks of Hunnic cavalry that outnumbered them 4 to 1. This 2,000-strong Hunnic cavalry was led by a master of the acquired realm. He swung his blade fiercely towards Xingtian, displaying immense valor. Boom! Xingtian thrust his spear, unleashing an overwhelming force of over 40,000 pounds that sent the Hunnic leader flying, crushing a multitude of cavalry beneath him. The fallen commander could scarcely comprehend the sheer magnitude of power behind Xingtian's strike. Such raw strength, surpassing 40 or 50,000 pounds, obliterated all in its path, rendering resistance futile. With one lethal blow, Xingtian dispatched the enemy leader, becoming an unstoppable force as he surged into the heart of the Hunnic cavalry. In mere moments, he felled dozens of Hunnic warriors. His extraordinary might proved insurmountable. He was the vanguard, disrupting the Hunnic cavalry's formation. Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Wang Wu, and the others followed closely behind, fiercely battling and claiming countless lives. With the enemy's commander slain, the high-level combat prowess dissipated, allowing Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing, both at the early stage of the acquired realm, to wreak havoc among the enemy ranks. Together with Xingtian, the trio decimated the majority of the Hunnic forces, significantly reducing the mortality rate among their own soldiers. As the battle concluded, only around 300 of Xingtian's men remained standing, despite his personal tally of 600 to 700 slain Hunnic warriors. The enemy's numbers still posed a significant advantage, with a one-for-one exchange resulting in considerable losses. These were 2,000 fully armored Hunnic elite riders, and achieving such an impressive victory was a source of immense pride. "Brothers, we have triumphed," Xingtian exclaimed, his voice resonating across the vast plains. In this encounter, they had faced 5,000 Hunnic cavalry with fewer than 900 riders, utterly annihilating their foes. This achievement was monumental, not only at Anning Pass but throughout the entire northern battlefield. The surviving soldiers erupted in triumphant shouts, releasing the fervor that surged within them. After such a brutal confrontation, only 1/3 of their original number remained. 2/3 would forever rest upon these plains. By the banks of the river of drinking horses, the ground lay strewn with corpses, the soil soaked with blood that seeped into the water, turning it crimson. As Xingtian surveyed the field of death, he recalled a poignant verse. "Alas, the bones by the fickle river remain, still dreaming of spring's embrace. Nearly 600 of his comrades lay buried here, each a passionate youth with a long road ahead. Perhaps at home, wives awaited their return. Yet those cherished souls in their secluded chambers would never again see the victorious warriors return. Why on, we must depart swiftly. We are still surrounded by Hunnic cavalry, and the remaining brothers cannot escape." Seeing Xingtian's silence as he gazed at the bodies of his fallen comrades, Wang Wu, bloodied sword in hand and arm injured, spoke urgently. Their movements had been betrayed, and the Hunnic cavalry had discerned their intent to retreat. Lingering on the plains for even a moment longer increased their peril. They had no time even to collect the bodies of their fallen brethren. Xingtian could only command them to continue onward, taking with them 3,000 war horses as they left the river of drinking horses. They were far too few, with 4,000 to 5,000 unclaimed steeds roaming the plains. Had they been more numerous, they would not have forsaken them. However, with only over 300 men, taking too many horses would prove a burden. They had scarcely walked for a quarter of an hour when another wave of Hunnic cavalry arrived. Upon seeing the battlefield littered with corpses and the multitude of wandering horses, Yingling's expression turned grim. They had arrived too late. "Captain, the officers Tuoba, Hu, and E had all perished, 5,000 valiant warriors. Not a single one spared, meeting a heroic end. How many had the enemy slain?" Yingling's demeanor darkened with an icy resolve. 570 corpses, barely 600 in total. Such losses raised questions about the enemy's strength. How many had they lost? Yingling felt a sense of bewilderment. These were 5,000 elite Hunnic cavalry, who would charge directly into 30,000 infantry of the Great Way. Yet here they lay, all fallen by the banks of the river of drinking horses. A 10-to-1 casualty rate was an alarming statistic, and he began to lose his grasp on the enemy's capabilities. Perhaps the intelligence they had received was false. This was far from an ordinary Wei army. Could it be that among this contingent were innate experts? Otherwise, how could 3 captains, all at the pinnacle of the acquired realm, have been slain? One centurion spoke up. Yingling fell silent. To have defeated 3 masters of the acquired realm indicated the presence of innate warriors among the enemy ranks. This was indisputable evidence of formidable foes. "Do we pursue?" Another centurion inquired. "Pursue? And we may encounter innate experts among the enemy. To follow would be to court death. Yet if we do not pursue, we shall face the wrath of Wang Xian. Pursue." Yingling ultimately resolved to pursue. Yet the speed of the chase gradually slowed. They galloped forth without respite, changing horses whenever the previous ones could no longer endure. Only by escaping the grasslands could they hope to survive. Upon entering the territory of the Great Way, with no pursuers in sight, the group finally exhaled in relief. Xingtian cast a glance at his remaining soldiers. Before their departure, they had numbered over 1,000. Yet now fewer than 300 remained. 700 lives had been lost, forever left upon the grasslands, a heavy burden upon Xingtian's heart. Among the survivors, the vast majority were martial artists. Only those of formidable strength could endure the brutality of such a battlefield. Although they were now a remnant force, their spirit was incomparable. Emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood had profoundly transformed them. The remaining individuals were the elite, with the survivors in tow. They continued their journey toward Anning Pass. As night fell, they rested at the foot of a mountain. Near the border, human presence was scarce, and with the Xiongnu army besieging the gates, there was even less to be seen. Do not be overly self-reproachful. For us soldiers, dying on the battlefield is but a return to our fate. Moreover, the achievements of our campaign will astonish the entire Great Way. The honors due to them shall not be diminished. Wang Wu consoled, noticing Xingtian's silence, that I could have brought them all back. Xingtian spoke slowly, that one's strength can falter. You are neither a master nor a grandmaster, Wang Wu replied, patting Xingtian's shoulder. Xingtian fell into silence. Their original orders had been to ambush the Xiongnu's supply troops. After failing to do so, he should have led the army back to Anning Pass, thus sparing many lives. War is cruel. From the day we enlisted, we prepared for death. There is no need for you to blame yourself. Remember this grudge, and in the future, we shall have the Xiongnu pay in blood for their debts. Xingtian nodded silently. The tattered half-draped dragon banner fluttered in the night wind. Wounded soldiers bandaged their injuries, consuming healing elixirs. Those unscathed began to prepare fires for cooking meat. Once they crossed into the Great Way's territory, the perilous atmosphere of the grasslands dissipated. There, one had to be constantly vigilant against the Xiongnu army's appearance. In this wild and rugged terrain, even if the Xiongnu cavalry pursued, they need not fear. The cavalry could not fully utilize their advantages here, making them much easier to handle. Despite this, Xingtian still arranged scouts and sentinels to prevent any relentless surprise attacks from the Xiongnu. Come, Brother Huan, have a sheep egg. It will strengthen your kidneys. Wang Wu offered Xingtian a boiled sheep egg. Xingtian glared at Wang Wu. At only 17, in the prime of his youth, his body was robust and strong. With his vital energy like a raging fire, did he really need such nourishment? I appreciate your kindness, but I do not require it. Rather, you should take more for yourself, Wang Wu. Otherwise, in a few years, you may find it unnecessary. Xingtian promptly returned the sheep egg. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Gua Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Tang Yushan, and others burst into laughter, lightening the somber atmosphere. Speaking of which, the songstress Gu Nyang from Yichuan Tower possesses an exquisite voice and is strikingly beautiful. Akin to a lark. Unfortunately, she is far too costly to afford, Gua Xiaoping exclaimed. Once we repel the Xiongnu, I shall treat everyone to a night at Yichuan Tower. Good, the soldiers cheered in unison, clearly eager for the outing. When that time comes, I intend to order 10 maidens, Tang Yushan declared loudly. 10. Can you handle that? The others regarded Tang Yushan with scrutinizing eyes. Faced with their piercing gazes, Tang Yushan felt his pride wounded. What sort of looks are those? In my prime, I could manage 10 times a night. Ugh, the crowd expressed their disbelief. Real men do not dwell on past glories. Can one still perform as before? Blast it, I'm only in my 30s, not in my 60s. The group feasted on meat and broth, engaging in light-hearted banter, savoring this rare moment of relaxation. As night deepened, all but the sentinels retreated into their tents to rest. Xingtian, however, remained awake, quietly observing the golden light curtain before him. Name: Xingtian race, human realm, post-heaven limit, enhanced, cultivation method, Great Sun Heart Sutra, introductory, enhanced, Mighty Bull strength, minor achievement, enhanced, Blood Slaughter Blade technique, major achievement, evolved, Overlord Spear technique, minor achievement, strength, 35,000 pounds talent, Divine Marksman killing value, 6127 now. His killing value had reached 6,127 points, a historical peak. During the day's battle, he single-handedly vanquished over 1,000 Xiongnu enemies, including 3 post-heaven martial artists at the peak of their realm, which significantly boosted his killing value. Had he been defending a city, the rate of acquiring killing value would not have been so swift. With such a wealth of killing value, he could easily elevate his cultivation to the pre-heaven realm. Yet, Xingtian chose not to. His growth rate was already sufficiently rapid. This world is fraught with depths, filled with prodigies and those harboring secrets. However, being overly conspicuous and failing to conceal one's brilliance is not wise. Instead of boosting his realm, Xingtian opted to enhance his proficiency in the Great Sun Heart Sutra. With a single allocation of points, he instantly consumed 2,000 killing value. And insights and experiences regarding the practice of the Great Sun Heart Sutra flooded into his mind. After some time, he slowly opened his eyes, bearing a hint of weariness. Having absorbed so much cultivation knowledge felt akin to experiencing a century's worth of growth. The minor achievement of the Great Sun Heart Sutra saved him considerable time and comprehension, accelerating his cultivation nearly tenfold. The continuous influx of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth was refined and transformed into true essence, tempering his physique and blood. He radiated like a resplendent sun. One could hardly fathom the stroke of luck that allowed an old soldier to acquire such a miraculous technique from a beggar. After a night of cultivation, his vital energy and true essence increased further, and his physique continued to strengthen. Even with the enhancement of his abilities, Xingtian did not abandon his self-cultivation efforts. He remained diligent, aiming to quietly astound everyone that he wished to behold the vistas at the pinnacle. In this life, he would not settle for mediocrity. After a night of practice, as the sun rose, a ray of golden light was absorbed into his body, and Xingtian finally awoke. After breakfast, the troop resumed their march toward Anning Pass. By the afternoon, they arrived at the southern city gate of Anning Pass. The guards stationed there, witnessing the multitude of war horses, were taken aback, fearing that the Xiongnu cavalry had flanked the pass and were attacking from behind. They immediately heightened their vigilance, deploying troops to the walls for defense. As the column drew near, the sentinels atop the walls discerned the tattered remnants of the Great Way Dragon flag. Lin Xiaowei of the 5th Battalion focused his gaze and recognized the leading figure as Xingtian. This lad has returned alive. Quickly, send word to General Yang Yi that Xingtian's unit has returned. Lin Xiaowei commanded with urgency. From a distance, they beheld the formidable stronghold, one of the northern bastions against the Xiongnu. Without this pass, the rear territories of Yongzhou and Dingzhou would continually fall prey to the Xiongnu's iron steeds. As Xingtian and his men approached the city gate, it swung open, and Lin Xiaowei, accompanied by a small contingent of soldiers, came forth to greet them. "Brother Shang, you have finally returned," Lin Xiaowei exclaimed joyfully. Lin Xiaowei, Xingtian clasped his fists in greeting, observing the mere 300 survivors behind Xingtian. Lin Xiaowei's expression grew grave. It seemed that Xingtian's contingent had endured many fierce battles. Over 1,000 had set out, yet only around 300 had returned. More than 700 souls would never return. The respite of 3 to 4 days at Anning Pass was entirely attributable to Xingtian's efforts. Soon, General Yang Yi arrived, having only just come from the northern city gate, where the Xiongnu army had retreated from their assault. Upon seeing General Yang Yi, Xingtian dismounted and, with a choked voice, said, "General, I could not bring them all back." As he gazed upon the mere 300 who had returned, many of whom bore wounds, Yang Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He approached Xingtian and gently patted his shoulder. "You have performed admirably. There is no need for self-reproach. The return of 300 riders is a significant blessing. I feared that your entire army might have been annihilated on the steppe." Observing the still somewhat youthful boy before him, who, at merely 17, had boldly led 1,000 cavalry into the vast plains, Yang Yi marveled at the courage it must have taken. In this frontier, amidst the brutal clashes with the enemy, Xingtian's valor rendered the fact of his youth almost inconsequential. "Your mission has been executed with excellence. You have secured 3 to 4 days of respite for Anning Pass. This is crucial for them, and the sacrifices made by you and your men will be remembered by me, and by all of Anning Pass." Yang Yi spoke with a face full of appreciation as he regarded the young lad. "Our forces have destroyed countless supplies of the Xiongnu army, vanquished dozens of their supply troops, and subsequently obliterated over 100 of their small tribes, slaying more than 8,000 Xiongnu cavalry. Upon our return today, we were unable to fulfill the general's orders," Xingtian reported, detailing their accomplishments. The soldiers behind him stood tall. They had returned, yet more than 700 comrades remained on the steppe. They needed to hold their heads high, for their brothers were watching. "Well done. You are all valiant sons of our great way. Your contributions are monumental, and you are the pride of my Anning army. I take great pride in you all," Yang Yi declared loudly, gazing at the soldiers. "Wind." The soldiers behind Xingtian shouted in unison. Though they were but 300, their spirit was akin to that of 1,000 troops, causing the soldiers behind Lin Xiaowei to change countenance. Lin Xiaowei also observed these soldiers, recognizing that their aura was that of elite warriors who had emerged from a sea of corpses. With such presence, these 300 could undoubtedly be regarded as true elites, a glimmer of admiration shining in Yang Ye's eyes. "Welcome back, heroes," Yang Yi proclaimed, addressing the returning army. "Welcome back, heroes," echoed Lin Xiaowei and others behind Yang Yi. Xingtian's unit had sacrificed 700 men to secure 3 to 4 days of crucial time for Anning Pass. They were, indeed, heroes. As Xingtian led his men into the city, each soldier stood tall, filled with immense pride. Over 300 of them, clad in armor and wielding weapons, led more than 3,000 fine steeds, a truly spectacular sight. These were their spoils of war, the testament of their glory. Gazing at the 3,000 excellent war horses, Yang Ye's mind began to race. With so many steeds, one could forge 1,000-strong heavy cavalry. Alas, I cannot afford to maintain such armored cavalry. After entering the city, the other soldiers were soon sent off to rest. Upon hearing Xingtian's recount of their recent experiences, Yang Yi and the others were left in awe. 1,000 cavalry had slain 8,000 enemy riders. Such a feat was bound to astonish many. This did not even account for the other Xiongnu soldiers who had fallen. The healing potions they had brought back were submitted, while Xingtian had distributed the cultivation elixirs among his men, an offering earned through their perilous endeavors. He retained 3 fourth-grade breakthrough pills for himself and shared the rest with his subordinates, bringing back little else in terms of supplies. The most valuable of all were undoubtedly those 3,000 fine steeds. After Xingtian departed, Sun Hao slowly spoke. "This lad has achieved significant merit. Such accomplishments warrant promotion to the rank of 6th-grade deputy general. However, the promotion required imperial sanction, and Yang Yi lacked the authority to bestow such a title upon Xingtian. To navigate the steppe with such ease while commanding troops is a clear indication of his innate talent for warfare. He is undoubtedly a fierce general, with a future that knows no bounds." Li Daoru commented. "After this expedition, it seems this lad has grown considerably stronger," Zhao Yong'an remarked. The group held high regard for Xingtian. "Let us first promote him to a lieutenant," Yang Yi concluded. Given the current instability of the court and the prince's struggle for power, it was impossible to report his accomplishments for an official promotion. After returning from General Yang Ye's command, Xingtian went to visit the veteran soldiers. The veteran was still a squad leader, but among his soldiers, only Zhang Daniu's familiar face remained. The others had been replaced by strangers. The harshness of battle had cycled through countless soldiers. "Uncle, Daniu, I have come to see you." "Glad to have you back." The veteran nodded as he regarded Xingtian's return. "Huan, I heard that you slew over 8,000 enemies. That is truly formidable." Zhang Daniu could not help but give a thumbs up. "That was over several days, and all of it was earned through my brother's lives. It was nothing extraordinary." Xingtian waved his hand dismissively. "Too bad I'm not under your command. Otherwise, I would have joined you in traversing the steppe." Zhang Daniu expressed wistfully. "Should I send you to serve under Huan?" The veteran shot a glare at Zhang Daniu. "Ahem. Well, I still prefer following you," Zhang Daniu quickly clarified. The veteran nodded. "You are wise to recognize this." Unlike Wang Wu, who ran over to Xingtian's side and hasn't dared to return since. "Uncle, I have made it, haha," Xingtian exclaimed, eliciting surprise from the veteran. "Come with me inside." Xingtian followed the veteran into the inner room. "Have you really succeeded in your cultivation?" the veteran asked, his excitement palpable. "Indeed," Xingtian nodded, then began to channel his great Sun Heart Sutra, his entire being radiating golden light. The veteran was left speechless, unable to fathom that Xingtian had genuinely mastered what had been thought to be a mere false scripture. He had not been deceived. He had acquired the true scripture. Yet, why had he himself failed to cultivate it despite prolonged study? "Something feels amiss," the veteran muttered quietly. "What seems to be the issue?" Xingtian inquired as he ceased his cultivation. "In nothing. I merely meant to say that I am genuinely happy for your success." The veteran replied, tinged with a hint of envy. "I'll teach you how to cultivate, uncle," Xingtian offered, eager to share his success. After all, the great Sun Heart Sutra had been given to him by the veteran. "Indeed, you have not let me down," the veteran said, eagerly awaiting this moment. Xingtian proceeded to instruct the veteran on the foundational methods. After a while, the veteran's face fell. "I cannot cultivate. I cannot grasp the entry method. It seems not everyone is fit for cultivation." Alas, scratching his head, Xingtian pondered, "Is this cultivation technique truly so peculiar? Kid, keep this technique to yourself. Never let it slip that a commoner is innocent, yet possessing a treasure can lead to ruin." The veteran warned solemnly. "Yes, uncle." Xingtian understood the gravity of this advice. "And do not break the pure young before achieving the martial sage level. Otherwise, you shall have no connection to the martial sage." The veteran continued. Martial sage? The veteran slowly explained. In the realm of martial arts, there are various stages. Martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, post-heaven, pre-heaven, grandmaster, and great-grandmaster. Above the great-grandmaster lies the martial sage, a revered title. A single martial sage can govern a nation and may live for 500 years. Xingtian felt his blood surge with excitement. The thought of a martial sage, capable of ruling a nation, was astonishing. Previously, he had only known about the great-grandmaster. Now learning of the realm that surpassed it, the martial sage. What about the martial emperor? Xingtian curiously inquired, recalling that the Great Sun Heart Sutra had been created by a martial emperor. The martial emperor? The veteran glanced at Xingtian. That is a legend. Enough, remember my words. Until you reach the martial sage, do not break the pure yang. Otherwise, you will lose all connection to the martial sage. Xingtian felt disheartened. Did this mean that until he reached the martial sage level, he could not engage with women? What then was the purpose of his arduous cultivation? The path of martial arts felt burdensome. Uncle, why can other martial cultivators do so? Have you not studied the characteristics of the cultivation method you are practicing? Have you not researched it? The old soldier rolled his eyes. Xingtian sighed deeply towards the heavens. Uncle, you have misled me. After returning from the old soldier, that evening General Yang Yi hosted a celebratory banquet for the 300 soldiers under Xingtian's command, allowing them to indulge in a grand revelry. Fulfilling the promise made by General Yang Yi when they first set out to battle. As some soldiers drank, tears began to flow. Their fallen brothers in arms could never return. Upon returning from the banquet, Xingtian commenced his training. Ever since the old soldier had told him that he could not attain the rank of martial sage without breaking through pure yang, Xingtian had devoted himself to his training with even greater diligence. In his pursuit of becoming a true man, he was determined to strive hard and achieve the rank of martial sage. Otherwise, if he were to visit Yichuan Tower, he would only be left in tears over unfulfilled desires. The next morning, Xingtian absorbed the first rays of the rising sun as he concluded his morning exercises. After breakfast, the Xiongnu forces beyond the Great Wall began their assault once more. Without hesitation, Xingtian seized his battle knife and ascended the city wall. To kill the enemy. To kill the enemy. Only through slaying foes could he continuously accumulate killing points and hasten his journey to becoming a martial sage. The Xiongnu launched an immediate attack with an army of 20,000. Putting immense pressure on the defenders of Anning Pass. Below the walls, hordes of Xiongnu soldiers surged forth, with cavalry unleashing a rain of arrows to assist their comrades in scaling the walls. Stones, molten gold, and poisoned arrows rained down from the defenders above, each strike silencing the foes below. After suffering considerable casualties, the Xiongnu soldiers began their assault on the city walls. Among the Xiongnu forces, both innate and acquired martial artists joined the fray. The defenders, including lieutenants and captains, engaged in battle to restrain the high-level combatants of the Xiongnu. The ferocity of the Xiongnu's offensive had escalated beyond previous levels. From the ranks of the Xiongnu, two figures cloaked in black emerged, exuding an overwhelming presence. Yang Yi, come forth and meet your demise. One of the Xiongnu masters bellowed, their voice echoing like thunder across Anning Pass. Arrogant, presumptuous. The sight of the two Xiongnu masters incited fury among the defending soldiers and residents of Anning Pass. With a single step, Yang Yi confronted the two masters. Two wasteful hounds dare to boast of bravery. Yang Yi scoffed. Today, you shall surely perish. The slightly smaller Xiongnu master retorted coldly, with just you, taste my spear. Furious dragon. Yang Yi brandished his spear, which transformed into a dragon of gold, surging with true energy as it lunged toward the Xiongnu master. Witnessing the spear morph into a raging dragon, the Xiongnu master's expression turned grave. His black robe billowed as he summoned a wave of black true energy, coiling like a serpent. He gathered all his true essence into his palm, striking forth with a force that resembled a thundercloud, exuding an aura of terror. The other Xiongnu master also made his move, his blade shining with brilliance as he slashed toward Yang Yi. In the skies, true energy surged and pressure thickened like a prison, a terrifying aura causing all to tremble. The three combatants clashed repeatedly, their exchanges resonating like thunder, their formidable powers far surpassing that of innate martial artists. Suddenly, another figure emerged from the Xiongnu ranks, charging towards Yang Yi. The aura it emitted was unmistakably that of a master. A third Xiongnu master had appeared, unleashing a dreadful presence that caused the hearts of the defenders to skip a beat. This is bad. There's another master among the Xiongnu. Sun Hao exclaimed in alarm. Damn it. These Xiongnu are truly despicable, sending three masters to encircle General Yang. This is dire. The defenders, 5 lieutenants witnessing the emergence of the Xiongnu master were filled with anxiety. If anything happened to Yang Yi, none of them would survive, and Anning Pass would inevitably fall. The encirclement of 3 masters to hunt down Yang Yi filled the defenders of Anning Pass with a sense of despair. 3 masters against 1. Yang Yi stood no chance of victory. After nearly a month of holding the line, would they truly fail now? General Zhao Yong'an of the Broken Ruins expressed a bitter smile. The Great Way had its share of strong warriors and masters, yet Anning Pass had only Yang Yi as its sole steadfast defender. This dire situation stemmed from the aging emperor of Great Way, the princes vying for power, and Yang Ye's unwillingness to take sides. The defenders of Anning Pass had endured 2.5 years of targeted hostility, with many resources secretly withheld by those princes. Originally, the Anning army was fully staffed at 50,000, but now it numbered only 30,000. As the battle raged on, Anning Pass was on the brink of collapse, yet the court remained indifferent. The leaders of the defenders were filled with resentment towards the court. Soldiers, slay these slave scoundrels. For every enemy we kill, we break even. For every 2, we profit. Sun Hao roared, no longer holding back as he engaged fiercely with a Xiongnu innate martial artist. Determined to fight to the death. In the skies, Yang Yi faced 3 foes, ultimately facing overwhelming odds and steadily retreating. The defenders of Anning Pass launched a ferocious counterattack, embracing their fate with the hope of taking at least 1 enemy down. Kill. The desperate soldiers of Anning Pass unleashed unimaginable lethality, their reckless fighting instilling fear in many Xiongnu troops. At that moment, Shang Huayan surged through the ranks of the Xiongnu like a demon emerging from hell. His black gold battle knife drenched in the blood of countless foes. His battle attire was stained crimson, and around him lay countless fallen Xiongnu soldiers. Those beneath the innate realm were no match for him. Ordinary soldiers could not withstand even a single strike from his blade. In less than a quarter of an hour, over 100 Xiongnu soldiers had perished at his hands. The bloodthirsty aura surged, and the knife light glimmered red, a sight both extraordinary and terrifying. He was like a harvester of lives, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. Witnessing Xing Huayan's terrifying prowess, not only the Xiongnu forces but even the likes of Captain Lin, Captain Zhou, and Captain Wu were filled with dread. They watched as the Xiongnu's adept fighters could not withstand a single strike from Xing Huayan, sending chills down their spines. What manner of monster was this? After a trip to the grasslands, his strength had risen dramatically. Slaying innate martial artists as if they were mere chickens, they believed that even facing Xing Huayan, they would likely meet their end. What an extraordinary anomaly, Captain Wu murmured. His growth and strength is simply astonishing. Previously, Xing Huayan had merely been a small soldier under his command. Now, he feared he could not withstand even a single strike from Xing Huayan. As Xing Huayan wreaked havoc, claiming heads by the dozen, the formidable Xiongnu warriors could no longer remain idle. An innate martial artist from the Xiongnu ascended the city wall to confront Xing Huayan. This innate warrior struck with overwhelming force, aiming to crush Xing Huayan with a single palm. Xing Huayan, having just felled an innate early-stage warrior, faced the incoming palm strike with a single punch. His true essence surged, and the punch transformed into a blazing sun, clashing fiercely with the palm. Boom. The collision of their immense powers erupted with a sound akin to thunder, sending both combatants staggering back 5 steps. This was a clash of pure power and strength, a testament to the martial prowess of warriors, where blades met flesh and brute force reigned supreme. Xiao Tuyu gazed at Xing Huayan in astonishment. Having expected to crush him with a single palm, he did not anticipate that Xing Huayan possessed such formidable strength, rivaling his own. Their physical prowess was equally matched. Such displays were not characteristics one would expect from an innate martial artist. To break through to the innate realm was to harness true essence to nourish oneself, far surpassing the physical resilience of an acquired martial artist. Yet Xing Huayan, in the realm of the acquired, could rival those of the innate, leaving Xiao Tuyu profoundly astonished. Truly, he was a prodigious genius, and no wonder he dispatched innate martial artists with such ease. He truly is a monstrous talent, Xiao Tuyu remarked. But no matter how gifted, if he does not grow, he will ultimately meet his end. Xing Huayan gazed gravely at his opponent, a being of innate martial prowess, not merely a recent breakthrough, but one with formidable depth of strength. Confronting an innate martial artist compelled him to adopt a serious demeanor. The distinction between innate and acquired is a significant chasm. An insurmountable divide. It is a rarity for one of acquired talent to triumph over an innate master. To personally vanquish a great demon of the Wei dynasty might indeed bring a sense of profound accomplishment. Xiao Tiao raised his fist, launching a devastating strike towards Xing Huayan. The aura of true energy surged between them. Swirling with bloodlust, In the realm of innate mastery, the true essence was unleashed, wielding tremendous power. Sheng Huayan swung his black gold battle blade, slicing through the air. A manifestation of the bloodthirsty energy he had cultivated through his bloodthirsty blade technique. Forged in the crucible of slaughter. Bang! The clash of fist and blade sent Sheng Huayan staggering back 2 steps. The true essence of an innate warrior was indeed terrifyingly potent. His own true essence had yet to transform into innate true essence. Leaving Sheng Huayan to rely solely upon his unparalleled physique and immense strength to engage in combat. Kill. Swear to slay the enemy, to perish alongside the enslaved. When the city falls, both city and people perish. To protect home and nation, the walls were drenched in blood, as the defenders continued to engage in a brutal exchange with the enemy. The soldiers of Anning Pass, resolute in their commitment to fight to the death, stood firm upon the battlements. However, the enemy was overwhelming in number, and the defenders fell one by one beneath the blades of the Xiongnu forces. Reinforcements from the local army and county troops were vastly inferior in strength compared to the Xiongnu invaders. Accustomed to peace, they had lost their sense of urgency. The soldiers at Anning Pass were in no way comparable to the local militia, yet the defenders were gravely depleted, and now faced with the relentless onslaught of the Xiongnu. The soldiers on the walls began to retreat step by step. The Xiongnu army surged forward with a force of 20,000, with more troops continually arriving, intent on breaking through the pass and bathing Anning Pass in blood. Hearing the cries of battle from the walls, the townsfolk turned their gazes towards the ramparts. They understood that the war had reached its most brutal phase. Once the city fell, Anning Pass would succumb to the Iron Cavalry, and no one would survive. Mother, I have been unfilial. I must go and slay the enemy. A man knelt before his mother, grasping the family blade, and ascended the walls to fight, under a fallen nest. Can there be unbroken eggs, brothers? Come, let us go and slay the enemy. A small gang leader rallied a group of ruffians, resolutely charging towards the walls. The defenders are exhausted. It is our turn now. A blacksmith picked up a freshly forged weapon and moved towards the ramparts. Wife, take the children and hide in the cellar. Take good care of them. A man urged a mother and her children. Daddy. A pair of children stared blankly at their father, who, undeterred, raised his blade and headed towards the walls. Within the city, robust youths, skilled in martial arts, were all making their way to the ramparts. They, too, harbored a sense of patriotism and were prepared to take up arms against the enemy. In the sky above, Yang Yi was retreating step by step, struggling against 3 masters. Die, Yang Yi. A black-robed Xiongnu master struck towards Yang Ye's back with a powerful blow. The other 2 masters also prepared their lethal moves. Intent on encircling Yang Yi. Old Wang, if you don't make your move soon, I'm going to die. Yang Yi suddenly shouted. Sigh, old Yang, you can't hold on any longer. I thought you would manage without my intervention. A voice resonated from within the city. The 3 masters surrounding Yang Yi halted abruptly. Their help. In the next moment, a figure stepped out from the city, soaring through the air like a wraith. Wang Xian, clad in a flowing black robe, his long hair billowing, and a short beard adorning his chin, appeared as a strikingly elegant figure. Quit showing off. If you don't act now, I'll be done for. Yang Yi, using his spear, repelled one Xiongnu master and turned to face another. They can't kill you, Wang Xian declared, unleashing a punch towards one Xiongnu master. Master, the Xiongnu masters exclaimed. Ha ha ha, we also have a master assisting us. Upon seeing a master appear unexpectedly, the commanders of the defenders erupted in laughter. Yang Yi, I didn't expect you to have backup, a Xiongnu master remarked with a grim expression. I knew you wouldn't give up. How could I not be prepared? Yang Yi replied with a smile. Old Wang, you hold off too. I'll take this one down. Yang Yi charged at one Xiongnu master wielding his overlord's spear. Hey, that's not the price we agreed upon. I'm only supposed to help you fend off one Xiongnu master, Wang Xian shouted in exasperation. Yang Yi paid him no mind, his fierce intent manifesting as he sought to slay one Xiongnu master. Seeing the unexpected arrival of a master, the morale of the defenders at Anning Pass soared. Damn it, didn't they say Anning Pass had no reinforcements? What are the scouts doing? Why is there still a master within Anning Pass? The left virtuous king of the Xiongnu roared in anger upon witnessing the newly arrived master. Having believed that the breach was certain, his hopes were now shattered by the emergence of an additional master. Wang Xian's iron fists effectively restrained the 2 Xiongnu masters. His strikes were fierce and invincible, a true martial artist. Faced with Wang Xian's formidable presence, the 2 Xiongnu masters could only join forces to resist. With Wang Xian holding off 2 Xiongnu masters, Yang Yi relentlessly pressed the attack against the remaining Xiongnu master. Boom! The Overlord's spear, fierce and overwhelming, sent the Xiongnu master flying. Puff! The Xiongnu master spat blood from a single strike. Only when they worked together could they barely contend with Yang Yi. Now, facing him alone, they were utterly outmatched. Watching the newly arrived master engage two foes simultaneously, the Xiongnu master found himself at a disadvantage. Bleeding from the wounds inflicted by Yang Yi, the left virtuous king's expression darkened, realizing that what he once deemed certain victory was now fraught with unforeseen complications. Damn it! He cursed, lamenting that he should have requested 2 additional masters. Yang Yi, emboldened by his advantage, ruthlessly pressed the attack, determined to slay a Xiongnu master that day. The Overlord's spear in his hands was sharp and domineering, and the Xiongnu master could not withstand its ferocity. "Help me!" the Xiongnu master cried out in desperation. However, the other 2 masters remained firmly occupied by Wang Xian, unable to free themselves to provide assistance. "No one can save you today." Yang Yi's gaze flickered with lethal intent. After enduring dozens of strikes, the Xiongnu master was ultimately pierced by Yang Yi's spear in midair. The overwhelming energy erupted into the heavens. A martial master fell beneath the sky. Countless onlookers gazed upwards, stunned by the spectacle. At that moment, Yang Yi resembled a blazing sun, imperious and unmatched. A master of such stature, capable of establishing a sect, had been slain in battle, shocking all who bore witness. The remaining 2 Xiongnu masters, witnessing this, abandoned their confrontation with Wang Xian and retreated into the ranks of the Xiongnu army, fearing that they would be intercepted by Yang Yi if they hesitated. As the 2 masters fled, Wang Xian did not pursue them aggressively. "Kill!" Yang Yi bellowed, his voice reverberating through the heavens and the earth, as he hurled the lifeless body of a master into the ranks of the Xiongnu foes. Inciting a wave of panic, the tragic demise of a master shattered the morale of countless Xiongnu soldiers. With the escape of 2 masters, the fighting spirit of these warriors plummeted to an all-time low. As Yang Yi plunged into the fray of the charging Xiongnu army, wielding his formidable spear technique, he felled dozens of adversaries with a single thrust. The supreme mastery of a grandmaster, unleashed upon the enemy, was akin to wielding an unparalleled weapon of destruction. With Wang Xian providing support to intimidate the enemy, Yang Yi was poised to unleash a massacre. Upon witnessing Yang Yi's incursion into the tumultuous ranks, King Xingtian hastily ordered a retreat, fearing that Yang Yi might charge directly into his command tent and slay him. He was no grandmaster, merely an adept at the pinnacle of innate perfection. Should Yang Yi assault his command center, his life would be in grave peril. The Xiongnu forces began their withdrawal, and the innate masters among them hastily fled, terrified of being cornered by Yang Yi. Xiao Tuya abandoned his intent to slay Sheng Huayan and commenced his escape. "Kill them, brothers! Do not let them escape!" roared General Zhao Yong'an. "Follow me to vanquish the enemy." Sun Hao leapt down from the city wall, pursuing the retreating Xiongnu forces. After enduring relentless assaults, the defenders of Anning Pass finally launched their counterattack. The Xiongnu soldiers who had breached the walls were swiftly annihilated. Sheng Huayan too leapt from the wall, pursuing the fleeing Xiongnu. The defenders, along with the residents of the city who had taken up arms, surged forth, chasing down the Xiongnu army. In that moment, with the death of the Xiongnu master, the morale of the defenders of Anning Pass surged to its zenith. Everyone disregarded their safety, rushing out to hunt down the enemy. Boom! Yang Yi struck, his spear claiming the life of an innate Xiongnu warrior. The remaining innate masters of the Xiongnu, upon witnessing this, fled even faster. Cursing their own slow legs, Yang Yi, in this moment, fought with abandon, swiftly slaying 4 innate Xiongnu warriors. Out of the 7 innate masters that had stormed the walls, only 3 managed to escape: Zhao Yong'an, Sun Hao, Li Daoru, Sheng Huayan, and a host of other formidable warriors pursued the Xiongnu relentlessly. Their lethality was terrifying. Without innate masters or grandmasters to counter them, the 2,000 to 3,000 Xiongnu soldiers were mercilessly hunted down. After the battle, the landscape beyond the pass was littered with corpses. The Xiongnu army retreated, falling back 20 kilometers. Yang Yi did not lead a large force to continue the pursuit into the steppe. Had he not summoned reinforcements in advance, the defense of Anning Pass would likely have collapsed. The Xiongnu abandoned tens of thousands of corpses in their flight, and the defenders atop the walls erupted in cheers. "We have triumphed! Oh, a great victory! We have held the line!" Laughter erupted, yet amidst the joy, many defenders of Anning Pass found themselves in tears. The Xiongnu army, excluding their supply forces, had committed hundreds of thousands to the siege. To defend Anning Pass, the defenders had paid a heavy toll. At this moment, it was likely that only a tenth of the original defenders remained. Surveying the sea of Xiongnu corpses, Sheng Huayan wiped the blood from his face. Indeed, the stronger one was, the more enemies they could slay. General Yang Yi and his 5 aides had claimed more Xiongnu lives than he had. Especially with Yang Yi, a grandmaster, the slaughter of ordinary soldiers was utterly one-sided. His spear swept through ranks, and with a single palm strike, he could dispatch dozens. The retreating Xiongnu army dared not test Yang Yi's prowess again. With Wang Xin's presence bolstering their resolve, Yang Yi unleashed his pent-up fury. With lofty ambitions, I shall feast on the flesh of the barbarian invaders, and quench my thirst with the blood of the Xiongnu. Ha! Sheng Huayan laughed heartily. What a magnificent poem! Indeed, with lofty ambitions, I shall feast on the flesh of the barbarian invaders, and quench my thirst with the blood of the Xiongnu. What great talent! So fitting. Upon hearing Sheng Huayan recite the lines, Yang Yi could not contain his laughter. Truly, he was a learned scholar, capable of crafting poetry with soaring talent. Yet equally fierce in battle, a perfect embodiment of both literary and martial prowess. With lofty aspirations and unyielding spirit, we men shall laugh amidst the battlefield. Zhao Yong'an also laughed heartily. Huayan, give us another verse. At this moment, Sun Hao was filled with fervor. As long as the flying general of launching stands, the Xiongnu cavalry shall never cross the Anshan Mountains. Sheng Huayan immediately raised his voice in song. The slave horses referred to the Xiongnu cavalry, while Anning Pass lay nestled within the Anshan mountain range, hence Sheng Huayan's slight modification. What a splendid poem, such great talent. Yang Ye's heart swelled with pride. What a line. As long as the flying general of launching stands, the Xiongnu cavalry shall never cross the Anshan Mountains. The crowd could not help but praise. Was this not their own reflection? They fought to the last breath to repel the enemy at Anning Pass. As long as they stood, the Xiongnu cavalry would never breach the southern slopes of the Anshan Mountains. After repelling the enemy, the focus shifted to the grim task of cleaning the battlefield. The residents of the city came forth to assist in handling the countless Xiongnu corpses. If left unattended, the 2,000 to 3,000 bodies could lead to an outbreak of plague. In stark contrast to the jubilant defenders of Anning Pass, the Xiongnu army was shrouded in a pall of despair, heavy with the weight of their defeat. What they had once deemed a near certainty had turned into a devastating rout. They had suffered losses of 20,000 to 30,000 soldiers, a grandmaster, and 4 innate masters. This was undeniably a catastrophic defeat. With nearly 200,000 troops having besieged the pass, Anning Pass had not fallen. Instead, they had incurred grievous losses. King Xingtian was so enraged he spat blood. Useless, all of them, utterly useless. Within the command tent, his roars echoed incessantly. The remaining generals kept their heads bowed, trembling in fear. The 2 masters had departed, retreating deep into the steppe. The death of one master at Yang Ye's hands had instilled a profound fear. They were unwilling to march to their demise. Without the presence of the 2 masters to rally them, King Xingtian found himself powerless to continue the assault on Anning Pass, retreating with his forces in disgrace. Awaiting him upon his return would be the stern reprimands of the great Chanyu of the Xiongnu steppe, his iron-fisted father. As the Xiongnu army fled, the defenders of Anning Pass began to quietly lick their wounds. Though they had repelled the Xiongnu, their losses were catastrophic. With reinforcements from Yongzhou and Dingzhou, the defenders numbered fewer than 10,000 now. Over the course of the battle, more than 50,000 had perished. It was evident that the defense of Anning Pass had come at an exorbitant cost. That night, Anning City was alive with festivity. As the residents celebrated their hard-won victory, the Yichuan Tower resumed operations, and many gathered there to drink and revel. With lofty ambitions, I shall feast on the flesh of the barbarian invaders, and quench my thirst with the blood of the Xiongnu. The valiant Sheng Bingwei exuded an indomitable spirit. Fierce in battle, yet equally eloquent in verse. Indeed, this line of poetry was imbued with such vigor and fervor. How invigorating it felt to proclaim, "Quench my thirst with the blood of the Xiongnu." One among them remarked, "That Sheng Bingwei is my neighbor. He was once a scholar. This brother speaks wisely." Another chimed in at as long as the flying general of launching stands, the Xiongnu cavalry shall never cross the Anshan Mountains. This line of poetry underscored the determination and resolve of the Anning army, perfectly encapsulating their reality. Within Yichuan Tower, the majority engaged in discussions about the day's great battle and the 2 verses crafted by Sheng Huayan. Sheng Huayan's renown spread far and wide throughout Anning City. Wang Xian gazed at Yang Yi, clad in golden armor, and sighed, "Brother Yang, had you devoted yourself solely to the martial arts without the burdens of military command, you would likely have already surpassed the great Grandmaster. Do you not regret this choice?" "I have never regretted it," Yang Yi replied with unwavering conviction. "You know, I am a man of the frontier. I grew up at the borders, honing my skills to defend this land and protect the peace of its people. Just as you, Brother Wang, grew up in the Jianghu, yearning for the freedom and thrill of that life. Unfortunately, I lack your innate talent. Otherwise, I would have long surpassed the great Grandmaster and established my own sect." Wang Xian remarked, "The Grandmaster of your caliber wishing to establish a sect. I cannot fathom how many would be eager to learn from you." Yang Yi smiled and said, "All right, our transaction is complete. Shouldn't we settle your reward?" Wang Xian chuckled in reply, "I truly wonder what you intend to do with your marksmanship. After all, you are a master of boxing." Yang Yi then presented the Overlord Spear technique to Wang Xian. Yang Yi invited Wang Xian to assist in guarding Anning Pass, offering the Overlord Spear technique as compensation. You may not understand, but the differences between spear techniques and boxing techniques are not as pronounced as you might think. I wish to learn from your spear techniques in hopes of achieving a breakthrough," Wang Xian explained. The two had fortuitously met in their youth and traveled the martial world together, eventually acquiring legacies. Yang Yi received the Overlord Spear technique, while Wang Xian obtained the Thunder Fist technique. "I wish you fruitful endeavors," Yang Yi said with a smile. "All right, with the reward in hand. Farewell, I hope to see you alive next time." Wang Xian bid farewell, departing with an air of nonchalance. That night, Xingtian sat cross-legged on his bed. After slaying countless foes during the day, he had amassed a substantial amount of slaughter points. Name: Xingtian race, human realm, postnatal limit, plus, techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra. Minor accomplishment: Rampant Bull Strength, minor accomplishment, plus, Blood Fiend Blade technique, major accomplishment, deduced, Overlord Spear technique, minor accomplishment, strength, 35,000 pounds talent, divine marksman slaughter points, 8,200 with the addition of prior slaughter points. His total had surpassed the 8,000 mark. After a day of combat, he had earned 4,000 slaughter points, marking a bountiful harvest. However, upon contemplating the abundance of slaughter points, Xingtian ultimately chose not to allocate them to enhance his cultivation. "I'll save them for later. When the time is right, everything will fall into place." To break through to the innate realm consecutively now would draw too much attention, he reasoned. At 17 years of age, an innate martial artist was a rarity across the Great Way, especially considering he had only been practicing martial arts for less than a month. If a discerning eye were to notice him, it could lead to significant complications. As the war came to a close, Anning Pass gradually returned to normalcy. The Xiongnu forces had retreated, and the oppressive weight of war dissipated. Yet, the Anning army did not relax. Although the conflict had temporarily ceased, the fallen soldiers' families still required compensation from the court. Recruitment and training of new soldiers were imperative to restore the defense forces. Compared to the Xiongnu army, which could strike at any moment, vigilance was necessary. On this day, Xingtian was promoted to the rank of Xiaowei, albeit with only 300 cavalrymen under his command, the same 300 who had returned alive from the grasslands. "Xiaowei, congratulations," Gui Xiaoping exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Indeed, now that you are a Xiaowei, it seems the rank of general is not far off," Wang Wu added, genuinely pleased for Xingtian. "Xiaowei, congratulations." His subordinates, such as Tang Yushan and Haidai, also expressed their congratulations. Gui Xiaoping and Hu Bing had sufficient cultivation and military achievements, yet the limited Xiaowei positions within the Anning army did not extend to them. Even Xingtian's promotion seemed more a title than a position. Originally, the Anning army had a capacity of 50,000, allowing for 25 Xiaowei positions. However, with only 30,000 troops, it could only sustain 15 Xiaowei roles. Xingtian, not among these 15, found his camp still comprised of the 300 remnants. Yet to begin its formation. It was essentially a ceremonial title. "Xiaowei, with your promotion today, our camp is on holiday. How about we visit Yichuan Tower for some merriment? I'll treat everyone," Gui Xiaoping suggested loudly. "Yes, Shang Xiaowei, now that you've been promoted, you should treat us to a celebration," Wang Wu chimed in cheerfully. "Wait a moment. You promised to treat me to drinks once the war ended. Why should I be the one to treat you now?" Xingtian looked at Wang Wu, speechless. "That won't do. You are now a Xiaowei. It is your turn to treat us. Brothers, what do you think?" Wang Wu proclaimed loudly. "Exactly," his comrades chimed in, creating a lively atmosphere. "All right, then, Yichuan Tower it is tonight. I'll cover the expenses, Xingtian conceded, not wanting to dampen the spirits. Brother Gua, tonight I'll treat. You can take care of the next gathering, he added. Fine, no problem, Gua Xiaoping affirmed. Completely agreeable to in the evening, the camp changed into their casual attire and made their way to Yichuan Tower. Seeing the impressive group of over 300, the Madam of Yichuan Tower initially feared an attack and paled at the sight. Madam, arrange accommodations for all my brothers. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable, Gua Xiaoping declared. Upon realizing it was military personnel, the madam breathed a sigh of relief. Military gentlemen, please come in. Ladies, hurry and attend to our guests. She urged with a smile, bring us your top courtesan, Hua Yuru, to accompany our Xiaowei. Gua Xiaoping added. Of course, I will summon Miss Hua immediately, the madam replied. Knowing better than to refuse, as Xingtian and his entourage entered Yichuan Tower. Many eyes turned towards them. Who are they? They appear to be from the Anning army. Someone noted. I recognize that young leader. He is Shang Bingwei, who boasted of feasting on the flesh of whose soldiers and drinking Xiongnu blood. Another remarked. I was there when he emerged from the city to slay enemies. I witnessed his prowess firsthand and even heard him recite poetry on the spot. Wait, did you not hear? Shang Bingwei has now been promoted to Xiaowei. Someone exclaimed. How remarkably young. The crowd was abuzz, marveling at the youthful Xiaowei who could also compose poetry, a true embodiment of both martial and literary excellence. Moreover, he possessed striking looks, easily mistaken for the young scion of a wealthy family. As they ascended to the second floor, Xingtian's group filled the space to capacity. The third floor served as the quarters for the ladies of Yichuan Tower, accommodating overnight guests. The first floor featured a stage. Surrounded by numerous tables laden with food and drink, the entire establishment, although 3 stories high, was modest by comparison to larger cities like Zhouqing and Luojing. On stage, slenderly clad dancers performed. Accompanied by the melodious sounds of strings and flutes, once seated, the attendants hurried to serve wine and fine dishes. The madam of Yichuan Tower ensured that an adequate number of ladies were present to accompany the soldiers, arranging 3 for each table. Given the limited availability of courtesans, this was a practical solution. The renowned courtesan, Hua Yuru, adorned in delicate gauzy attire, gracefully approached. Her fair skin and refined beauty captivated all. It was no surprise that even Gua Xiaoping and his companions were enchanted. Gentlemen, I bow to you, she said, curtsying before taking her place beside Xingtian to pour wine. Raising his cup, Xingtian declared, Brothers, let our first toast be to our fallen comrades. The soldiers raised their cups in unison, shouting, To our brothers in arms. The fervor of their battle spirit sent shivers down the spines of the accompanying courtesans. What are you doing? Do not frighten the ladies, you brutes, Xingtian lamented, exasperated. His subordinates quickly reined in their intensity, adopting a more relaxed demeanor. Drink. We shall not return without inebriation tonight, Xingtian called out. Not returning without being drunk, the crowd echoed, and soon they began to drink heartily. After a few rounds, everyone loosened up, engaging in games of chance and drinking with the courtesans. Miss Yuru, you must treat our Xiaowei well. This is his first visit, Wang Wu said with a grin. It is my honor to meet Xiaowei. I raise a glass to you, Hua Yuru replied, smiling warmly. Hua Yuru, unreserved and graceful, leaned her body against Xingtian. The delicate fragrance that wafted from her form stirred the heart and ensnared the senses, rendering one utterly captivated. Experiencing her soft and plump allure was truly an irresistible temptation at the tender age of 17. When youthful vigor is at its peak, a mere hint of provocation could elicit a response. Yet, who was Xingtian, a man of 2 lifetimes, a formidable master who had reached the pinnacle of his craft? Adept in the great Sun Sutra, while one might expect him to remain unperturbed, this small provocation would hardly stir his heart. Cheers. Xingtian raised his cup to clink with Hua Yuru's. Tilting his head back to down the drink in one gulp, the beverage lacked potency, likely only around 10 to 20 degrees, still a decent wine. It tasted akin to the beer of his past life. Truly not very palatable. If the brewing techniques of this world were of such low caliber, he could easily produce strong spirits and amass wealth. As night descended, patrons began to arrive at the Yichuan building. Those who frequented such establishments were either affluent individuals or single men who could afford to indulge themselves. Naturally, there were also scholars unable to withstand the pangs of loneliness. Noticing that the second floor had been completely reserved, newcomers either settled on the first floor or paid to ascend to the third. The sudden influx of visitors this evening had filled the second floor to capacity. A scholar, attired in traditional garb, remarked, having read a few pages of the spring and autumn annals at home, I could no longer resist the urge to come and explore practical techniques. Those present were members of the Anning army. Surely, you have heard of Xingtian, the one known for his ambitious verses about feasting on the flesh of barbarous foes and quenching his thirst with the blood of the Xiongnu. While entertaining his subordinates, someone interjected. What, the young general? The scholar expressed his astonishment. In Anning City, every learned individual was well aware of Xingtian's renown, whose poetic talents surpassed their own. Indeed, the young general was mentioned, with some wondering if he would complete his verses today. Otherwise, half-formed lines felt lacking in beauty. How fortunate it would be to witness a complete poem, another scholar remarked. Many wished to toast to him. But seeing that Xingtian was hosting his subordinates, they could only refrain. Thanks to the fact that Yichuan building was the sole establishment of its kind in Anning City, it was bustling with activity. After all, being a border area often embroiled in conflict, few chose to establish businesses here. It seems Hua Yuru has been summoned to accompany the young general for drinks. Alas, we shall not witness her enchanting dance tonight. Someone lamented. While guests on the first floor indulged in drink and conversation, Xingtian and his companions occupied the second floor, as for the third floor. That remained unspeakable. Come, Colonel, I raise my glass to you, Tang Yushan declared, lifting his cup in salute to Xingtian. Drink. Xingtian, caught up in the spirit of the moment, toasted with Yunshan. I toast you too. Haidai chimed in, raising his cup to Xingtian. Are you all trying to get me drunk? Xingtian chuckled. Such words ought not to be spoken, esteemed guests. Given your high status, we naturally must first toast to you. Haidai flattered, grinning. Yunshan observed Haidai's sycophantic demeanor with disdain, thinking it was merely for the sake of a minor title. Indeed, Colonel, you lead us bravely into battle, vanquishing the Xiongnu foes. It is only right that we toast to you first, Tang Yunshan quickly added. Enough of the flattery. Tonight is for enjoyment. Let us all have a good time. I was jesting. Even if all of you joined forces, you couldn't get me drunk, Xingtian replied with a smile. Shaking his head, these two fellows, flattering him openly and covertly, were clearly vying for a title, a fact he perceived with clarity. The group raised their glasses in a toast to Xingtian, prompting him to reflect on the inescapable culture of toasting. Once to leaders, now to superiors. Yet, he was no longer the one to toast, no longer a mere subordinate in the shadows. Among the table, only Wang Wu seemed to revel in a more carefree manner, sitting next to Xingtian, while the others retained a degree of restraint. Wang Wu, now embracing the drinking companion, was in high spirits, exuding familiarity and experience. Meanwhile, Xingtian discreetly surveyed the Yichuan building. This being his first visit to a brothel, he found it somewhat novel. However, with subordinates present, he feigned composure, concealing his intrigue. After all, in this world, visiting a brothel was entirely lawful, requiring no secretive escapades. Come, my lord, allow me to toast you again, Hua Yuru offered, lifting her cup to Xingtian. She felt an irresistible comfort in his presence, compelling her to want to nestle in his embrace. Perhaps it was due to Xingtian's cultivation of the Great Sun Sutra, which emanated a fervent, radiant aura that stirred her heart. In the face of the collective toasting, Xingtian accepted them all. His previous experiences with workplace drinking culture had honed his ability to consume alcohol effortlessly. Now, with martial prowess backing him, he found it nearly impossible for the low-alcohol beverages of this realm to intoxicate him, unless one were to drink continuously for 3 days and nights without rest. Hua Yuru felt a twinge of disappointment as Xingtian did not make any advances toward her. Was it that her beauty failed to captivate him? Little did she know, Xingtian refrained from any indiscretion. Fearing the breach of his vows that moment, he harbored a deep-seated frustration towards the Great Sun Sutra, lamenting its inability to break his pure yang state, to hold a beautiful woman, able to gaze upon and touch, yet not partake, was a torment beyond measure. How about I perform a dance for you, esteemed lords? Hua Yuru proposed, ready to showcase her exceptional skill. Her enchanting dance. Splendid, splendid. The crowd eagerly agreed that we would be grateful for a performance from my brothers here. Xingtian responded with a smile and a nod. Hua Yuru gracefully descended from the second floor, her sheer garments flowing delicately, her skin fair as snow, instantly causing many to salivate. The Lady Yuru is coming down. Is she here to perform? What a treat for the eyes. Upon reaching the stage, the dancers accompanied her, and the musicians began to play. The ensemble harmonized with Hua Yuru, and in an instant, her breathtakingly elegant movements captivated all present. Even Xingtian was not immune to her charm. Her graceful performance surpassed countless flirtations of his past life. No wonder the nobles of ancient times cherished courtesans. They embodied elegance and were a visual delight. When the dance concluded, many were entranced by her mesmerizing grace, the allure of her figure hidden yet tantalizingly visible. Indeed, no wonder she captivates so many. Xingtian mused, nodding slightly. If this had been in his previous life, such a performance would have garnered over 100,000 viewers online. After the dance, Yu glanced toward Xingtian. Noticing that while he appreciated her performance, he did not exhibit the same rapturous fascination as the others, this left her feeling somewhat disheartened and defeated. Was she truly unable to entice Xingtian? Upon returning to the second floor beside him, she set aside her ambitions for his affection and quietly poured wine. The enchanting dance of Miss Yu has left these rough soldiers utterly spellbound. Xingtian remarked with a smile. Many of the military men were so captivated they nearly drooled, their expressions reminiscent of swine, having rarely witnessed such artistry in the barracks. My lord, you jest, Yu replied with a charming smile, exuding an irresistible allure. Internally, she thought, yet, I have yet to truly captivate you. Xingtian sighed inwardly, acknowledging her charm as befitting of a siren from the pleasure quarters. Were he merely an ordinary, naive young man, he might have been overpowered by her allure. Observing his subordinates toasting and enjoying themselves, he reflected that perhaps for soldiers safeguarding the borders, such moments of joy were their only respite. Before long, a few scholars, emboldened, approached to toast, but, esteemed Colonel Shang, one scholar in a blue robe called out. It is I. Xingtian nodded in acknowledgement. Had it not been for those wretched soldiers forcibly conscripting him to the city walls, awakening his system's golden finger, he might have remained a scholar. We raise our glasses to you, esteemed Shang, in gratitude for your valiant defense of Anning Pass, granting us the peace and tranquility we enjoy. The scholar at the forefront spoke up. Xingtian nodded, truly a man of letters, skilled in the art of conversation. Let us drink together. Xingtian raised his cup in response. After finishing his drink, the group of scholars showed no inclination to depart. My lord, the ambition you expressed in your verses about feasting on the flesh of the barbarian enemy and drinking the blood of the Xiongnu, alongside the lines as long as the flying general guards Longqing, I shall not allow the slaves' horses to traverse Anshan, has earned our utmost admiration. We yearn to study these lines nightly, yet we feel regret that the poetry is incomplete. Might you, my lord, bestow upon us the full verses so that we, as scholars, may reverently appreciate them day and night? The leading scholar earnestly inquired. They were all literati, deeply respectful of those with literary talent, holding Xingtian in high regard. Indeed, Captain, those lines stir even the hearts of us rough men. Why not complete them? Gui Xiaoping chimed in from the side. Do you have writing materials? Seeing the eager faces around him, Xingtian replied that I shall procure them at once. Yu personally rose to fetch them. She returned with brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, meticulously preparing the ink for Xingtian. Upon hearing that Xingtian intended to complete the 2 poems composed on the battlefield, the occupants of the first floor were instantly invigorated, filled with anticipation. Thankfully, in a previous life, he had possessed excellent penmanship. Although he had not succeeded in the imperial examinations, his calligraphy was commendable. The moon of the Qin era shines upon the Han's fortresses. While countless warriors have yet to return from the long march, as long as the flying general guards Longqing, I shall not allow the slaves' horses to traverse Anshan. After some contemplation, Xingtian composed this poem to completion. Deeming it inappropriate to present the other one at this moment, the crowd gazed as he inscribed the entire poem, their expressions ablaze with fervor. The moon of the Qin era shines upon the Han's fortresses. While countless warriors have yet to return from the long march. As long as the flying general guards Longqing, I shall not allow the slaves' horses to traverse Anshan. These lines are timeless verses, transcending the ages. They could hardly fathom that they were witnessing the birth of such a revered poem, a privilege beyond measure. Although they were unaware of which dynasty the moon of the Qin era referred to, it did not hinder their appreciation of this immortal verse. Yu gazed at Xingtian, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This charming man, both handsome and poetic, with formidable martial prowess, truly embodied the ideal romantic partner. Though she found herself ensnared in this den of vice. And the other one, my lord, what of the other one? The scholars urged eagerly. The other has yet to be composed. I can only provide a line. Xingtian responded. Disappointment washed over the crowd. However, upon hearing the word however, their spirits lifted once more, gazing expectantly at Xingtian. I have another poem here. Without delay, Xingtian took up another sheet of rice paper and penned. I vow to sweep away the Xiongnu without concern for my life. 5,000 sable garments lost to the dust of the barbarians. How pitiful are the bones by the wooding river, still the dreams of those in the spring chamber. This poem, originally penned by the Tang poet Qin Tao in his 4 poems of Longxi, was left unnamed by Sheng Huayan as they beheld this poem. Wu Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Wang Wu, and Tang Yunshan fell silent. It evoked memories of the battle at the River of Horses, where over 700 comrades lay scattered by the riverbank, waiting to reunite with those they had left behind, only to meet in dreams. I vow to sweep away the Xiongnu without concern for my life. 5,000 sable garments lost to the dust of the barbarians. How pitiful are the bones by the wooding river, still the dreams of those in the spring chamber. Upon its utterance, the poem enveloped the room in silence. It lacked the fervor of ambition, revealing instead the merciless cruelty of war. The lament for the countless bones by the wooding river spoke of the deep yearning and sorrow of many a woman in her chamber, endlessly longing for her beloved. Gu Xiaoping and the others looked at Xing Huayan, realizing that he had not yet moved on from this matter. The bones of countless comrades lay abandoned in the wilderness. While they could not grant their fallen brothers a proper burial, that night, the group drank to excess. The residents of Anning City, recently having endured the threat of the Xiongnu army, felt the weight of it all. Simultaneously, these 2 poems swiftly spread within the borders, reaching north and south of the great river. The line "How pitiful are the bones by the wooding river, still the dreams of those in the spring chamber," encapsulated endless longing and heartache, portraying the brutal indifference of war, resonating with many souls. October, the winds of the northern frontier blew cold, akin to a chilling blade against the bones. The battle at Anning Pass concluded, with the troops stationed at Jubi Pass steadfastly resisting the advance of 30,000 Xiongnu soldiers, not yielding an inch, still engaged in fierce combat. The Xishan stronghold fell to the Xiongnu right noble king, with 100,000 Xiongnu cavalry descending southward, trampling over the lands of Yin, Qi, and Ding. The 3 regions lay in ruin. Women were taken by the Xiongnu army. The elderly, weak, and sick were slaughtered in droves, and the able-bodied men were captured as slaves. Waves of refugees fled southward, countless treasures and provisions seized by the Xiongnu army, leaving devastation in their wake. The fall of the 3 regions sent shockwaves throughout the Great Wei dynasty. Countless scholars erupted in outrage, condemning the court for its inaction and deriding the commanders for their cowardice. General Jin Daorong of the Xishan stronghold, overwhelmed by the public's outcry, was dismissed from his post. The second prince, overseeing the country, did not anticipate the severity of the situation. The fall of the 3 regions placed immense pressure upon him. Reluctantly, the second prince ordered General Li to lead 200,000 troops northward to expel the Xian. The messenger spoke up. Upon hearing that reinforcements were to be sent to their camp, Sheng Huayan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he were truly to lead a mere 300 men to provide support, it would be akin to marching them to their doom. He promptly issued orders for a swift assembly, and his 300 soldiers quickly gathered. "Captain, is there an urgent assembly due to an impending battle?" Gu Xiaoping inquired. "Indeed, there is a military order. Hushi County is currently under attack by the Rondi forces. General Yang Yi has commanded our unit to proceed to their aid," Sheng Huayan declared loudly. "Captain, are you certain of the military directive?" Hu Bing's face was etched with skepticism. "Our camp only has 300 men. How can we reinforce them?" "There is no mistake. An additional 1,700 troops will be dispatched to our camp," Sheng Huayan explained. Upon hearing his clarification, the doubts in the hearts of the others began to dissipate. Set forth, Sheng Huayan led the way to the training ground, where Yang Yi had already assembled the troops. 2,000 warhorses and 1,700 soldiers. Reporting to the general, "Our unit is ready as ordered," Sheng Huayan stated as he approached Yang Yi. Sun Hao and Zhao Yong'an stood behind the general. Yang Yi looked at Sheng Huayan and said, "Hushi County is in dire straits. I shall provide you with 2,000 soldiers. You must swiftly lead them to reinforce the area that we cannot allow the Rondi to breach Hushi County and advance southward. Can you accomplish this? I shall defend our territory to the death and drive out the enemy," Sheng Huayan proclaimed with fervor. "Excellent. I await your good news," Yang Yi responded with a smile and a nod. "Mount," Sheng Huayan immediately commanded. The 2,000 men mounted their steeds in unison, and Sheng Huayan brandished the battle flag, waving it forward. Onward, he led the 2,000 cavalry, without delay, setting forth immediately. The 2,000 iron steeds thundered out of Anning Pass, racing towards Hushi County. As Sheng Huayan and his troops departed, Yang Yi watched the formation disappear into the distance, with several of his subordinate generals unable to leave Anning Pass. The hope of reinforcing Hushi County now rested solely on Sheng Huayan. They were eager to see whether he could perform miracles. It was a desperate move. They simply could not muster elite troops to aid Heshi County. The 30,000 Rondi army would undoubtedly have formidable warriors among them. For Xingtian, this was a formidable challenge. Moreover, with the additional 1,700 new recruits who had not undergone training or coordination, Xingtian himself felt a wave of trepidation. Yet, Heshi County could not be forsaken. Should the Rondi breach its defenses, Yangzhou would also face the threat of their cavalry. Should the Rondi launch an assault on Anning Pass in conjunction with the Xiongnu forces, it would spell disaster. At that moment, the gates of Heshi County stood firmly shut, with the Rondi army looming at the gates. The previous night, the Rondi forces had made a tentative assault, sending only 2,000 troops to besiege the city, resulting in over 500 casualties among the defenders. To solicit aid, the county magistrate and the defending captain had exaggerated the losses. Today, the Rondi army resumed their offensive, with 3,000 soldiers relentlessly attacking the walls. The defenders fought valiantly, hurling stones and other projectiles to thwart the Rondi assault. The county magistrate and the captain wielded swords atop the battlements, engaging the enemy, with their leaders at the forefront. The 2,000 local soldiers did not falter but fought bravely. Inspired by the county magistrate's rallying cry, those with martial prowess within the city also ascended the walls to assist in repelling the invaders. Soldiers, hold the line. Soon, reinforcements from Anning will arrive, and victory shall be ours, Magistrate Chen shouted, lifting the spirits of the defenders. With 30,000 Rondi forces invading, without reinforcements, they could not hope to hold their ground. Observing the resolute Wei army atop the walls, Yu Danjun smirked with a mocking amusement, as if toying with prey. My lord, why not simply unleash our full might to capture Heshi County and plunder its riches? An elder beside him suggested. Xianyu, when hunting, one must strike with precision. There is no joy in a quick kill that we must savor the thrill of the chase. Just as now, we shall relish the Wei's resistance. Watching as their hope turns to despair. We must delight in witnessing their hopelessness, for therein lies our sense of conquest, Yu Danjun replied with a grin. They belong to the Xianyu clan of the Rondi, a major tribe occupying the Heshi grasslands. This campaign was also an opportunity for the young Prince Yu Danjun to seize the moment, leading 30,000 troops south to assault Heshi County. Hearing Yu Danjun's words, Xianyu ceased further comment. Otherwise, given the meager defending forces of Heshi County, his innate prowess would suffice to conquer the place. Send 3,000 more to the front. I want these Wei people to truly understand despair. Yu Danjun commanded further. With the order given, 3,000 more Rondi soldiers joined the siege. Witnessing the additional 3,000 troops dispatched against them, County Magistrate Chen Tianhua and Captain Wu Cheng felt the weight of pressure increase significantly. Fortunately, the high walls of the city provided some defense against the Rondi cavalry, forcing them to attack as infantry, significantly diminishing their advantage. The Rondi and Xiongnu tribes were renowned for their cavalry, and they excelled in mounted archery. Siege warfare was not their forte, and they could only rely on sheer numbers to fill the gaps. The aloof nobility cared little for the lives of common people. These ordinary Rondi soldiers were no more than cannon fodder. Wu Cheng commanded the defenders with unwavering resolve, while Magistrate Chen Tianhua, though a scholar, also took up arms to fight, despite being a mere scholar. He dared to wield his sword against the enemy, greatly bolstering the morale of the defenders. Hold strong. Reinforcements are on the way. Once they arrive, we shall surely repel the Rondi forces, Wu Cheng shouted, slaying a Rondi soldier attempting to scale the walls and inspiring his comrades. After yesterday's losses, only 1,500 defenders remained, supplemented by the valiant men within the city. However, the Rondi forces attacking today numbered 5,000 to 6,000, outnumbering them by 4 to 5 times. Even with the advantage of the walls, they could not hold out for long. While they continued to rally their spirits, Wu Cheng felt a profound sense of uncertainty. He knew that Anning Pass had been embroiled in fierce conflict with the Xiongnu for a month. It was unlikely they could spare many soldiers for reinforcement. The claim that reinforcements were imminent was merely a means to instill a glimmer of hope in the defenders. As for whether Heshi County could withstand the siege, Wu Cheng harbored no confidence. The Rondi army relentlessly attacked the city until noon, with the defenders holding firm, preventing them from breaching the walls. However, the casualties among the defenders had exceeded half their number. Observing that only 700 soldiers remained, many of whom were injured, Wu Cheng and Magistrate Chen Tianhua wore grave expressions. Could they endure until the end of the day? The two men were uncertain, and deep down, they had no answers. Meanwhile, Xingtian was galloping with his troops at full speed. The 1,700 reinforcements had been divided into two groups, each led by Gue Xiaoping and Hu Bing. Commanding 1,000 men apiece, he appointed seasoned veterans to lead the ranks. Those at the martial master level were designated as team leaders, while martial artists were assigned as squad leaders, and experienced soldiers were given the rank of sergeant and corporal. He believed that with 300 seasoned veterans at the helm, this new unit would not crumble at the first encounter. In the northern reaches of October, the leaves and foliage had turned a desolate yellow. Amidst the swirling yellow leaves along the road, a cavalry unit raced forward, sunlight cascading down like a gentle shower, the falling leaves dancing like butterflies. Despite the picturesque scenery, Xingtian and his men had no time to admire it. Charge! Ride! Leading his men with unwavering determination, they hastened towards Heshi County. Rescue was akin to extinguishing a fire. If they were even a moment too late, Heshi County could fall to the Rondi forces, rendering their efforts futile. The cavalry was as swift as the wind, their banners fluttering, emblazoned with the bold character for Sheng, signifying that Xingtian was the commander of this troop. At midday, after a brief respite and a meal, the Rondi forces resumed their assault. Brothers, hold the line, Captain Wu Cheng of Heshi County shouted. The 700 or so soldiers, along with several hundred local constables, warriors, and martial artists, seized their weapons and prepared to confront the enemy. The blaring battle horns of the Rondi army echoed, instilling fear and anxiety among the townsfolk. Wealthy households busied themselves gathering valuables, preparing to flee to safety should the city fall. To join the defense? I beg your pardon, they are not mere commoners but rather noble lords, lacking the mindset and duty of defending the city. When the city falls and lives are lost, esteemed officials, the county magistrate valiantly fights atop the city walls. Dare you, with your swords in hand, ascend the walls alongside me to confront the enemy? A scholar proclaimed loudly. If but the valiant General Longxing were here, he would not allow the enemy's steeds to cross the mountains unchallenged. Even that renowned young general, Sheng, though merely a scholar, boldly fought for his country. We too can do the same. Another scholar immediately responded, with aspirations to feast upon the flesh of the barbarian foe and quench our thirst with the blood of the Xiongnu. If the nomads dare to invade our great way, we, those scholars, possess a modicum of martial prowess. Come, let us ascend the walls and engage the enemy. A group of scholars, wielding their slender swords, made their way to the battlements. Where there are impassioned scholars, there are also those who fear for their lives. Many timid scholars, merchants, and noble lords busily gathered their belongings, ever ready to flee. The majority who dared to resist the enemy atop the walls were common folk. For their homes lay within these confines. In this vast world, where could they escape? Kill, they cried, seeking to crush those vile barbarian invaders. Stones, wooden beams, molten metal, rusted blades, and makeshift weapons were all employed against the besieging forces. Drink to our victory, one laborer shouted, pouring scalding molten metal upon the heads of the invaders. The searing liquid rained down, causing several barbarian warriors to tumble from their ladders. The cacophony of battle cries and anguish screams melded into one. Such is the battlefield, where only blood and steel remain, where life and death intertwine. Brother Jean, Song Shenwen, witnessing the demise of a former friend, was filled with sorrow and wrath. Kill, he cleaved a barbarian soldier with his sword, only to find himself beset by two more foes. The barbarian onslaught was relentless, and the defending troops fell in droves. Qin Tianhua and the scholars, valiant men and laborers alike, were now stained with blood. Wu Qing, a late-stage officer, presently faced off against two formidable barbarian warriors. Heshi County stood on the brink of collapse, after a grueling battle into the afternoon. Only a little over 300 defenders remained on the walls of Heshi County. County Magistrate, when will our reinforcements arrive? Inquired a bloodied scholar. Soon. They shall arrive shortly. We must hold our ground, replied Magistrate Chun. Officer, hold on. You cannot perish, a bailiff pleaded, shaking Wu Cheng's battered body. Wu Cheng fought valiantly against two barbarian warriors. Grievously wounded and on the verge of death, observing the tenacious resistance of the Wei defenders, the barbarian commander Yudan's mocking smile faded. He saw not fear or despair in the faces of the Wei soldiers, but rather a resolute determination to fight to the last breath. Is this truly the great way my father spoke of? Their resolve is indeed formidable, Yudan mused. Despite the dire situation, the Wei have not retreated a step nor abandoned the city. Dispatch 3,000 more to seize Heshi County, he commanded, discarding his earlier amusement. In no wonder his father deemed the Wei a formidable adversary. Their resilience against the Xiongnu and barbarian overlords was not to be underestimated. Yes, your highness, the Xinyu clan, a noble lineage among the barbarians, thus enabled Yu Dan to lead 30,000 troops southward to besiege Heshi County. Upon witnessing the dispatch of an additional 3,000 troops, Chun Tianhua's eyes glimmered with despair. Wu Cheng, gravely injured and uncertain of his fate, was now the highest-ranking official in Heshi County. Nevertheless, Chun Tianhua had no intention of retreating a single step, nor did he entertain thoughts of escape. As the county magistrate, he believed there was only a magistrate who died in battle, not one who fled. He knew not what the future held, but he resolutely would not retreat. He, Chun Tianhua, possessed his own integrity. Esteemed comrades, we may not await the arrival of reinforcements. Are you not afraid of death? Chun Tianhua proclaimed loudly, as all soldiers upon the walls turned to him. Not afraid. They roared, let us vanquish those barbaric wretches. 18 years hence, we shall be heroes once more. What is there to fear? Indeed, let us eradicate them. The remaining soldiers, each prepared to embrace death, found not fear or sorrow in their hearts, but rather laughter. Well, you are all brave warriors, fine sons of our great way. I, Chin, am proud to fight alongside you. Now, let us face this national crisis together and vow to battle the barbarian hordes to the bitter end. Chun Tianhua raised his sword, resolute in his defiance of death. In that moment, he appeared not as a mere scholar or magistrate, but rather as a martial hero. Upon the walls, the spirit of unity prevailed. With not a single soul faltering, all embracing the resolve to live or die with Heshi County. Such impotent howling, Yu Dan remarked, observing the fervent shouts from the battlements. Heshi County is already within my grasp. Today, we shall repay our nation's debts with our very lives. Magistrate Chen exuded a radiant spirit, his momentum surging. Kill. Tigua Xiaoping led 500 soldiers, spearheading the charge into the city and swiftly ascending the walls. The resounding cries of kill echoed through the air like a celestial melody, reaching the ears of Magistrate Chun and his companions. There is hope. Chun Tianhua's tears streamed down his face as he collapsed to the ground. He had long exhausted his strength, holding on only by sheer will. The forces of Sheng Huayan descended like divine warriors, propping up the crumbling edifice of Heshi County, igniting a flicker of hope for the beleaguered soldiers. Guo Zhaoping took command of the city's defenses, declaring loudly to Magistrate Chen and the others, "You may rest now. My troops shall guard the city and fend off the enemy." Yet many soldiers, still capable of wielding their swords, refused to retreat. Observing the 200 to 300 battle-weary men, each bearing wounds, Guo Zhaoping sighed. The desire to fight and defend was their unwavering belief. He chose not to impose his will upon them. With Guo Zhaoping's arrival, the onslaught of the Rongdi forces momentarily halted. Sheng Huayan, commanding the cavalry, initially aimed to launch a surprise attack from the rear, hoping to scatter the Rongdi army. However, the Rongdi scouts had already spotted them. Dispatching 2,000 Rongdi cavalry to eliminate the threat, the two cavalry forces met on the vast plains, immediately forming ranks and charging at one another. Without a word, the Rongdi cavalry sought to annihilate Sheng Huayan's troops, who were equally determined to vanquish the 2,000 Rongdi riders. Kill. The iron steeds surged forward, war banners fluttering as they collided with ferocity. Holding an iron spear, Sheng Huayan focused on the leader of the Rongdi cavalry and charged forward. With the prowess of the Overlord spear technique, he surged forth like a ferocious dragon, aiming directly at the Rongdi commander. The Rongdi leader, witnessing Sheng Huayan's formidable aggression, was taken aback. He had presumed that the commander of the Wei army's 1,500 cavalry would not be particularly strong. Unaware that it was Sheng Huayan leading them, Xin Yufei unleashed all his strength, swinging his long spear in defense. Bang! One strike sent Xin Yufei flying, his internal organs shattered, leading to his demise. How could a mere late-stage acquired martial artist withstand a single blow from Sheng Huayan? With a powerful thrust, Sheng Huayan dispatched the Rongdi commander, unleashing a wave of slaughter as his Overlord spear technique swept through the Rongdi cavalry formation. Kill. Hu Bing, Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, and Hai Dai followed closely behind, charging into the enemy ranks like ferocious tigers. With Sheng Huayan leading the charge, the momentum of the 1,500 cavalry surged forth, obliterating the Rongdi cavalry. In a single charge, they annihilated the entire contingent of Rongdi riders without leaving a single survivor. Sheng Huayan alone claimed the lives of 300 to 400 Rongdi cavalry, while Hu Bing, Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, and others, possessing formidable strength as well, exerted overwhelming pressure on the enemy. The primary factor was Sheng Huayan's exceptional prowess. comparable to that of innate martial artists. His swift execution of the Rongdi commander decisively determined the outcome of the battle. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the ground was littered with corpses. Inevitably, there were casualties among Sheng Huayan's soldiers, with dozens falling in battle, as many were new recruits whose skills and horsemanship were lacking. Yet Sheng Huayan pressed on, leading his troops into further combat without pause. "This is dire news, young prince. The cavalry we dispatched has been completely annihilated by the Wei cavalry in a single charge," a scout reported in haste. "What?" Yu Danjun sprang to his feet from his tiger-skin seat. "What did you say?" He could hardly believe his ears, finding it absurd that 2,000 Rongdi cavalry had been obliterated by just 1,500 Wei riders. Was it possible that they faced the true elite cavalry of the Wei? The enemy commander was too powerful. Xin Yufei had been slain atop his steed with a single encounter, leading to the slaughter of their cavalry. Perhaps I should lead the charge to eliminate this cavalry. Xin Yu proposed. As a protector of Yu Danjun, an innate martial artist, he believed no commander from the Wei could possibly match him in strength. Prior to launching the assault on Hishi County, spies had already gathered intelligence. With the Wei court in disarray and the garrison at Anning Pass engaged in battle with the Xiongnu, they could not muster sufficient strength to reinforce Hishi County. This was why they dared to attack with 30,000 troops. "Then let me trouble you, Xin Yu, to lead 3,000 cavalry to extinguish the last flicker of hope in Hishi County." Yu Danjun nodded. On this expedition, he had brought along 3 innate martial artists, a force sufficient to annihilate Hishi County. "Yes, young prince." Xin Yu led 3,000 cavalry towards Sheng Huayan's forces. Sensing the aura of innate warriors, Sheng Huayan turned and fled, unwilling to engage directly. The chase ensued, with the two forces covering great distances. It was not that Sheng Huayan feared confronting the innate warrior. Rather, the disparity between his 1,500 riders and the 3,000 Rongdi cavalry was too great. Engaging would likely result in heavy casualties. Xin Yu, commanding his 3,000 cavalry, pursued Sheng Huayan's forces, believing this way cavalry could be easily dispatched. However, Sheng Huayan aimed to draw out the hungry wolf. There were 3 innate warriors within the Rongdi army. Even if he were to break through to the innate level now, it would still pose a challenge. Once he lured out one of them, he could then divide and conquer. This was Sheng Huayan's strategy. At this moment, in order to slay the formidable innate foe, he ceased to conceal his strength, directly allocating points to enhance his cultivation. Name: Sheng Huayan race. Human realm. Peak acquired. Enhanced. Cultivation techniques. Great Sun Heart Sutra. Minor success. Rampaging Bull Strength. Minor success. Blood Fiend Blade Technique. Major success. Enhanced. Overlord Spear Technique. Minor success. Strength. 35,000 Gene Talent. Divine Marksman Kill Value. 9,450. Previously possessing 8,200 kill points, he now held 9,300 after slaying 300 to 400 Rongdi cavalry in the recent battle, earning an additional 1,250 kill points. Without hesitation, he allocated points to enhance his abilities, expending 1,000 kill points that a surge of powerful energy erupted within him. Enhancing his flesh and bones, this newfound strength was greater and more ferocious than ever before. Sheng Huayan was astonished to discover that breaking through from peak acquired to innate required 1,000 kill points instead of the anticipated 500. The overwhelming power within him exploded, swiftly elevating his realm to the innate level. His flesh, bones, tendons, and true essence underwent a profound transformation, from acquired to innate, from mortal to sacred, transcending the mundane and reversing nature itself. This was an essential metamorphosis, stepping into the innate realm, shedding the limitations of the acquired body. This marked the true beginning of martial arts. His true essence transformed into innate true essence, his physique multiplied in strength, and his vitality surged like a dragon. This transformation was remarkably unique, as if he had shed the shackles of his mortal body. Observing the shift in Sheng Huayan's aura, Hu Bing and the others were left in astonishment. Was he actually becoming stronger? Sensing the faint threads of innate energy, they felt their hearts race. Was it possible to simultaneously flee while advancing to the innate realm? They appeared as though they had witnessed the most astonishing of events. Sheng Huayan effortlessly transcended the innate realm, as simple as the acts of eating, drinking, or walking. This scene struck them with profound impact. Sheng Huayan quietly contemplated the transformations brought about by his breakthrough into the innate realm. Name: Sheng Huayan race. Human realm. Early innate. Enhanced. Techniques. Great Sun Heart Sutra. Minor accomplishment. Savage Bull Strength. Minor accomplishment. Blood Fiend Blade Technique, major accomplishment. Overlord Spear Technique, minor accomplishment. Strength, 45,000 pounds talent. Divine Marksmanship kill value, 8450, with his cultivation reaching the early innate stage. His strength amplified to 45,000 pounds, a level comparable to that of a peak innate martial artist. Simultaneously, there were transformations in his innate true essence. His blood vitality and physical constitution surpassed those of the acquired realm by leaps and bounds. Where once his blood vitality resembled that of a dragon, it now mirrored the ferocity of smoke and flames. His physique was extraordinarily robust, every inch of his flesh and blood brimming with power. Furthermore, the innate true essence could be unleashed externally, significantly enhancing his lethality and strength. These changes were the fruits of his transcendence into the innate realm, upon elevating his cultivation to the innate realm. Xingtian could not suppress the urge to unleash a mighty roar. Breaking through to the innate realm felt akin to shattering the shackles within his body, allowing him to perceive the spiritual energies of heaven and earth more acutely, and increasing the speed at which he could absorb these celestial essences. Only by transcending into the innate realm could one truly be deemed a formidable martial artist. At this moment, he possessed a modicum of self-preservation power. With this breakthrough, a smile graced Xingtian's lips as he noted the pursuing innate warrior of the Rong Di behind them, sensing that their fate was now sealed. Once they had distanced themselves sufficiently, he commanded his steed to halt, and his soldiers followed suit, gathering behind him. Hu Bing, Wang Wu, Tang Yushan, and others were filled with exhilaration, recognizing that it was time to mount a counterattack. Being relentlessly pursued was utterly distasteful to them. Now that Xingtian had transcended into the innate realm, it was their moment to strike back, eager to discover just how formidable he had become. After all, their captain had been capable of contending with innate warriors even in the acquired realm. And now, having broken through to the innate, they were curious about his newfound strength. His soldiers, mounted and positioned behind him, gazed silently at the advancing Rong Di army, observing the Wei cavalry, who had ceased their retreat. Xianyu revealed a faint smile. Was this resignation? Men, let us slay our foes. Xianyu bellowed, leading 3,000 cavalrymen into a charge. Xingtian simply raised his iron spear, instructing, "You shall wait here. Once I have slain that innate warrior, you may charge forth and encircle the 3,000 cavalrymen." With that, he spurred his horse forward. As Xingtian wielded his spear, innate true energy coalesced, transforming the iron weapon into a brilliant golden hue, radiating light. In that moment, the spear seemed to morph into a genuine golden dragon, while he himself emanated a powerful aura, shining like a blazing sun. Xianyu, witnessing the sudden surge of innate true energy emanating from Xingtian, swiftly realized that he was indeed an innate warrior, and it was no wonder he had effortlessly defeated 2,000 Rong Di cavalrymen. Their demise was not in vain. With a smile, Xianyu thought to himself, luring him out, is he truly intent on slaying me? It was naive to think so. Observing Xingtian's aura, it was evident he had only recently broken through the innate realm. In contrast, Xianyu was a seasoned innate warrior. At the pinnacle of the mid-innate stage, and with sufficient opportunity, he could ascend to the late innate stage. To kill him, that was nothing short of a dream. Unyielding, Xianyu unleashed his innate true energy. Charging forward with his great halberd, both warriors leapt from their mounts, briefly soaring through the air as they clashed violently. Xingtian executed a vertical strike, the Overlord Spear technique unleashed with overwhelming might. With a force akin to 1,000 junctures, he cleaved through mountains and seas, an unstoppable force. Xianyu's crimson halberd, imbued with fiery true energy, surged toward Xingtian in response. Boom! The clash of the long spear and halberd erupted in a blinding flash, akin to thunder, reverberating with a deafening roar. The terrifying waves of true energy surged like a tide, evaporating the moisture in the air. The Rong Di army, charging forth behind, was momentarily deterred by the overwhelming presence of innate true energy. Hesitating to advance further, the true energy fluctuations from a skirmish between innate warriors could easily obliterate ordinary martial artists. In that fierce exchange, Xianyu immediately sensed something amiss. The overwhelming power he faced was leagues beyond his own. The sheer force sent him hurtling backward, nearly scattering the blood vitality within him, his internal organs jostling violently. That strike felt nothing like the output of an early innate warrior. It was reminiscent of the full-force assault from a late innate or peak innate powerhouse. The Overlord Spear technique, Wild Dragon. Xingtian wielded his spear like a golden dragon, surging forth, and Stanyu was the perfect sparring partner for him to adapt to his newfound strength after breaking through the innate realm. Faced with the ferocious onslaught of Xingtian, Stanyu was compelled to muster all his strength. He had thought he could easily handle this opponent, only to discover he was up against a cunning tiger disguised as a pig. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a fierce battle, the terrifying true energy stirring up dust and debris, resembling two streaks of golden and crimson light in combat from a distance. The formidable pressure left Hu Bing and the others watching from afar. Realizing why Xingtian had instructed them to wait before charging, To follow now would subject them to the aftershocks of an innate warrior's battle, which could easily devastate those of lower cultivation levels. Captain is incredibly strong, Tang Yinshan remarked. Having just broken through, he was already exerting such formidable power, clearly dominating the Rong Di innate warrior. Could it be that Captain Sheng is the reincarnation of some ancient monster? His cultivation speed is astonishing. Hai Dai muttered, I have never witnessed such rapid progress in cultivation. Even the direct disciples of esteemed sects would struggle to match his prowess. Hu Bing added, a 17-year-old innate warrior. I've only heard of such beings in a handful of esteemed sects. At-17. What were they doing? Probably still honing their bodies, just stepping into the martial apprentice realm. Hu Bing gazed at Xingtian's commanding figure with envy, pondering whether he would ever have the chance to transcend into the innate realm himself. After all, his previous breakthrough into the acquired realm had relied on a fourth-tier breakthrough elixir. The thought of transcending to the innate realm was currently beyond his imagination. Boom! With a single thrust, the ground was cleaved, leaving a long fissure in its wake. Xianyu, as the battle raged on, was increasingly astonished. The youth before him possessed immense strength, having experienced the transformation of the innate realm himself. He now found himself bloodied and bruised, overwhelmed by the sheer power of his opponent.